Upon awakening from a deep slumber, Li Wei found himself inexplicably transported to the Marvel Universe, assuming the role of Captain Marvel's fiancé. This revelation filled him with a sense of trepidation. Fortunately, he possessed a mobile device capable of unlocking DC superheroes. Beep. Unlocking Batman, acquiring his full abilities and wealth. Beep. Summoning Wonder Woman to serve you. Beep. Gaining the Flash. With a snap of my fingers, I could potentially command an entire universe. Li Wei mused, observing Thanos, who was poised to snap his fingers. One transcending into the Marvel realm. Congratulations, you have unlocked the new hero Aquaman. Li Wei's expression lit up with exhilaration at the notification that flashed across his mobile game screen. Just one more hero, and I will dominate the DC universe. The game he was engrossed in, titled DC Heroes Battle Royale, had captured his interest during a moment of ennui, and he was tantalizingly close to unlocking all heroes, with only Superman remaining. Alas, it is merely a DC Heroes Battle Royale. How splendid it would be if it were a Marvel and DC crossover. As a devoted fan of American comics, Li Wei lamented the absence of Marvel heroes in the game, especially given Marvel's greater influence domestically. Do you seek to comprehend the essence of life? Do you wish to challenge the ultimate mode? Yes or no? The game presented another challenge level, promising that if he succeeded in the ultimate mode, he would unlock Superman. Yes, Li Wei exclaimed, tapping the screen with fervor, as the familiar game's soundtrack filled the air once more. One by one, DC heroes emerged, and by defeating them, Li Wei could activate the final hero, Superman. He deftly maneuvered his character, battling each DC hero, Wonder Woman, Aquaman, Shazam, the Flash, all easily vanquished. This is hardly challenging. After an hour of intense gameplay, he finally reached the last level, where Superman awaited as the final guardian. Superman, let me witness your prowess. Moments later, Superman lay defeated on the ground. Congratulations, player Li Wei, you have achieved total hero domination. Suddenly, sparks erupted from his phone's screen. Oh no, why is my phone so hot? Did I overcharge it? In his eagerness to complete the game in one go, Li Wei had been playing while charging his device, leading to a loud bang. His phone exploded. Curse it, Samsung truly is a letdown. That was the final utterance Li Wei had left on Earth. In 1989, somewhere in Los Angeles, USA. Ugh, Li Wei jolted awake, his face still etched with shock. Calm down, calm down. He half sat on the bed, taking deep breaths to steady his racing heart. He vividly recalled the seconds before his memory faded, where he was playing a game on his Samsung phone while it charged. And then, the explosion. Samsung's reputation for exploding devices was well-deserved. Even now, his body ached, not from injury, but from the psychological trauma of remembering the shards of his exploded phone piercing through him. Yet, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment, in a strange room. With his limited experience, Li Wei could only surmise one possibility. He had traversed dimensions. Phew, perhaps this is a fortuitous turn of events. At least I have the chance to live anew. Taking a deep breath, he quickly accepted this bizarre reality, despite the turmoil within. Once he regained his composure, he began to scrutinize the room around him. Even the most reckless adventurer, when thrust into an entirely alien locale, would first seek to ascertain their surroundings. The room was modest, no larger than 20 square meters, furnished with a double bed, a wardrobe, and a computer desk equipped with an unknown brand of computer. That was the entirety of the space. A window beside the bed, with curtains drawn, allowed chaotic sunlight to spill into the room, indicating it was daytime. Indeed, he had clearly crossed over, having stayed up late playing on his phone. Li Wei exhaled, perhaps without understanding why. The door was closed, yet he hesitated to exit, first ensuring it was securely locked. He cautiously parted the curtains and opened the window a crack, peering outside at the bustling street below. The cacophony of noise and car horns, though generally unwelcome, brought him a sense of relief. This is not the archetypal zombie-infested starter village. I am safe. His previously anxious demeanor softened, and he sank into the chair at the computer desk. He noticed the computer's power light still glowed. Pressing a key awakened the device from sleep mode, revealing a completely unfamiliar web page on the dark monitor. The monitor was an old-fashioned CRT type. If not for the room's owner's outdated taste, it would suggest the late 20th century. The web page was entirely in English, yet regrettably, Li Wei could not decipher it. However, he could recognize some words, piecing together fragments like S. From the website's content, it was clear that the current time was post-1990, for the World Wide Web had only emerged during that decade. Though he struggled with the language, he could still comprehend the images. The webpage featured a colorful photograph depicting a strikingly beautiful woman. She appeared young with flowing golden hair and a gentle smile. Carol Danvers, a Western girl? Li Wei furrowed his brow, instinctively sensing this was a missing person notice. Despite his limited English skills, he could still piece together names and surnames. Carol Danvers? Searching through his scant knowledge of English names, he found no matching entries, deepening his frown. He sensed a strange familiarity with the woman. Could it be that he had traversed to a foreign land? Yet he had no recollection of such a stunning woman existing in his original world. Even the so-called stars paled in comparison to her. Feeling overwhelmed, Li Wei rubbed his temples, preparing to rise and investigate the room's exterior. Suddenly, he noticed the neglected picture frame atop the nightstand. To fiancé of Captain Marvel. With a snap, he picked up the frame, instantly frozen in shock. For within the frame was a photograph of two individuals. One was unmistakably the girl from the computer webpage, while the other was himself. Click. With a mix of fear and joy, Li Wei flung open the door, not caring to gently ease it, but rather swinging it wide with force. He began to search the house for a mirror, and his first thought was the bathroom. As expected, there was a large mirror above the sink. He picked up the picture frame in his hand and glanced at his reflection. After several confirmations, Li Wei realized that the person in the mirror was indeed himself. Was it a case of body possession rather than soul possession? However, if it were body possession, why did he have no memories? His recollections were firmly anchored to the moment of his death. Even the searing pain from the shards of the exploded building piercing his body remained vividly imprinted in his mind. Yet, there was a void regarding any memories of living here. Had his former lives' memories made the decision? The picture frame slipped from his grasp, clattering to the bathroom floor, but was soon drowned out by Li Wei's anguished cries. He was unaware of what was happening. He only knew that his head throbbed with unbearable pain. It felt as though something had been forcefully shoved into his mind, leaving it in a chaotic turmoil. His thoughts were blank, yet the pain persisted. As an ordinary person, he had likely never experienced such agony in his life. This intense suffering shattered his mental defenses in an instant, rendering him helpless to do anything but endure. If it had lasted only a moment, he might have fainted, but unfortunately, it was continuous. He could not even succumb to unconsciousness. Initially, he had the strength to scream, but eventually, he could muster no voice at all. After a while, when the pain peaked and then began to recede rapidly, Li Wei curled into a ball, clutching his head, beads of sweat covering his forehead. Yet, amidst the torment, some unfamiliar yet familiar memories surfaced. These were memories of his life in this world, including the English he had learned here. Carol Danvers. Struggling to rise from the floor, a bitter smile crossed his face. His poor command of English had led him to mispronounce a name he should have known well. Carol Danvers, the superhero from the Marvel Universe he had once yearned for. Not only was she a superhero, but she was also his girlfriend in this world, or rather, his fiancé. They were on the verge of stepping into the sacred realm of marriage, destined to share a lifetime together. That was how it was supposed to be. However, she had gone missing. Before this, Li Wei had foolishly placed missing person ads, thinking something had happened to Carol. The truth was, something indeed had happened, and she was no longer on Earth. She was on the distant Kree planet. Li Wei knew that the Kree Empire was one of the three major alien empires and recognized that the Kree homeworld was Hala, located in the large Magellanic Cloud. However, simply knowing this was of no practical use. He likely couldn't even leave his own country, let alone venture beyond Earth and into the galaxy to reach the large Magellanic Cloud. As a devoted Marvel fan, he was well versed in the tales of Marvel superheroes. Carol's disappearance was not coincidental. She had encountered aliens while on a mission, gaining superhuman abilities through energy waves powered by the quantum realm. Subsequently, she had been captured by the Kree. Li Wei understood that Carol would be brainwashed by the Kree and turned into a weapon of war, subsequently molded into a formidable warrior under the command of the accuser Ronan. Yet, even with this knowledge, the prospect of rescuing her seemed insurmountable. He was acutely aware that his fiancée had been taken and where she had been taken to, along with the trials she would face. But he felt utterly powerless. He only knew that Carol would eventually return to Earth in a few years' time. However, by then, Earth would have transformed beyond recognition. Would the Carol, stripped of her memories, still remember who she was? Clearly, she would not. With frustration, Li Wei slammed his fist against the floor, the ache in his bones barely registering. But he was indifferent to the pain. How had things come to this? He had traversed into his beloved Marvel world for the first time, had found a girl he adored, and was on the brink of marriage. Two sources of joy had intertwined, promising a life of bliss akin to a dream. Yet, why had it turned out like this? Knowing the plot had always been a privilege of the transmigrator, granting them a head start, even 100 steps ahead. Yet, for Li Wei, this knowledge felt more like a curse. Had he known nothing, the naive version of himself might have continued on in blissful ignorance, perhaps suffering yet not feeling as helpless as he did now. Save her. I must bring her back, Li Wei exclaimed, his eyes bloodshot and his face contorted with anguish. He recognized his lack of strength, his inability to rescue Carol. Yet, he could become stronger. In the Marvel Universe, there was no shortage of ways to gain power. Camartage, the super soldier serum, Banner's gamma mutation. Even if it meant risking his life, he had the opportunity to grow stronger. Yes, I still have a chance. His gaze hardened. The Marvel world was one of infinite possibilities. Since he had crossed into this realm, it couldn't merely be a tragic fate awaiting him. With his left hand firmly planted on the ground, he forced himself to rise. The pain from the resurfacing memories had left him weak, and sweat had soaked through his clothes. He needed to take a shower to calm himself. Anger and despair would not aid him. He had to regain his composure. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed in the cramped bathroom as Li Wei gazed in astonishment at the object that had slipped from his pocket and fallen to the floor. It was a phony Samsung. However, the Samsung insignia had been replaced with a bat, the familiar silhouette of a black bat symbol. Batman. Li Wei distinctly remembered that his journey into this realm was precipitated by the explosion of this very mobile device. Could it be that this phone was the conduit through which he was transported to this world? A golden opportunity? Li Wei paused, contemplating a possibility. After all, the phone had indeed exploded into ashes. How could it possibly still exist? It must be a golden opportunity, without a doubt. No longer able to maintain his balance, Li Wei succumbed to weakness and sat back down on the ground. Yet, the allure of this golden opportunity and the desire to grow stronger compelled him to persist. He hastily picked up the phone from the ground, examining it with intrigue. Its appearance and tactile sensation were indistinguishable from his former Samsung. Even the crack that had marred its surface from a prior mishap remained intact. However, Li Wei was certain that this was not his own device. For on the back, where the Samsung logo once resided, there was no trace of the brand. Instead, a symbol he recognized all too well adorned it, the iconic bat emblem. With its crescent wings fully unfurled and the small bat head with its symmetrical horns, it was unmistakably the mark of Batman from the illustrious DC universe. Suddenly, the phone screen flickered to life. Rather than displaying the anticipated lock screen wallpaper, a line of text appeared. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the challenge of DC Heroes, Chaos, achieving dominance over the DC heroes. As a reward, you are granted one opportunity to summon a hero of your choice. Li Wei was overwhelmed with joy, unable to contain an exclamation of delight. The DC universe, though perhaps not as renowned as its Marvel counterpart, is known to be far more chaotic. Each hero is driven towards supreme power, often inadvertently invoking cosmic forces. In contrast, Marvel heroes tend to be more grounded, often reliant on mutations or technology. When comparing the combat prowess of the two universes, DC would undoubtedly hold its own, or even surpass Marvel. From grassroots abilities to the pinnacle of power, DC would not falter in comparison. The sole disparity lies in popularity. Yet, the real world does not concern itself with popularity. Strength is the ultimate measure. If he were to summon the supreme entity of DC, a being capable of obliterating the multiverse with a mere breath. Li Wei's breath quickened at the thought. It was almost beyond his imagination. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought, as the game he played, DC Heroes, Chaos, did not feature such overwhelmingly powerful characters. A soft beep drew Li Wei's attention back to the phone screen. Anything was possible. Congratulations, you have unlocked a DC hero. Will you extract or summon? Could it be that this summoning allows for the direct manifestation of the hero? Levi furrowed his brow as his phone displayed another line of text. Extraction. You can extract everything from this hero, including skills, equipment, lineage, and lore. Summoning. The hero can appear in reality, with 100 loyalty. Now began to make sense to Levi. Each method offered distinct advantages. Summoning, of course, required no explanation. Strength in numbers is formidable, and it also provides an obedient ally. However, the drawbacks are painfully evident. No matter how formidable your ally may be, they're still not you. Even if your companion possesses the ability to wreak havoc, you remain an ordinary person, vulnerable to a single bullet. Extraction, on the other hand, allows for the acquisition of everything that the DC hero possesses, be it superpowers, wealth, or even equipment. Yet, it should also inform me of which hero has been unlocked before I can choose to extract or summon, right? As soon as Levi's thoughts concluded, the phone screen refreshed once more. Congratulations, you have unlocked the DC hero Batman. Batman. This is a pivotal figure in the DC universe. Although his raw power may be average, his comprehensive skill set is exceptionally formidable. He is intelligent, possesses wisdom, is well-versed in multiple languages, and is a master of various martial arts. Most importantly, he is wealthy. As an ordinary person, I shall choose extraction. Without a moment's hesitation, Levi tapped the screen. Selecting extraction would grant him all of Batman's abilities. In an instant, the phone emitted a blinding burst of light, which then enveloped Levi's body. The transformation into Batman commenced. At that moment, Levi felt a warm current coursing through him, a tingling sensation in his muscles akin to a gentle electric shock. Yet, rather than discomfort, this sensation was rather pleasurable. Moreover, Levi could distinctly perceive the changes within his body. While he did not notice any drastic alterations in his physique, upon lifting his shirt, he was astonished to find that his once modest abdominal muscles had transformed into a well-defined six-pack. Even though he still appeared somewhat lean, it would only be evident when he shed his clothing. Beneath that seemingly slender exterior lay an immense reservoir of energy. Simultaneously, Levi experienced a slight throbbing in his head. Though it was nowhere near the intensity of the pain during his memory awakening, it still caused him some discomfort. He understood that this sensation was a result of the knowledge being imparted to him regarding Batman's combat techniques, scientific principles, and martial arts. Despite having never injected himself with any bizarre super soldier serum, nor having undergone any mutations or donned an exoskeleton like Iron Man's armor, he was nonetheless capable of taking on 10 opponents simultaneously. Li Wei, in terms of physical prowess, would struggle against even a single opponent, let alone 10. He possesses a keen self-awareness regarding this aspect. However, he now experiences an overwhelming sense of power, accompanied by a myriad of combat techniques. The transformation is complete, and the host has successfully extracted the abilities of Batman. The rewards include the Batman suit, Batman's capabilities, Wayne Manor, the Batcave, and Wayne Enterprises. What? Even Wayne Enterprises is part of the rewards? This power is indeed extraordinary. Beyond Batman's inherent abilities, it is impossible to overlook his most significant superpower, wealth. A Batman devoid of financial resources cannot truly embody the essence of Batman. Any superhero who relies on technology rather than mutation must possess ample financial backing. Undoubtedly, the wealthiest figure in virtual history must be the infamous Scrooge, who incurs losses of $10 billion every minute and is destined for bankruptcy in 600 years, with assets amounting to a staggering $315 trillion. In comparison, Batman pales, even against Stark Industries. Yet, one cannot deny that his superpower is indeed his wealth. Li Wei has already envisioned his burgeoning fortune, alongside the Batcave, which rivals that of Marvel's Iron Man. The Batmobile, Batplane, and Batcycle collectively represent all modes of terrestrial, aquatic, and aerial transport. Through an integrated computer control terminal, these vehicles can deploy armor and achieve a form of invisibility by absorbing light reflections during the night. A Batman without the Batcave is incomplete. Now, I am a new Batman. Li Wei whistled, exuding an unparalleled confidence. Ding! Unlocking the next hero requires heroic power. Heroic power. Defeat heroes from the real world to automatically acquire. Upon seeing the notification on his phone, Li Wei paused momentarily. Heroic power? This implies that he must vanquish heroes from Marvel in order to unlock the next DC hero. Many of Marvel's heroes from 1989 have yet to be born, right? Even that oversized character is likely still a mere child. Though his father suddenly, the image of Howard Stark, Tony Stark's father, flashed in Li Wei's mind. Yes, how could I forget Howard Stark? If I am to traverse galaxies to rescue Captain Marvel, he is undoubtedly the only one capable of constructing a spacecraft that can create wormholes. It can be said that Iron Man's suit was also significantly advanced through his contributions. This man is a genius. Howard Stark was instrumental in founding Stark Industries and was one of the participants and designers of the Super Soldier program, which successfully produced Captain America. Indeed, one could argue that he was pivotal in the creation of the Captain. After World War II, this individual further contributed to the establishment of S.H.I. ELD. Captain America is likely still encased in ice. The immediate priority is to locate Howard Stark. Levi's mind is already formulating plans. With his Batcave and Howard Stark, the creation of a spacecraft should prove to be a manageable endeavor. Furthermore, engaging with Stark would expedite the search for other superheroes. Naturally, approaching Stark directly would be futile, as he would not grant an audience. Thus, a visit to the Batcave is in order where more advanced technology awaits. Relying on an 80s computer to retrieve information is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. At this moment, the foremost task is to assume control of Batman's assets and embrace his own identity. With a flourish, he tucked his phone into his pocket, donned his cape, and stepped out. This apartment has consumed all the savings he and Carol had amassed. Originally, he and Carol envisioned a life here filled with marriage and children. However, with Wonder Woman gone, Levi feels no inclination to linger. It serves no purpose. Since Carol is no longer present, it is best to leave this apartment behind. He is ready to venture forth. Taxi. He hailed a cab on the street, providing the driver with the address, and made his way to Wayne Manor. Gotham City does not belong to Batman as a personal asset. Thus, it cannot be manifested. Consequently, the system thoughtfully situated Wayne Manor in Malibu, on the western outskirts of Los Angeles. Moreover, the Batsuit and all associated paraphernalia are located there, specifically in the Batcave. The year is 1989. Levi gently massaged his temples, contemplating which heroes from this era might be within reach. Setting aside Captain America for the moment, who remains encased in ice in the Arctic, finding him amidst such vastness is no simple task. Perhaps it is time to connect with local forces? After all, if it involves S.H.I.D., locating some heroes should be relatively straightforward. Soon, the car arrived in Malibu, one of the wealthiest enclaves of Los Angeles, a veritable paradise for the affluent. Here, an abundance of luxurious estates thrives, and Wayne Manor is no exception. Perched by the sea, Wayne Manor boasts a private beach, stretching over 5 kilometers of coastline, encompassing more than 20 square kilometers of land, all now belonging to Levi. It is remarkable to possess such a vast expanse in the precious land of Malibu. Although the estate does not replace existing structures, it can manifest on temporarily unclaimed land. Yet, these unclaimed parcels are, indeed, part of Wayne Manor's domain. Moreover, all legal procedures must possess absolute legal efficacy. However, this is facilitated by the fact that the current time is still early, merely the late 1980s. Although Malibu remains renowned, many areas have yet to be thoroughly developed. Thus, Levi has managed to gain an advantage. Wayne Manor is primarily centered around a cliff, subsequently expanding outward. The land spans an impressive 20 square kilometers, entirely enclosed by walls, and it also encompasses over 100 square kilometers of private sea. Wayne Manor is vast, even surpassing the size of an average small town. When a taxi driver traveled along a 1-kilometer-long private road to Wayne Manor, he began to question whether he had taken a wrong turn. It is important to note that trespassing on private property in America is a serious offense. In fact, property owners have the right to take lethal action against intruders. Consequently, halfway through the journey, the taxi driver was reluctant to proceed, astonished as he watched Levi enter the estate of the affluent. He could hardly believe that the boy who had just sat beside him hailed from such a lofty abode. Levi, feeling somewhat helpless, could only pay the fare and proceed on foot toward his home. "Welcome back, Master Levi," greeted an elderly gentleman clad in a well-tailored black butler's uniform, standing at the entrance. The courteous demeanor of this gentleman easily endeared him to others, embodying the quintessential image of an ideal butler. Alfred had devoted his life to serving the Wayne family, and it is no surprise that he is counted among Batman's personal assets. Levi's emotions stirred within him, yet he forcibly suppressed his excitement, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Even though he had already validated the authenticity of the information provided by his phone on the way, the true thrill would only come upon witnessing it firsthand. Wealth. Indeed, Batman is extraordinarily wealthy. Yet now it all belongs to him. Levi felt a profound satisfaction as he made his first selection of a hero. "Now, let me behold my Batcave." Levi was eager to see his newfound assets, the Batcave. "Please, this way, Master Levi." Alfred gently inclined his body, stepping back half a pace while continuously guiding Levi in the right direction. As the manor had only recently been acquired, it had yet to undergo complete development. "Rest assured, The house is ready, he assured. Indeed, while Wayne Manor is expansive, the actual structures are quite limited. The only building is situated on the cliff. This cliff is a remarkably stable geological formation, a massive layer of rock, and upon it rests an embedded full-glass seaside villa. Moreover, it is readily apparent that this technology does not belong to the present era. The seaside residence boasts an impressive panoramic view of over 150 degrees, fully oriented towards the ocean. Although it is merely a house, the technological sophistication it encapsulates is undeniably substantial. Standing before the expansive glass window, gazing out at the sea, Alfred began to elaborate as Levi approached the glass. He remarked that the glass utilized is seamless tempered glass, and that he had intervened to prevent the foolish workers from opting for segmented glass. Levi remained silent. While he might not fully grasp the intricacies, he understood that segmented glass was significantly cheaper by several factors. Yet the aesthetic result was nearly indistinguishable, the seams virtually imperceptible. Naturally, since this was all complementary, one ought to employ the finest materials available. Not far from the cliff, a 100-meter walkway extends outward from the coastline, culminating in a private dock. Although Levi had never experienced such lavish living, he recognized its purpose was to accommodate yachts. Young master, due to the depth of only 35 meters, we could only construct a medium-sized dock. Sensing Levi's gaze, Alfred bent slightly, a hint of guilt flickering across his face. A slight twitch at the corner of Levi's mouth betrayed his amusement. He actually found it sufficient. A medium-sized dock was hardly inadequate. Was it meant to anchor a 10,000-ton vessel? Young master, please follow this way. Alfred respectfully guided Levi to the elevator, explaining that the basement housed a parking facility, the second floor contained recreational amenities, and the third floor was designated for living quarters. While others had garages, his was, in essence, a parking lot. Yet, Levi had grown somewhat numb to it. A little extravagance was hardly objectionable. To the basement level 3, he instructed gently. Very well, young master, Alfred replied with a respectful nod, harboring no dissent. On the surface, the villa only had 3 basement levels, as the first basement was a storage area for miscellaneous items. The second basement was transformed into a modest aquarium, with the ocean-facing side entirely made of glass, allowing for a pristine observation of marine life. The lesser-known third basement, however, was the Batcave. With a soft hiss, the elevator doors opened to reveal a vast, fully enclosed underground base soaring 20 meters high. The sheer expanse of the area before him far exceeded that of the villa itself. Undoubtedly, this was an extension toward the landward side. However, compared to the villa, the Batcave appeared somewhat sparse. In truth, aside from a rack for the bat suits and a Batmobile, there was little else present. Of course, essential laboratories and an arsenal were also included. And the aircraft? Levi inquired, casting a puzzled glance at the elder beside him. Logically speaking, the Batplane should also be considered a part of Batman's assets, should it not? Indeed, the Bat aircraft, including the Batplane, Batcopter, and Batjet, are stationed in the hangar. Alfred maintained his composure, slightly bowing as he spoke, and those are located on the other side behind us. After a brief pause, he continued, furthermore, the Batboat is in the sea due to its size. If you require, we could take the parallel elevator there. Levi sighed in resignation. It appeared that despite having taken on the mantle of Batman, he still struggled to comprehend the extravagant lifestyle of the affluent. However, this was not something that could be resolved overnight. He would have to adapt gradually. After all, he was now wealthy, rendering other concerns trivial. Levi reclined in the lounge chair, his lap occupied by a laptop that seemed conspicuously out of place for this era, which still predominantly utilized bulky CRT monitors. Though technology in this world was more advanced than that of his original one, the difference was merely a matter of a few years. During this period, LCD screens had yet to emerge, making the presence of a laptop feel distinctly jarring. What Levi was currently engaged in was utilizing the exclusive satellites of Wayne Enterprises to conduct investigations. The technology owned by Wayne Enterprises was ahead of its time by 2 decades, while Stark Industries, despite its advancements, was still constrained by the era and thus lagged slightly behind. It could be said that Levi currently held a significant advantage. Finding superheroes was not an easy task for a single individual, which is why he sought to collaborate with S.H.I.L.D. However, such cooperation was not always pleasant. He did not wish to be exploited as a superhero by S. Rather, he aspired to maintain a transcendent position of control over the agency. Of course, SHIELD had not yet undergone a name change. It was still based on the original Strategic Scientific Reserve established during World War II. The name had not yet changed. It was still referred to as the Strategic Scientific Reserve, abbreviated as SSR. It would take another 2 years before it would be renamed the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, and 14 years later, it would be called the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. Levi intended to expedite this transition. The founders of SHIELD were 3 individuals: Chester Phillips, Agent Peggy Carter, and Howard Stark. Among them, the most accessible point of contact was undoubtedly Howard, as he was a pure scientist. It seems I underestimated SHIELD, Levi murmured, setting down his computer and stretching languidly. Initially, he had contemplated directly infiltrating SHIELD's network to obtain information. Given his technology, which was 2 decades ahead of this world's, he believed it would be a simple task. However, he failed. SHIELD's database was fortified with a firewall personally crafted by Howard Stark. Despite the overall technological advancement of this world, it was only ahead of the world Levi came from by a few years. However, Howard Stark's technological prowess undoubtedly places him 2 decades ahead of this world. Much like his son, Tony Stark, whose Iron Man suit also surpasses contemporary advancements by several decades. Consequently, his attempt at infiltration not only failed, but also resulted in his exposure. Had he not promptly severed his network connection, he might have been discovered by Howard Stark himself. This time, he truly experienced the folly of trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing rice. Thus, he had no choice but to engage directly with SHIELD. Levi rubbed his temples in frustration. He had originally intended to breach SHIELD's database, leveraging technology that was 2 decades ahead of its time. His plan was to create a fictitious secret department within the database, inserting his identity without detection. This would have allowed him to join SHIELD openly and potentially seize control. Unfortunately, he had miscalculated. Now, he was left with no option but to take the initiative, making enough noise to attract SHIELD's attention and then seizing the opportunity to infiltrate. One must remain discreet in life, yet bold in heroism. Seated within the Batcave, Levi fell into contemplation, recalling significant Marvel storylines concerning SHIELD. According to the narrative, Dr. Arnim Zola was supposed to have died of cancer in 1972. However, he did not truly perish. Instead, he digitized his consciousness and transferred it to a cutting-edge supercomputer of that era. From that moment onward, Dr. Zola has been strategizing for Hydra agents within SHIELD, providing intelligence. Among his most crucial contributions was the Insight program, an algorithm designed to identify and confirm individuals posing potential threats to Hydra's interests. This implies that since 1972, SHIELD has been riddled with Hydra's infiltration. 17 years have passed, and Hydra's influence has only deepened. Hydra is currently America's most formidable adversary and a primary foe of early Marvel superheroes. Calculating the timeline, the current director of SHIELD should still be Alexander Pierce. As for Nick Fury, based on Captain Marvel, he should merely be in his 20s. This indicates that the timeline diverges from the comics. Nick Fury is not the same man who survived from World War II, but is genuinely a young agent. In a sense, Nick Fury can be regarded as a superhero, albeit a nascent one, as he is not yet blind in one eye. Thus, defeating him would not bestow any heroic powers. One must wait until he is truly incapacitated and ascends to genuine authority within SHIELD. Alfred. Levi clarified the narrative in his mind and exclaimed, "Do we have any collaborations with Stark Industries?" The answer, however, was decidedly negative, sir. At the behest of Lee Wei, Alfred reluctantly refrained from addressing him as young master, instead opting for sir. He spoke in a subdued tone. "We are in competition with Stark Industries. Both Wayne Enterprises and Stark Industries are engaged in the development of weaponry, and the military is a significant client for both of us. Clearly, neither of us is willing to relinquish this client. Although our weaponry is considerably more advanced than that of Hammer Industries, regrettably, we possess no substantial advantage over Stark Industries. Thus, our relationship is quite strained, akin to a state of enmity. Alfred shrugged, his expression slightly peculiar. As for collaboration, sir, I do not believe there is much merit in two weapon development firms joining forces. Li Wei nodded gently in agreement. Rivalry among peers is a universal truth. Regardless of the realm, prior to its shift towards energy, Stark Industries was solely a military enterprise. Although Wayne Enterprises has a broader scope, it is indisputable that a significant portion of its profits also derives from military contracts. However, this predicament leaves Li Wei without a legitimate reason to visit Howard openly. Indeed, can he remain inconspicuous? Then, prepare for me, he instructed slowly, rising from his seat. Make ready the Batwing. I wish to take a leisurely flight. Very well, sir, Alfred replied, slightly bowing and stepping back to finalize the preparations. While the Batwing could take off at a moment's notice, there remained several details that required Alfred's meticulous attention, such as opening the passage from the basement to the outside. Without this, the Batwing would be unable to exit. With a click, as Li Wei donned the Batsuit, he took a deep breath and settled into his aircraft. It must be said that as a first-time superhero, he felt a twinge of nervousness. Although his intention for this outing was merely to stir up trouble, not to perform altruistic deeds anonymously, the Batmobile boasted the most advanced technology of the era, bar none. Even Stark could not offer technology that rivaled the Batmobile. However, Li Wei did not intend to venture out in the Batmobile, as it would serve little purpose. To the average onlooker, the Batmobile would merely appear as an oddly designed vehicle. Unless Li Wei planned to launch missiles from it on the street, it would draw attention without inciting alarm. To fire missiles without provocation would constitute a criminal act, leading to further complications. Therefore, it was far more advantageous to depart in the Batwing, as this would convey an air of audacity. It is worth noting that the Batwing shares a certain resemblance with the future Quinjet of S.H.I.E.L.D., both being highly advanced stealth aircraft. The Batwing, however, is notably more compact. As he piloted such an unusually shaped bat-like aircraft, some might even suspect an extraterrestrial invasion. Thus, it was only natural to alert the authorities. Whoosh! A remarkably peculiar black fighter jet soared along the coastline of Los Angeles, cutting through the sky like a bolt of lightning. Instantly, it captured the attention of the entire nation. It was daylight in Los Angeles, and on the streets, a downtrodden reporter found himself in dire straits. In fact, he had not enjoyed a fulfilling meal in days. His performance at the company was the most dismal among his peers. While his colleagues thrived on the sensational gossip surrounding minor celebrities, easily embellished to boost sales, Al seemed perpetually cursed. He could never find an opportunity to capture images of those starlets. There was a time, however, when he managed to approach a major celebrity and snapped a few photos, only to be met with aggression from the star's bodyguard, who shattered his camera in the process. For months, he had failed to secure any noteworthy photographs. After all, the world does not constantly present fresh and compelling stories. The crux of the matter was that if he did not procure some sensational images soon, he would face termination from the company, which did not accommodate idleness. On this particular day, Al, as was his custom, spent his meager funds on a hamburger and stationed himself at the street corner with his camera, hoping to uncover some valuable gossip material to sustain his employment. His hunger gnawed at him, leaving him too weak to press on. Oh, good heavens! What is that? While Al savored his hamburger, he was suddenly surrounded by a chorus of astonished onlookers. He paid them no mind, being too preoccupied with his meal. It was not until a massive shadow loomed over him, enveloping him in darkness, that he became aware of the extraordinary scene unfolding. The sky had darkened ominously, while the sunlight still poured down on the nearby street. Nick Fury! Oh shit, what is this? Countless voices exclaimed in disbelief. Is that an alien? Are extraterrestrials invading Earth? Call the police. Quick, someone call for help. The crowd began to panic. Some grabbed their phones to report the incident while others screamed in terror, desperate to flee the scene. Meanwhile, Al simply looked up in silence. To his astonishment, he beheld a colossal object, reminiscent of the legendary spacecraft. No, perhaps it would be more accurate to say it was not colossal in comparison to other aircraft. Rather, this oddly shaped vehicle appeared somewhat diminutive. Yet at that moment, it hovered in the sky above him, Good heavens! AL's mouth dropped open in disbelief. He was certain he had not spotted any propellers. After all, according to common logic, only a helicopter's rotor blades could achieve hovering. Yet, there was none to be found. With a thud, AL's hamburger fell from his grasp. But he didn't even contemplate retrieving it. He had far more pressing matters at hand. This was monumental news. Absolutely sensational. After a brief moment of stupor, Al snapped back to reality, excitedly seizing the camera that hung around his neck, pointing it at the uniquely shaped aircraft before him, and began snapping photos frantically. He paid no mind to the notion of an alien invasion. All he knew was that if he failed to uncover some valuable news, he would starve on the streets. And now, a serendipitous opportunity lay right before him. He would not let it slip away. Years later, Al would recount with a sense of pride to his son, "Child, you should be grateful that smartphones lacked photographic capabilities over a decade ago, for it allowed your father to be the sole individual to capture that aircraft on film. Otherwise, I would have perished, and you would never have been born." Of course, that was a matter for another time, and it had nothing to do with Levi. He merely flaunted the Batplane in the heart of Los Angeles, brazenly exposing it to the public eye in broad daylight. He craved exposure and attention. Then he waited. He awaited the moment when onlookers would alert the authorities. The sound of sirens blared as pedestrians called in the report. The response was swift. In no time, a multitude of police cars converged from all directions, effectively sealing off the surrounding streets. Any criminals in the vicinity would find escape nearly impossible. However, the aircraft soared through the skies. At last, the police had arrived. Indeed, the efficiency of the 90s law enforcement was rather lacking. Levi grew increasingly impatient, muttering a few discontented remarks. In his mind, he had envisioned a quicker response from the officers. Yet, now that they were present, he thought, "Come along with me." A confident and triumphant smile crept across Levi's lips as he piloted the Batplane down the road toward his estate. There was no way those officers could follow. They could not fly. If he didn't slow down, even their squad cars would stand no chance. After more than an hour of relentless pursuit, the number of police vehicles had multiplied exponentially. Over 60 police cars trailed behind the Batplane, forming an imposing convoy. Eventually, they arrived at Malibu. Witnessing the Batplane glide into the confines of Wayne Manor, encircled by a high wall, the screech of tires echoed as dozens of police cars came to a halt outside the grand entrance of Wayne Manor. However, the police officers exchanged glances, hesitant to advance further. "Sheriff, let us hasten inside to apprehend the suspect," exclaimed a young officer, brimming with excitement at the prospect of capturing the legendary extraterrestrial. "Are you out of your mind?" the sheriff retorted, slapping the young man in frustration. "Do you not see where we are? This is Marbury, a place reserved for the affluent and elite. Are you prepared to confront them?" "But he has broken the law," the young officer protested, nursing his swollen face with a sense of grievance. "Broken the law? Who has witnessed him committing an offense?" The sheriff's anger intensified, intertwined with a hint of helplessness. The individual in question was merely piloting his private aircraft through the city. What law had he contravened? Not only was it evident that he had not committed any crime. Even if he had, such wealthy individuals were beyond our reach. American law enforcement may lack certain skills, and their investigative prowess might be average at best. However, they possess an astute awareness of circumstances, particularly regarding the affluent. They are acutely aware of the necessity to avoid confrontation with the wealthy. For America is a nation that prides itself on democracy. This democracy may not be overtly apparent to the general populace and is often tainted by racial discrimination. Yet, for the wealthy citizens of America, it is unequivocally genuine. Not only is it democratic, but it is also exceptionally lenient. Even when aware of an individual's wrongdoing or other transgressions, without a robust and conclusive chain of evidence, no action can be taken. Even police officers risk legal repercussions if they intrude upon private property. While they may not face immediate fatal consequences, they would still bear some legal responsibility. After all, the protection of private property in America is exceedingly stringent. Thus, these officers, having arrived at Wayne Manor, found themselves paralyzed with trepidation. They could only report the incident, requesting higher authorities to intervene, perhaps the CIA, the FBI, or even SHIELD. While SHIELD had not yet attained its future esteemed status, it still held significant privileges within the American landscape. Alfred Levy swirled the fine wine in his glass. observing the spectacle of the officers outside through the expansive surveillance screen. "Sir," the elderly but sprightly butler inclined slightly, his demeanor naturally respectful. "We have guests arriving. Shall we greet them?" Levy replied with a light chuckle. He had begun to relish this lifestyle, having once heard that the President of the United States could watch live broadcasts via satellite during the Vietnam War. Now, he found that achieving a similar level of influence was not beyond his grasp. "Agent Nick, this is the information regarding the master of Wayne Manor, Levi. Hurry up. This can be reviewed en route. Perhaps it is destiny or mere coincidence, but the future director of SHIELD, the one-eyed black man Nick Fury, now finds himself in Los Angeles. Although his current position is not particularly elevated, he does hold the highest rank within the action team. The future director of SHIELD. Understood. Nick Fury, the future director of SHIELD, received the dossier from the agent in black attire and then entered a black Chevrolet, heading towards Malibu. He appears slightly overweight, exuding a youthful demeanor that belies his future authoritative presence. At least, his sight remains intact, having not yet fallen victim to the cosmic entity disguised as an orange cat, capable of devouring a planet. He looks rather unremarkable, much like the millions of African Americans in the United States. Name: Levi. Gender: male. Age: 27. Nick observed with keen interest the dossier concerning Levi. A graduate of Princeton University, he has studied biology, physics, mathematics, engineering, geography, theology, and history. At the age of 10, Levi's parents were tragically murdered by criminals. By 11, he began his rigorous training. At 21, he attained degrees in criminology, law, computer science, chemistry, and engineering. Over the span of a decade, Levi self-taught himself to master 15 different languages and invited martial arts experts from around the globe to instruct him in combat, during which he studied over 100 fighting techniques. At 23, he developed the ability to adapt to any environment, became familiar with security systems, and learned various forms of misdirection. At 24, he took a year off from studies to travel to Africa for an undisclosed purpose. By 25, he pursued advanced degrees in biology, physics, advanced chemistry, and engineering. At 26, he studied law, medicine, and advanced computer engineering. Nick Fury perused the 10 pages filled with Levi's remarkable achievements from childhood to adulthood, feeling increasingly overwhelmed. This defies logic. How old is this talent? 27. At such a young age, he has obtained numerous degrees across various disciplines and has mastered multiple languages. Moreover, he is proficient in 100 martial arts techniques. This is not merely the result of innate talent. One could argue that his accomplishments surpass the limits of human capability. "Oh, this dossier must be a fabrication." Nick's initial reaction was to doubt the accuracy of the document, thinking it belonged to a wealthy individual in their 40s or 50s. However, he quickly dismissed that notion. As a member of SHIELD, he understands that the information on these affluent individuals is always meticulously documented by various governmental departments in the United States. In order to respond swiftly when the need arises, it is essential to investigate and study the personality traits and preferences of certain individuals. Take Li Wei, for instance. The records indicate that he is an unequivocal rationalist, which is why he abstains from alcohol. Ultimately, the United States exists to serve the affluent. Even the future SHIELD may disregard the government, yet remains beholden to a council comprised of the wealthy. Why is this so? Because these councils are populated by the affluent. The funding for SHIELD is entirely controlled by these individuals. A mere penny can thwart a hero, let alone a significant sum. Thus, the dossier in his possession is either authentic or has been tampered with. Nick Fury's reason dictates that it has likely been altered. However, his intuition suggests otherwise, that it may indeed be true. This individual, Li Wei, could potentially be formidable. Nick Fury now finds himself in a state of contradiction. He must meet the person in question promptly to ascertain the truth. He has developed a certain interest in this individual. The operatives of SHIELD have proven to be quite capable in the present day. Simultaneously, Li Wei is perusing his own dossier within his villa. The distinction lies in that while Nick Fury has a printed version, he is examining it on a computer. Yet, it seems these details were forcibly inserted. Li Wei gazes at his Batman-logoed phone with a slight headache, reflecting on the fact that just yesterday he was an ordinary person, incapable of possessing such intricate records. Thus, this must be the result of succeeding Batman. However, this is not the crux of the matter. The focus lies in the fact that the information appears somewhat exaggerated. Yet, within the Marvel Universe, this is hardly an issue. A subtle smile graces Li Wei's lips. It took Batman decades to reach such a level, whereas he has achieved this with merely a slight headache. One cannot deny that this sensation is rather nuanced. If one were to simplify it, the word would be exhilarating. At the very least, this resume is remarkably flawless, surpassing that of any Marvel superhero in perfection. Outside the estate, dozens of police cars remain stationed. The officers, lacking a search warrant, are too apprehensive to intrude upon the manor, and the chief is equally hesitant to issue one. For once a search warrant is granted, it would only spell trouble for them. Several hours later, as the officers become increasingly exasperated and uncertain, the future director of S.H.I.E.L.D., the one-eyed Nick Fury, finally arrives. "Sir, you have finally come," a sheriff exclaims, rushing to greet him as if he were a savior, barely suppressing tears. "Can anyone tell me what the current situation is?" Nick Fury inquires coolly, his gaze sweeping across the gathered officers, instilling a sense of dread within them. Although still relatively young, Nick exudes a formidable aura of authority. However, the police stood in an awkward silence, exchanging glances utterly at a loss for words. They hesitated to enter the manor, despite its grand doors standing wide open. Their feet felt as if they were leaden, rendering them immobile. For the very presence behind that door instilled a sense of dread within them. The one-eyed man was not blind. Nick Fury quickly comprehended that these officers were of little use. Yet, he had not harbored high hopes to begin with. His inquiry had merely been a matter of protocol, aimed at preventing any accusations of disdain toward the police or inciting unnecessary conflict. "Let us proceed," Nick signaled, leading a cadre of agents clad in black. As they marched purposefully toward the manor, Mr. Fury, Alfred stood at the threshold of the open door, bowing slightly. "Mr. Wayne has been expecting you. Please follow me." "Very well." Nick Fury nodded lightly, seemingly unfazed by the recognition of his identity. Of course, there was a hint of surprise, yet he had deftly managed his emotions. Wealthy individuals often possess extensive networks of information. Even personnel within the government could be in their employ. Even if they were not directly affiliated, they likely maintained cooperative relationships. Discovering his identity was merely a matter of a phone call. However, this also subtly underscored the influence of the manor's owner. Nick Fury was not one to remain passive. He was prepared to take the initiative and seize control of the situation to extract intelligence. The gentleman, with a gentle smile, softly inquired, "May I ask how to address you, sir?" Having reviewed the profiles of everyone within Wayne Manor prior to his arrival, he was well aware of the identity of the elderly steward before him. Yet, sometimes it is prudent to ask, a matter of conversational technique. "Alfred Pennyworth," the elderly steward replied, wearing a smile that endeared him to others. "You may call me Steward." "Steward," Nick Fury acknowledged with a slight nod. Although his mind grew heavy with the weight of realization, he understood that beneath the seemingly benign exterior of this amiable elder lay a reservoir of formidable power. Alfred Pennyworth, a distinguished agent of the British Secret Intelligence Service, had once served during World War II. However, following the war, he had resigned from MI6. Originally aspiring to be a butler, he had come to America to fulfill his father's dying wish, becoming the steward of the Wayne family. Though the elder had aged, Nick Fury harbored no doubts about his capabilities. Every agent merits respect, particularly those who have participated in the tumult of war. Even in his twilight years, Nick could sense the latent threat emanating from him. He had every reason to believe that if he and his companions harbored any nefarious intentions, they would be single-handedly subdued by this elder. The insidious nature of capitalism was palpable. After walking a considerable distance of 2 to 3 kilometers, they finally arrived at the base of the cliff where the villa stood, having traversed the grand entrance flanked by imposing walls. Even Nick Fury, at this moment, could not suppress a flicker of resentment and jealousy. The Wayne Manor, sprawling over an expanse of more than 20 square kilometers, was simply colossal. Nick was acutely aware that many revel in such theatrics, making visitors walk a lengthy path before meeting the host. A strategy designed both to test their patience and to instill a sense of dissatisfaction. thereby establishing a psychological advantage. This ensured that they could maintain control during negotiations. The elevator, accommodating more than 10 individuals, felt remarkably spacious, far exceeding the dimensions of those found in hospitals. Thus, a subtle wave of emotions surged among the agents. When the elevator came to a halt on the 4th floor, they found themselves in the reception area. The 3rd floor below housed guest rooms, ample enough to accommodate visitors, while the reception area exuded an air of solemnity, suitable for hosting gatherings when necessary. Stepping out of the elevator, Nick's gaze immediately fell upon a young man seated on the sofa. Remarkably youthful, to an almost excessive degree, a flicker of surprise crossed Nick's eyes, though his composure allowed him to swiftly dismiss such astonishment. Nonetheless, a tinge of jealousy lingered, for the individual before him was not only young but also strikingly handsome. Wealthy, youthful, and dashing, good heavens! Nick pressed his forehead, feeling a slight headache. Such a figure posed a challenge. However, a greeting was in order. "Mr. Levi." Nick Fury feigned a demeanor of ease, adopting a humble posture and approaching with a beaming smile. His eyes, however, were keenly observant, scrutinizing Levi's expressions and the surroundings. Ultimately, his gaze was drawn to the ornate goblet in Levi's hand, from which a rich red liquid emanated a fragrant bouquet. It was wine. Damn it. The dossier stated he abstained from alcohol. Nick Fury felt a surge of frustration, a silent curse forming on his lips. While the question of whether one drinks may seem trivial, it plays a pivotal role in character analysis. The records indicated that Levi never indulged in alcohol, a detail presumably plagiarized from Batman's dossier. Therefore, based on this erroneous information, Nick had concluded that this individual was of impeccable rationality, as alcohol dulls the senses, and only those desiring to remain perpetually rational would refrain from it. Yet now, the situation was altered, for he was drinking. Consequently, all previous analyses predicated on Levi's absolute rationality were rendered moot. "Greetings, Nick Fury." Levi rose to his feet, extending his hand to shake with the man before him, a radiant smile adorning his face. Externally cheerful, internally he felt a surge of frustration. This was precisely what he meant. The phone remained unresponsive, confirming that Nick Fury was indeed not the one-eyed hero he was reputed to be. The device offered him no opportunities for deception or trickery. At the very least, it would only prove useful once Nick Fury was utterly incapacitated. However, despite the lack of reaction, who could ascertain whether defeating him now would grant him the powers of a hero? After all, it would not hurt to attempt, and besides, it provided an excellent opportunity to test his own abilities. "Would you care for some water?" Levi inquired, handing Nick Fury a glass of plain water with a gentle smile. "Thank you," Nick Fury replied, hesitating slightly before politely accepting the glass and taking a sip. "Mr. Levi," Nick began, wearing a formal smile and preparing to speak. Yet, in the next moment, he felt an overwhelming force emanating from Levi's hand. At that instant, Nick Fury's expression changed, for he realized he was in trouble. With no hesitation, Levi executed a shoulder throw, sending Nick crashing to the ground. Thud! The future director of S.H.I.E.L.D. found himself sprawled, his head pointed skyward. The sudden assault left Nick with no time to react. By the time he regained his composure, excruciating pain coursed through his entire body, numbing his limbs and nerves, rendering him immobile. Meanwhile, the glass that ought to have shattered lay firmly in Levi's grasp. Thud! Levi, seizing the advantage, delivered a powerful punch to Nick Fury's abdomen. The intensity of the pain robbed Nick of even the strength to cry out, causing him to expel the water he had just consumed. Was that water merely for this moment? 1 minute later, the reception hall was strewn with fallen agents. Meanwhile, the elderly butler, with a calm demeanor, thoughtfully offered Levi a handkerchief. The sound of shoes striking the floor echoed sharply, akin to resounding slaps across Nick Fury's face, filling him with a sense of indignation. He still could not comprehend why a peaceful conversation had escalated into violence. Nevertheless, Nick had validated a crucial fact. Levi's credentials were indeed authentic. The claims of being a martial arts master were wholly true. He had just experienced the profound strength emanating from him. Levi, indifferent to Nick's thoughts, merely checked his phone. As expected, there was no reaction. In other words, the effort had been in vain. Levi sighed softly, lamenting the wasted exertion, while the agents on the ground felt a deep sense of frustration. How dare you strike them and then sigh? Is it because they lack the prowess to meet your expectations? Or do you simply look down upon them? Take me to your headquarters, Levi said, slowly approaching Nick Fury with a calm demeanor. However, Fury was nearly infuriated by Levi's nonchalant tone. Did you engage them in battle just for this? The headquarters of SHIELD has never been a secret. Whether as the Strategic Scientific Reserve or the future Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics, it has always been known. While it may be a secret to ordinary people, the headquarters of any department is public knowledge to the wealthy. Of course, while the existence of the headquarters is known, the address varies. Levi had researched the renowned Triskelion headquarters of SHIELD, but found it was not yet established. That location was merely a small island in the river at present. Why don't you just go directly? Fury asked incredulously. Having regained some strength, Levi suddenly fell silent, then delivered a punch to Fury's abdomen, saying, "Take me." "I'll take you," Fury stammered, nodding vigorously, his face contorted in pain. This man was beyond comprehension. Surely, he was provoked into a rage just moments ago. "Very well, let us proceed," Levi finally smiled, nodding in satisfaction as he seized Fury by the collar and hoisted him off the ground. They then strolled toward the elevator. Fury, clutching his abdomen, slowly walked towards the elevator. He initially believed Levi would lead him to the garage, so he intended to remind him that SHIELD's headquarters was in New York. However, he found the elevator gradually descending to sublevel 3. Fury's pupils constricted as he glanced at the elevator buttons, confirming that there was no button for sublevel 3. It only went down to sublevel 2. Despite his curiosity, he refrained from asking questions, knowing that speaking too much could lead to trouble. Just as earlier, Levi could easily be provoked into a fit of rage. He had foolishly believed such a person would exhibit rationality. Yet, as he stepped into sublevel 3, his eyes widened in astonishment, momentarily forgetting the earlier encounter with Levi. What lay before him was utterly astonishing. Holy cow, what on earth am I witnessing? The agents he had disregarded earlier now faded from his mind as Fury was consumed by the need to explore this high-tech sublevel. This was no mere basement. It was clearly a miniature base. It is well known that the Strategic Scientific Reserve has consistently enjoyed the support of the illustrious inventor, Stark, whose technological advancements have long surpassed those found beyond its walls by several years, if not decades. Thus, agents of the Strategic Scientific Reserve have always exuded a sense of superiority. However, that sense of superiority has now vanished entirely. He was uncertain whether Stark could achieve such feats, but one thing was clear. This base appeared infinitely more imposing than his own Strategic Scientific Reserve. This was merely the portion he had observed. There remained much that was unseen. Nick Fury could not help but swallow hard, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Let us go. Time to board," Levi said, impatiently nudging Nick with his foot before striding directly toward the batplane parked across the way. Nick Fury followed closely behind, his gaze wandering restlessly across the various corners of the base. Though Nick Fury was no genius, he possessed a firm grasp of basic arithmetic. Merely the hall he currently occupied was several times larger than that of his own headquarters. Furthermore, one could only imagine that such an advanced base would not consist of a single hall alone. Upon reaching the batplane, it did not immediately power up. Levi stood with arms crossed, observing the future director of SHIELD as he fumbled about like a country bumpkin. Mr. Levi, is there something wrong?" Nick Fury, feeling the weight of Levi's scrutinizing gaze, shivered slightly and awkwardly met his indifferent stare, prompting him to inquire bashfully. "The address," Levi replied succinctly. "Oh, right." Nick quickly gathered himself. Manhattan, New York. He felt no pangs of guilt in divulging the stronghold of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. After all, he possessed no means of resistance. Should the situation arise, he could simply claim he was coerced. Moreover, the individual he was escorting was merely a wealthy man, not a terrorist. Well, that should be acceptable, shouldn't it? Nick pondered uncertainly, eyeing the futuristic batplane, swallowing once more. "Manhattan, you say?" Levi activated the aircraft's automated navigation and piloting systems, yet he fell into deep contemplation. He recalled that the SHIELD headquarters was located in Washington. How was it that, 20 years prior, it was still in Manhattan? As he thought of Manhattan, Levi's expression stiffened. He remembered that the Stark Group's building was also situated in that very district. The Strategic Scientific Reserve had always been funded by Stark, and for many years, Stark's high-tech innovations had been first to support the reserve. Was it possible that SHIELD was ousted due to Stark's ostentatious skyscraper? It certainly seemed plausible. Mr. Levi, may I inquire without overstepping? Nick Fury, having surveyed the cramped confines of the aircraft, could not contain his curiosity any longer. How many years ahead is Wayne Enterprises in technology compared to the outside world? This matter is hardly taboo. In fact, for merchants, it is a commendation. The ability to transcend the limitations of contemporary technology often brings them substantial profit and renown. Perhaps in 2 or 3 decades, one might say, Liwei casually remarked, a sudden thought igniting within him as he considered engaging in conversation with Nick Fury. Since SHIELD has yet to be established, and it is inevitable that it will come to fruition, why not collaborate with the future director, the one-eyed Nick Fury, to found SHIELD in advance? If he could cultivate a favorable relationship with Nick Fury now, controlling the entire SHIELD would be a mere trifle, would it not? With this thought, a benevolent smile graced Wei's face. Controlling SHIELD was precisely his preference. However, Nick Fury felt a shiver as he caught sight of Wei's gaze, utterly unaware that his fate had already been sealed. In Manhattan, New York, at the headquarters of the Strategic Scientific Reserve, a new and unusual guest arrived that day. Their reception of this uninvited visitor was decidedly unwelcoming. Yet, despite their unfriendly demeanor, they found themselves unable to respond swiftly. Even with global satellite surveillance in place, their ground facilities were still rather rudimentary, leaving them incapable of detecting the supersonic Batjet. By the time they became aware, the Batjet had already come to a halt atop the headquarters landing platform, which in truth, many tall buildings possess. Is this it? As Nick Fury disembarked from the Batjet, he felt an almost surreal sensation. They had traversed from Los Angeles, the westernmost point of the United States, to New York, the easternmost, in less than an hour. Notably, the straight-line distance between these two cities is nearly 4,000 kilometers, implying that the Batjet's speed exceeded 4,000 kilometers per hour, a minimum of 3 times the speed of sound. Indeed, aircraft capable of such speeds exist. There are many, and even faster models. In this era, any aircraft that cannot achieve supersonic flight is considered obsolete. One of the standards for 4th-generation military aircraft is the necessity for supersonic cruising capabilities. However, it is essential to recognize that military jets and the Batjet are incomparable in size. Furthermore, the Batjet can hover in urban settings like a helicopter. But who has ever heard of a helicopter achieving supersonic speeds? A craft capable of vertical takeoff and landing while possessing supersonic cruising capabilities. Good heavens, who is this individual? Nick Fury repeatedly questioned himself. The more he experienced the Batjet's formidable power, the more fervently his admiration burned. For this aircraft, which boasts unparalleled performance that transcends the capabilities of its era, Nick Fury is utterly enamored. The truth is, Levi's ostentatious display of this aircraft is not merely an attempt to attract attention. More importantly, he seeks to leverage this opportunity to penetrate the inner sanctums of the U.S. military and SHIELD. By showcasing his prowess, he aims to establish his formidable capabilities. He is not averse to trading in military aircraft or arms. In fact, the Batmobile was originally developed with the intention of selling it to the Department of Defense. However, Levi's version of the Batmobile is far superior, brimming with advanced technology and numerous enhancements, rendering it a one-of-a-kind masterpiece in the world. Selling mass-produced products to the military to acquire substantial funds is certainly feasible. After all, even Iron Man is engaged in similar endeavors. Advancing technology is an expensive pursuit. Nick Fury, take me to your current head of operations, Levi declared as he descended from the cockpit, addressing the African-American man beside him, who was still caressing the cold fuselage as if it were a breathtaking beauty. Oh, certainly, Nick Fury promptly nodded, only to be jolted back to reality, suddenly recalling that they were engaged in a violent and unlawful intrusion, which could lead to dire consequences. Before he could utter a warning, the sound of hurried footsteps and shouts echoed from the stairwell. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The heavy footsteps from behind the rooftop door made it abundantly clear that a fully armed rapid response team awaited them inside. Nick Fury's expression shifted momentarily. Before he could offer an explanation, a loud sound pierced the air as the door swung open. In that instant, a large, cylindrical object, dark and hefty, was swiftly hurled into their midst. A stun grenade. Based on the shape of this ominous object, Nick's mind quickly reached a conclusion. Indeed, to incapacitate an enemy. A stun grenade, which simultaneously dazzles with light and deafens with sound, disorienting and rendering them incapable of resistance, is undoubtedly the weapon of choice, especially effective in confined spaces. However, the targets at present were none other than themselves. Just as the stun grenade was thrown, the teammates behind the door swiftly shut it. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A robust, dark object surged into the room at an astonishing speed, slipping through the narrow crack of the door. In that fleeting moment, the air seemed to still, leaving several fully armed members of the rapid response team exchanging bewildered glances. Outside, Nick Fury stood frozen, his gaze fixated on Levi, who was still poised in a kicking stance. At the instant the stun grenade was hurled, he witnessed a shadow darting from his line of sight. Levi's reaction was extraordinarily swift, far beyond what Nick could have ever imagined. With a single kick, he sent the stun grenade hurtling back, appearing almost superhuman. Boom! Accompanied by a soft thud from behind the door, it seemed the ordeal had come to an abrupt conclusion. There were no sounds of bodies collapsing or anguished cries. The well-trained members of the rapid response team would not easily succumb, yet even they had lost the will to resist. Crouching on the ground, clutching their heads, they displayed expressions of excruciating distress, though their black hoods concealed their features. Crack! After a brief wait, Levi, having discerned that the effects of the stun grenade had likely diminished, decisively opened a rooftop door and stepped inside with remarkable alacrity. Nick, momentarily stunned, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and followed Levi, passing by the crouching team members still reeling from the grenade's impact. Despite their training as elite soldiers, they were incapacitated. However, this was merely the vanguard. The Strategic Scientific Reserve headquarters housed far more than just a handful of special forces. They had formidable experts among them. Aware of this, Nick instinctively sought to caution Levi, but a mere glance upward informed him he was already too late. Before he could fully grasp the situation, he saw a powerful leg, clad in black trousers, slicing through the air towards him. Levi was advancing. "Hey!" Nick called out, attempting to warn him, but Levi suddenly ducked, causing the forceful kick to miss entirely. Boom! The first hero, Crossbones. The kick struck the wall, failing to achieve its intended target, much to the dismay of its wielder, who grimaced in annoyance. The screen of Nick's phone, nestled in his pocket, suddenly illuminated, revealing 2 lines of bold text. Defeat the villainous hero Brock Rumlow, Crossbones, to gain heroic powers. Yet, Levi had no time to indulge in his phone at such a critical moment. After all, the formidable opponent before him demanded his full attention. Indeed, at this juncture, this was undeniably true for Levi. Upon sighting Crossbones, a surge of primal combat fervor ignited within him. Even when a lion hunts a rabbit, it exerts its full strength, never indulging in the folly of underestimating its opponent. Moreover, this individual is a hero. Defeating him would yield the power of a hero. My second DC hero lies just beyond this fellow. Hey, Crossbones. Wait, we are not enemies. Nick Fury was the first to react, hastily interjecting in an attempt to curb Crossbones' actions. However, both Crossbones and Levi instinctively disregarded him. The future renowned one-eyed hero was thus extravagantly overlooked. Crossbones is quite impressive. Levi felt a sense of satisfaction upon encountering his first superhero after traversing dimensions. A disciple of the master of imitation. Crossbones has been the loyal right-hand man of Red Skull for years, a member of Hydra, and a world-class mercenary who has defeated Captain America in hand-to-hand combat multiple times. Levi was not the least bit surprised to see him affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D. for the current incarnation of S.H.I.E.L.D. was not yet the department brimming with superheroes in the future, but rather a puppet infiltrated by the villainous organization Hydra. Of course, Nick, being a mere agent, was unaware of this. Well-versed in the storyline, Levi understood that Hydra had long been exploiting the S.H.I.E.L.D. banner to instigate panic and chaos. Profiting from wars, the Crossbones before him is among the most notorious enforcers of Hydra. Although he appears as a villainous hero, he is distinctly different from other heroes. Captain America derives his title from the super soldier serum he received. Without it, he is merely a frail young man named Steve Rogers. Iron Man is called such solely due to his armored suit. Without it, he is just a playboy named Tony Stark. Countless examples of superheroes exist in this vein. Yet, there are still a few individuals who have achieved heroism through their innate abilities, Crossbones being one of them. He has never injected the super soldier serum, nor has he mutated or possessed wealth to develop technology. He is simply an ordinary man who continually strives to surpass his limits, ultimately becoming a formidable special forces soldier. However, he is unable to transcend the boundaries of human capability. Thus, at just over 20, he has already reached his zenith. Even in the coming years, he will not experience any breakthroughs, as further advancement would necessitate surpassing the limits of an ordinary human. But lacking knowledge of cultivation, transcendence, or the serum, how can one surpass such limits? Consequently, the difference between Crossbones now and Crossbones 20 years hence is negligible. It is precisely because of this minimal difference that he is recognized as a villainous hero at this stage. In this regard, Levi is quite similar to him. Levi's abilities are derived from Batman, who, like him, is merely an ordinary human, unable to transcend the limits of humanity. However, unlike Crossbones, who has reached the pinnacle of human capability in one or two particular attributes, Levi has achieved the utmost potential across all domains, including wealth. Batman, being affluent, can harness his resources to advance technology. Thus, he frequently engages with other heroes, including Superman, on equal footing. One might argue that Captain America exemplifies the balance within Marvel, while Batman epitomizes it within DC. You are courting death. Crossbones, regarding the Asian youth before him, disregarded the black figure behind him, a cruel smile curling upon his lips. Although merely in his 20s, this handsome young man bore a smile that was disturbingly deranged. Levi shook his head, only to witness this twisted individual swiftly draw a gleaming silver handgun from his waist. The motion was extraordinarily rapid. Despite being a hero, Crossbones was no fool. Why engage in close combat when he possessed a firearm? His previous attempt to deliver a sneak kick was merely a spur-of-the-moment decision. And now that he could employ his weapon, why would he refrain? Die, pitiful creature. Crossbones grinned menacingly before pulling the trigger. Fuck. Nick Fury's pupils dilated sharply, and he cursed as he hurriedly ascended the staircase from whence he came. As an agent, he understood that time was of the essence. There was no opportunity to retrieve his own weapon. His immediate priority was to evade the line of fire and the enemy's sight before contemplating a counterattack. However, Crossbones merely scoffed, showing no interest in Fury's plight. This insignificant insect failed to pique his curiosity. His focus remained solely on Levi. An instinctive sense of dread emanated from the figure before him, prompting him to aim his gun directly at Levi. Bang! As he squeezed the trigger, a bullet erupted from the barrel, accompanied by a burst of sparks, tracing a deadly, elegant arc through the air. Levi stood motionless. At such a close range, particularly within the confines of the staircase, the space for evasion was critically limited. It was nearly impossible to dodge. Although Levi's physical prowess had reached the human limit, given sufficient distance and space, he could potentially evade a bullet. However, the crux of the matter was the complete absence of both. Thus, it was undeniable that he had been struck. I'll grant you 50 punches, then let me 50 punches. Bang! The bright, orange bullet struck Levi's chest, and a triumphant smile spread across Crossbones' face. Yet, ding! The bullet met Levi's chest with a remarkably crisp sound. A black Batman suit came into Crossbones' line of sight. This costume, crafted from Kevlar and titanium, boasts remarkable protective qualities. It's bulletproof, blast-resistant, impact-resistant, cut-resistant, and fire-insulated. The gloves and boots were specially reinforced to shield Batman from the recoil of his own strikes. The edges of the gloves are equipped with metallic blades. The cape is lightweight, facilitating gliding, and features temperature regulation to maintain body heat, preventing muscle stiffness during combat, such as the allure of wealth, which someone like Crossbones, in his financial plight, would hardly comprehend. Thus, the smile that once graced Crossbones' lips vanished instantaneously. He watched aghast, as the bullet lost its momentum and simply slid from Levi's chest, leaving no trace upon the area where it had struck his heart. Oh dear! Crossbones felt as though he had encountered a ghost. How could this black bodysuit possibly be bulletproof? To Crossbones, it was a shock, yet for Levi, it was akin to a mere mosquito bite. Oh no, perhaps not even that, as he felt not the slightest itch. Is this superhero truly so feeble? How lamentable. Levi shook his head slightly, then turned to the astonished Crossbones, smiling as he remarked, "You seem quite surprised." Bang, bang, bang. Crossbones, undeterred, continued to fire at Levi's head and abdomen. However, with each shot, his despair deepened. Was this man entirely bulletproof? Congratulations, you are correct. To Crossbones, Levi's smile appeared to mock him. Behind them, Nick, covering his ears, stared in disbelief at Levi, whose black combat suit accentuated his form, mouth agape, and speechless. He suddenly felt fortunate not to have crossed this individual. Invulnerable. What manner of garment is this? Nick's mouth watered in awe, while Crossbones found himself retreating. He noticed a helmet suddenly materializing atop Levi's head. The Batman helmet, composed of impact-resistant synthetic graphite and coated with bulletproof fibers, shields against light weaponry and contains lead to guard against radiation and X-ray vision. Beneath the helmet, night vision, thermal imaging, sonar, a gas mask, a miniature radio receiver, and a communication system are integrated. Moreover, it conceals small mechanisms capable of releasing tear gas or electric sparks to deter any attempts to remove it. Such is the power of wealth. Will you kneel, or shall I personally confront you? You have shot me 5 times, Levi declared, gazing at Crossbones, who was now seething with rage. Boom! With a sudden surge of fury, he unleashed all his strength towards Levi. He harbored a profound disdain for the formidable power of technology. Consequently, he sought to utterly shatter Levi as a means to alleviate the fury simmering within his heart. However, while Crossbones was quick, Levi was swifter still. It seems you wish for me to take action against you. Levi's voice rang out as he launched himself toward Crossbones. Unbeknownst to Crossbones, the figure before him was also a hero, one who, despite appearing weak within the confines of the DC universe, consistently emerged victorious in the end. With a resounding thud, Levi executed a simple yet effective kick, sending Crossbones' pistol flying from his grasp. To be precise, it was a kick aimed at his arm, compelling the weapon to slip from his fingers. A sharp crack echoed through the air, and in an instant, beads of sweat began to cascade down Crossbones' forehead. At that moment, everyone present comprehended that Crossbones had fractured his right arm. His overconfidence had led him to believe that at such close proximity, coupled with his honed reflexes in drawing his weapon, he could shoot before anyone could react, leaving no opportunity for evasion. In his mind, he was guaranteed a hit, which is why he had only fired a single shot. Thus, his downfall ensued. His arm was swiftly broken, and he found himself bereft of his firearm. Had he approached the encounter with Levi in a more honorable manner, Levi would certainly have refrained from unleashing his full strength in a single blow. Instead, he would have treated him as a willing sparring partner, prolonging the engagement while awaiting the true leader of the Strategic Scientific Reserve to arrive. However, Crossbones failed to appreciate the grace Levi had extended him, leaving no room for blame on Levi's part. You shot me 5 times, so I shall return the favor with 50 punches. The agony of his fracture was not something even Crossbones could will away. Though he could suppress his cries, the persistent sensation of pain would remain. This affliction, compounded by his broken right hand, would undoubtedly hinder his performance in close combat. As Levi followed up with a punch, Crossbones instinctively raised his remaining left hand in defense. Crack! In that instant, he regretted his decision, as an overwhelming force surged through his arm, followed by another crisp sound of a fracture. At this point, both of his hands were rendered useless. As for his legs, Levi had no intention of sparing them either. If I promised you 50 punches, then 50 punches you shall receive, not a single one less. Undoubtedly, Crossbones was formidable. His towering stature provided him with a significant foundation of strength, complemented by an agility that belied his size. Even against the so-called champions of the fighting world, he would not falter. Yet, this time, he had entirely miscalculated. What does it feel like to have hundreds of kilograms of force concentrated upon a single point? Undoubtedly, to encapsulate it in a single sentence, with one punch from me, you may very well meet your demise. Hud, hud, hud. Levi exerted himself, delivering 50 punches. Crossbones now truly comprehended the essence of that statement. Batman, despite his seemingly feeble portrayal in films, must be assessed in relation to his companions, an assemblage of extraordinary beings. Superman, as his name implies, is indeed formidable. Aquaman and Cyborg, regrettably, fall short. Batman has chosen wealth. What has this affluent Batman achieved? The pinnacle of human physicality. From the tender age of 11, he has engaged in rigorous training of both body and mind. Through stringent physical conditioning, a meticulously curated diet, and biofeedback training, he has attained the zenith of what represents normal human capability. His strength, speed, endurance, reaction time, and agility surpass those of contemporary Olympic champions. To maintain his physique in peak condition, he abstains from alcohol. What constitutes the limits of human potential? This encompasses the extreme of strength. Capable of lifting 800 pounds, approximately 300 kilograms. The ultimate reaction speed, able to catch an arrow shot by Green Arrow with bare hands. Speed that rivals the finest sprinters. The capacity to withstand blows, primarily reliant on unwavering willpower and Kevlar protection. Endurance comparable to a decathlon champion, capable of holding breath underwater for 5 minutes and 15 seconds. And lastly, flexibility that rivals acrobats and Olympic gymnasts. He epitomizes an extraordinarily perfect individual. One could assert that Batman symbolizes the most exemplary of humanity, and thus, with the force of his gloved fist, he wields an astonishing power. Crossbones struck by Levi's punch suffered bilateral fractures in his hands. Though formidable, he remains human, and strength has its limitations. Theoretically, each muscle fiber in the human body can generate approximately 0.3 micronewtons of force. Accordingly, muscle per square centimeter can produce around 100 newtons of force. To reach the limits of strength, if we assume half of the force is generated by arm muscles, with the remainder sourced from the legs, hips, and shoulders, one must still engage the triceps and all muscles within a 55-centimeter radius. This implies that the theoretical limit of human strength is around 5,000 kilograms. However, it is universally acknowledged that humans cannot withstand such force. To do so would result in the shattering of the entire skeletal structure, truly obliterated, unless one were to practice bone fortification. With physical prowess nearing the limits of humanity, Levi, in a fit of anger, unleashed a blow that undoubtedly possessed a force exceeding 300 kilograms. Tragically, Crossbones nearly faced death. His limbs sustained catastrophic fractures, utterly shattered, akin to a smashed vase. Nonetheless, Levi remained judicious. Despite his strength, he had no intention of killing Crossbones. This is, after all, another's domain. He understands the importance of leaving a line of retreat. To eliminate him is not a formidable task, but it is prudent to wait until he has removed Alexander from power. Alexander, the current director of SHIEL, the head of Hydra's infiltration into the organization, and the overseer of the Winter Soldier. Bang, 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 bang. Levi unleashed a barrage of punches directed at Crossbones, the sound echoing with a jarring intensity that left Nick Fury, positioned at the staircase entrance, visibly shaken. His firearm, held in a state of suspension, reflected his uncertainty. Truth be told, his ire was ignited by Crossbones being held at gunpoint, provoking him to retaliate. However, before he could act, he found that his formidable super agent had already been reduced to a near-lifeless state, battered and bruised, enduring a relentless onslaught. It was a brutal spectacle. Levi's fists connecting with flesh, the visceral impact unmistakable as he pressed Crossbones into the ground, mercilessly grinding him down. While slapping might inflict pain, it was merely superficial. What Levi sought was to shatter bone after bone. Stop. Everyone, cease this at once. Quickly stand down. At last, the main forces of the Strategic Scientific Reserve arrived. A throng of agents surging into the stairwell, blocking any avenue of escape. The leader, a blond Caucasian man, continued to shout commands. What are you doing? Lower your weapons. The quick response team, witnessing their superiors' urgent commands, exchanged wary glances but ultimately complied, relinquishing their firearms. Yet, their vigilance remained unyielding. Meanwhile, Levi remained deaf to the chaos around him, continuing to rain blows upon Crossbones, to the point where the latter's facial structure appeared grotesquely caved in. Of course, appearances can be deceiving. Levi, being a man of stature, was mindful of his own reputation. Mr. Levi, I assure you, I will provide an explanation for this incident. Might you cease your actions? The white-haired man spoke with a smile that belied the severity of the situation, as if the bloodied and broken man on the ground were not one of his most trusted subordinates. TSK. Levi slowly rose, akin to lifting a lifeless dog, and flung the battered crossbones aside towards the quick response team, accompanied by a derisive scoff. Well, lightweight. I barely exerted myself with a single punch, and he crumbled. Shaking his head, this contemptuous demeanor incited gritted teeth among the special forces, yet they remained rooted in place. The reality was undeniable. Their most formidable super agent lay defeated. A mere husk, and Levi was clearly a force to be reckoned with. "Mr. Levi, this way, please." The white man, upon witnessing Levi cease his actions, finally exhaled in relief, greeting him with a beaming smile and even gesturing courteously for him to proceed. The Strategic Scientific Reserve, now far from the transcendent entity it would become 2 decades hence, held a status not much superior to that of the FBI at that time. In fact, due to its advisory role rather than an authoritative one, it was regarded with little esteem by the U.S. government, its standing inferior to that of the FBI. Were it not for the influence of agents Phillips and Carter, alongside the financial and technological backing of Stark, the entire organization might have long been absorbed by others. They were particularly cautious not to offend affluent individuals like Levi, even in the wake of him having nearly incapacitated one of their own. After all, it was their personnel who had initiated the confrontation, albeit Levi had illegally intruded first. Nevertheless, he could easily assert that Nick Fury had brought him here. In America, wealth often grants one the liberty to act without restraint. Soon enough, the white man dismissed the nearby rapid response team, bringing only a handful of agents to accompany Levi to the meeting hall. "Allow me to introduce Mr. Levi," he said, extending his hand with a congenial smile. "Alexander Pierce, Director of the Strategic Scientific Reserve." "Oh, Director Pierce," Levi replied, casting a casual glance in his direction before reclining comfortably on the sofa, showing no intention of rising. "It seems your Strategic Scientific Reserve lacks an understanding of decorum." "Indeed, you have a point," Pierce acknowledged, his hand lingering awkwardly in the air before he quickly adapted, retracting it with a smile that betrayed no hint of embarrassment or irritation. However, the other agents nearby were visibly incensed. It was he who had intruded. Yet Levi accused them of being uncouth. Where was the justice in that? Unfortunately, in America, the wealthy often dictate the terms of justice. Unless one is not genuinely affluent or has been caught evading taxes, others hardly have the standing to challenge them. The Wayne Corporation, even amidst the multitude of conglomerates in America, remained a formidable entity. In simple terms, the Strategic Scientific Reserve was not one to provoke. Beep. The intrusion was successful. The firewall had been breached and data replication had commenced. As a mechanical voice echoed in his earpiece, a smile crept across Levi's lips. 2 decades ago, the concept of artificial intelligence was virtually non-existent. Yet, regrettably, he possessed an AI. His prior attempts to infiltrate the Strategic Scientific Reserve's plans through the network had failed. Hence, he had been orchestrating an internal breach. And now, it was evident that he had triumphed. In a secluded corner, a diminutive robot gradually inserted its slender appendage into a computer. This miniature automaton was visible only to Levi, for it employed technology akin to that of a bat-winged aircraft, rendering it invisible. The Wayne Group, undoubtedly a global super-conglomerate, has a business reach so vast that few can rival it. Their ventures span from core military production to healthcare, as well as a myriad of public welfare facilities, including but not limited to buses, subways, water management, cruise ships, and airports. In terms of status, while the Wayne Group may not yet possess the omnipotent influence of Umbrella Corporation in the realm of Resident Evil, their extensive business engagements are certainly formidable. Therefore, it is not surprising that the Wayne Group has embarked on research regarding robotics. Perhaps in a decade or two, defenses against miniature robotic incursions will be stringent. However, 20 years ago, the concept of robots was still beyond the comprehension of the average person. Thus, locating a tiny robot concealed in a corner would be akin to chasing a fantasy. Even if discovered, one might not grasp its nature. Moreover, the Wayne Group boasts a sophisticated satellite system composed of dozens of satellites, overseen by an artificial intelligence known as Brother Eye. This system has even incited apocalyptic events in the DC universe. However, this is the Marvel universe, devoid of any organization named Checkmate or a figure like Max Lord infiltrating Brother Eye. Hence, there is little cause for concern. In fact, to mitigate potential issues, Levi has already arranged for a backdoor to be established within Brother Eye. With this dual approach, the entire SHIELD precursor, the Strategic Scientific Reserve, holds no secrets from Levi. He sat in the hall, casually engaging in conversation with Alexander Pierce, while the robot diligently siphoned off all pertinent information regarding SHIELD, simultaneously implanting a backdoor within their system. This backdoor would permit unrestricted access to view and even alter any information without the need for authorization. Once successfully installed, it could remain undetected for decades. A crisp sound echoed in Levi's earpiece, prompting a slight smile to grace his lips. Indeed, the once renowned SHIELD, now referred to as the Strategic Scientific Reserve, has been thoroughly breached by Levi from within. Remarkably, he had not even needed to exert himself directly. What a splendid era this is, Levi mused, before abruptly rising. Super Soldier Serum. Director Pierce, pardon my interruption, but could you kindly direct me to the restroom? Li Wei rose to his feet, a smile upon his face that could only be described as polite. Fury, please guide Mr. Li Wei to the restroom. Pierce momentarily hesitated, but soon a smile graced his features as he gestured in the direction indicated. Thus, under the escort of a formidable one-eyed, bald figure, Li Wei was led away. Pierce, meanwhile, maintained a smile as he watched Li Wei depart, until the latter vanished from view. However, at the very moment Li Wei disappeared from sight, the smile on Pierce's face vanished, replaced by an expression dark enough to be unsettling. What has become of Ramlo? Pierce inquired, his tone grave as he turned to an agent nearby. It was evident that his earlier demeanor was far from the relaxed facade he had portrayed. Ramlo was not merely a subordinate. He was one of Pierce's most trusted pawns. Yet now, this piece on his chessboard had been nearly obliterated by an adversary. The fact that their opponent had emerged unscathed was a humiliation Pierce could scarcely endure. Boss, the agent's lips twitched slightly as he reported. He has sustained multiple compound fractures, and his facial zygomatic bone is completely shattered. With current medical technology, he may survive, but he will never regain his former state. The agent hesitated, his mouth agape, unable to articulate the grim implications. Meanwhile, Pierce's expression grew increasingly ominous, as if shadows were coalescing around him. He understood the agent's insinuation. His most formidable enforcer had been rendered useless. Damn it! Pierce's visage contorted with rage, crushing a paper cup in his grip. His gaze was fixed menacingly upon the restroom's entrance. He felt a compelling need to eliminate a particular target, if only to alleviate the fury simmering within him. On the other side, Li Wei, having entered the restroom, radiated an exuberance that was palpable. Mr. Li Wei, I will wait for you outside, Nick Fury stated, holding the restroom door open but refraining from entering. As an agent of SHIELD, he was compelled to observe certain boundaries. His decision to bring Li Wei to SHIELD had already stirred discontent among many, particularly with the current director, Pierce, who likely regarded him as a traitor. Thus, maintaining distance from Li Wei was imperative. If he were to enter the restroom with Li Wei, who could speculate on what transpired within? It would be an untenable situation. Li Wei cast a penetrating glance at Fury before stepping inside. He then locked the restroom stall door and retrieved an ultra-slim smartphone from his pocket. This was not the device adorned with a Batman logo, resembling a system of sorts, but rather a high-tech phone produced entirely by Wayne Enterprises, capable of maintaining satellite connections to monitor global activities. His reason for visiting the restroom was driven by an eager desire to peruse SHIELD's directory. Undoubtedly, the current Strategic Science Corps appears somewhat rudimentary. Even its database lacks richness, falling short of a global standard. Nonetheless, it suffices for operations within the United States. Levi has yet to discover the coveted technology for wormhole interstellar travel, which comes as no surprise. Even in a world brimming with advanced technology like that of Marvel, interstellar travel remains a formidable challenge, especially in the late 1980s. Should such technology truly exist, Levi would have to question the presence of other traversers or reincarnators in this world. There's a saying that resonates well. The indigenous fear traversers, while traversers dread reincarnators. Although he has not acquired his most desired item, he has nonetheless stumbled upon some intriguing discoveries, such as the Super Soldier Serum. The Super Soldier Serum? Fascinating. A smile graced Levi's lips. This journey with SHIELD has indeed exceeded his expectations. To obtain such a remarkable substance is a stroke of fortune. The synergy of Batman with the super soldier serum is simply perfect. This evokes a delightful sense of the crossover between DC and Marvel, conjuring images of Batman alongside Captain America. The super soldier serum was originally developed by Dr. Abraham Erskine during World War II and throughout its history. Only two individuals have received the serum, Red Skull and Captain America. Its purpose is to enhance the user's metabolic functions and overall physical capabilities, unlocking the full potential of the human body, thus rendering the individual nearly perfect. In essence, those who have been injected with the serum are likely to surpass even Batman, as the serum allows one to approach or even exceed the limits of human capability. In contrast, Batman achieves his physical pinnacle through sheer dedication and training. Therefore, should Levi inject himself with the serum, he is confident he would surpass Captain America. After all, Captain America was merely a frail figure of 5 feet 5 inches before receiving the serum, someone whom even the pre-transformed Levi could easily overpower. Yet ultimately, he transformed into a superhero, all thanks to the super soldier serum. Consequently, one might wonder what kind of physique and strength a Batman like Levi would attain if he were to receive this serum. Truthfully, it is a prospect that sparks considerable anticipation. However, the super soldier serum harbors a significant flaw. The first recipient, Red Skull, underwent a grotesque transformation. Even with Dr. Erskine's subsequent improvements, the most critical side effect, the alteration of the recipient's psyche, remains unaltered. Much like physical prowess, the super soldier serum can also fortify one's inner self, enhancing the virtues of the good and amplifying the vices of the wicked. It is precisely for this reason that Abraham, prior to conducting experiments on Captain America, completely destroyed all of his research materials. One must admit, this individual is indeed ruthless. Fortunately, he left a contingency within SHIELD. Otherwise, acquiring the information would have been an insurmountable challenge. Upon encountering this segment, Levi was genuinely astonished. He had previously lamented the incompetence of American government scientists, questioning how, despite the successful development of the super soldier serum, there had been no progress for decades. However, he now comprehended the situation. Abraham had been so merciless as to obliterate all research data. It was akin to a mathematical problem, where these research materials represented the process of solving the equation, and Captain America was merely the answer. Consequently, Abraham erased the entire solution process, leaving only the answer. Thus, those remaining could only reconstruct the solution process based on the answer. It is no wonder that even with the assistance of Howard Stark, Iron Man's father, it had taken over 40 years to merely restore a rudimentary version of the super soldier serum. Indeed, it was merely a semi-finished product. The restoration of the super soldier serum involved using the answer to recreate the solution process, with the critical aspect being the formulas utilized during that process. While Captain America was alive, they could extract blood from him to obtain the answer. However, he had been missing for over 40 years, resulting in the super soldier serum project coming to a near standstill. A genius like Howard had managed to complete a significant portion, yet some vital formulas remained unrefined. Naturally, the research materials themselves were not stored within SHIELD's database. The database only contained brief mentions, with the specific research results undisclosed. Ultimately, this was personal research belonging to Howard, and others had no authority to compel him to divulge his findings. These materials were likely archived within Stark Industries' database. Time did not permit Levi to peruse all the materials on site, so he primarily reviewed a directory to ascertain their existence. Subsequently, he returned his phone to his pocket and retrieved another device, one adorned with the Batman logo. Congratulations, you have gained heroic power, unlocking a superhero. Would you like to activate? The words on the phone were clear and bright, further intensifying Levi's already heightened excitement. Lottery draws have always been a matter of luck. One must rely on fortune. According to the renowned luck theorist Levi, derived from Murphy's Law, the law of luck dictates that with sufficient fortune, even a mere one chance of winning will ultimately lead to success. However, without a stroke of fortune, even a 99 chance of success would be rendered futile. Thus, he activated it. With a resounding boom, a radiant flash emanated from the phone, reminiscent of the celestial dance of stars and the shifting cosmos, an ineffable mystery. Time lost its meaning as Batman's phone finally emitted a signal. Beep. Congratulations, host. Would you like to extract or summon a hero? Mr. Levi. The moment Levi emerged, Nick Fury approached him, his expression tinged with urgency. Beside him stood another impeccably dressed agent, clearly indicating that Levi had lingered in the restroom for too long. Consequently, Pierce had dispatched someone to hasten his return. All right, let us go, Levi nodded, leading the way forward, unimpeded even by Fury's attempts to restrain him. They proceeded directly to the elevator, ascending to the top floor. Ultimately, they entered the stairwell and made their way to the rooftop. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, as if the S.H.I.L.D. headquarters were Levi's own abode, leaving Nick Fury momentarily dumbfounded. What on earth is happening? Shit. Did you take a wrong turn? Mr. Levi, the director, is still waiting for you in the reception room, Fury stammered, forcing a smile while quietly reminding him. From Fury's perspective, it seemed Levi was intent on departing without a word. After all, if there were no pressing matters, why ascend to the top floor? Was it not to pilot his Batplane away? Let him wait, Levi replied unapologetically, feeling quite elated within. Just moments ago, he had received exhilarating news. He discovered that, much like Stark Industries, Wayne Enterprises was also a collaborator with the Strategic Scientific Reserve, and indeed, one of its most significant partners. Initially, Levi struggled to comprehend this revelation. But recalling Batman's unwavering support for the Justice League, including the establishment of a watchtower base on the moon, he began to understand. The Justice League was not Batman's personal possession, but his contributions to it were. Thus, while he could not simply transfer the entire Justice League to this world, he could redirect his investment in the League towards other organizations within this realm, such as the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Therefore, he now stood as a true master of his fate, unafraid of any repercussions. Moreover, this very building had been thoroughly infiltrated by Levi. To put it bluntly, its destruction or explosion rested solely within Levi's contemplation. He had deployed countless detonative devices with his microbots. Pierce likely remained oblivious to the fact that his very life was entirely under Levi's control. So why should Levi return? Nick Fury found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Upon their arrival at the rooftop, they were taken aback to find a group gathered around the Batwing, diligently examining and studying it. While only one individual was conducting the research, a multitude of others surrounded him, comprising scientists and members of a rapid response team on alert. However, the sole person bold enough to investigate without Levi's consent was none other than Howard Stark, the flamboyant patriarch of Iron Man. "Are you interested in joining me?" exclaimed Howard Stark, the once dashing playboy whose youthful exuberance had metamorphosed into the antics of an aging rogue post-marriage. Aside from women, the only pursuit that captivated Howard was technology. Therefore, when he laid eyes on the Batwing perched on the rooftop, he was rendered almost speechless with excitement. "Oh my goodness, this is simply astounding. What on earth is this? Such advanced technology exists in this era. I believe I have completely fallen in love with this magnificent machine." Howard Stark was akin to a child who had just received a delightful new toy, exclaiming with unrestrained enthusiasm. The expressions of those around him mirrored his astonishment. They too wore faces of disbelief, as this next-generation marvel was a sight they were witnessing for the very first time. Levi recognized Howard Stark immediately. His distinctive flamboyance made him unmistakable, reminiscent of the future Iron Man born in 1917. Howard had delayed marriage until after indulging in his youthful escapades, eventually marrying his current wife, Maria Stark, at the age of 51. The reasons for his marriage were likely due to a lack of precaution, which resulted in Maria's pregnancy. At 52, Howard became a father, yet he still possessed remarkable vitality, far exceeding that of the average individual. Indeed, a life of extraordinary achievements often requires no explanation. Without him, there would be no future Iron Man. "Hello, Mr. Stark," Levi greeted, approaching him with a warm smile and extending his hand, filled with respect for the scientist. "Greetings, young scientist," Howard responded, shaking Levi's hand with a hint of admiration in his expression. "You performed admirably. You bypassed my firewall with finesse. Had I not embedded a backdoor, even I would have failed to detect your presence." Howard was not without his own flaws. Despite having personally designed the entire Strategic Scientific Reserve's firewall, he still chose to implant a backdoor within it. Thus, when Levi effortlessly breached the firewall to access the files, Howard's backdoor alerted him to the intrusion. Certainly, the backdoor leaves no trace. Although Howard is a genius, he lacks such advanced technology. The backdoor merely uncovered the data of the Strategic Scientific Reserve, all of which had been duplicated. If it were an insider, there would be no need for such actions. Based on this, he focused his sole suspicion on Levi. However, he was utterly unaware that within this very building, Levi had implanted countless detonative devices. Had he known, he likely would not have remained standing there. "Are you interested in collaborating with me?" Levi stated directly, fixing his gaze on Howard and uttering words that left everyone astounded. "What?" Howard Stark appeared utterly bewildered. "Did you just suggest that I join you after we barely met for a minute? Is this man insane? Moreover, let us not forget that Wayne Enterprises and Stark Industries are rivals." "Why?" Howard furrowed his brow in confusion. He did not directly accuse Levi of losing his mind, but rather thought, "It seems we are meeting for the first time, correct? There is no reason. Cooperation for mutual benefit and leading in technology is the only way to lead the world." Levi gently shook his head, interrupting Howard Stark's inquiries. After a brief pause, he continued, "I have recently been researching spacecraft. If you're interested, you may join me." Howard, with his disheveled white hair and a face full of confusion, was left pondering, what on earth? Spacecraft? Does this even require collaboration? By the late 1980s, the era had already achieved the rudimentary concept of spacecraft capable of transporting astronauts and cargo to space with safe return. However, Howard understood that this technology did not require his assistance. Wayne Enterprises could accomplish it independently. After all, if one can send satellites into space, one can send humans as well. The only requirement is the safety of the spacecraft. Yet, that was inconsequential. Howard realized that what Levi desired was undoubtedly a spacecraft capable of interstellar travel. However, he had not the slightest clue about interstellar travel, as it fundamentally necessitated achieving light speed. Indeed, spacecraft, Levi nodded softly, speaking earnestly. "I am aware that you have developed anti-gravity technology and the arc reactor engine. However, constrained by the overall technological limitations of this era, while you possess sufficient theoretical foundations, you have yet to convert them into reality. Wayne Enterprises, however, possesses the technology that can transform all your dreams into actuality." Levi paused, a confident smile illuminating his face, radiating infectious assurance. "At least on Earth, aside from Wakanda, I believe no one surpasses my technological prowess. Wakanda, without a doubt, is a nation that thrives on technological advancement. Its average level of technology is at least 2 to 3 decades ahead of the rest of the world. However, in certain areas, it still employs the most primitive combat methods." "How do you know this?" Howard was utterly astonished. The anti-gravity technology and the arc reactor engine were the core technologies of Stark Industries, known only to a select few, including Howard himself. Yet, this individual before him had audaciously stated his knowledge of it and claimed he could turn it into reality. Howard's breath grew heavy. He confessed to feeling a flicker of intrigue. Nevertheless, intrigue does not equate to immediate agreement. He wished to hear the other party's explanation. "How could I possibly know? How could I possibly know?" Levi erupted into laughter, akin to someone who had just heard the most amusing joke in the world. This smile, perceived by all as an embodiment of unwavering confidence, spoke volumes. "In this world, there is nothing I do not know." Once his laughter subsided, Levi uttered a phrase that left everyone present in disbelief. Arrogant. This young man was undeniably brimming with unrestrained hubris. Yet, no one dared to mock him, for Levi possessed the merit to make such claims. "Very well, my patience is finite." Levi fixed his gaze intensely upon Howard. The elder Iron Man was clearly bewildered. Levi's words had left his mind in disarray, unsure of how to respond. Undoubtedly, Levi's assertions were spot on. His thoughts transcended the current era by at least half a century, yet the technology of this time could not support the realization of his visions. It was akin to his proposal of magnetic levitation vehicles during World War II, where he had already been capable of making cars hover. Yet, despite the passage of years, there had been no progress due to the overall backwardness of the era. "Only I can help you realize your dreams." Levi spread his arms wide, his confident smile infectious to those around him, as if he truly possessed the ability to achieve the impossible. "Why should I trust you?" Howard shook his head slightly, locking eyes with Levi. Levi was no paragon of virtue, nor did he possess the kind of charisma that compelled blind adoration. Howard was certainly no mindless devotee. He would not bow simply upon seeing him, nor would he easily believe in his fanciful claims. Levi's previous statements seemed nothing more than empty promises, merely painting illusions to satiate hunger. Who could predict what the outcome would ultimately be? Moreover, even if Levi had indeed articulated technologies he could not develop due to temporal limitations, so what? Every enterprise has its share of corporate espionage. And while these technologies may be clandestine, they are not beyond the reach of knowledge. Additionally, he was inherently a person who relished in ostentation, yearning for everyone to be aware of his affairs at all times. Whenever he had a new invention, he would promptly convene a press conference. Thus, it was hardly surprising that some were aware of these matters. The art of deception was not foreign to Howard either, so he naturally would not remain passive. Mr. Levi, Mr. Stark. At that moment, Pierce and his entourage unexpectedly descended from the stairwell, particularly Pierce, whose visage was marred by unabashed fury. After all, he was the rightful master of this domain. Yet, as the host, he treated the guest, Levi, with utmost respect, wearing a gentle smile throughout. Conversely, Levi displayed a blatant disregard for his host's authority. No matter how composed he might be, it was impossible for him not to feel vexed. Consequently, upon learning the news, he led a group directly to the rooftop, where he encountered Levi and the firearm in his hand. Bang! Without even casting a glance at Pierce, Levi swiftly fired, finding the incessant buzzing of the fly beside him intolerable. Bang! 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 A series of gunshots rang out before anyone could react. In total, 7 individuals, including Alexander Pierce, lay sprawled on the ground, their heads having met a gruesome fate. Particularly, Alexander Pierce wore an expression of rage and bewilderment. He was utterly oblivious to what had transpired. He merely saw Levi aiming a gun at him, and then he was dead. Indeed, just like that. The formidable future head of S.H.I.E.L.D. had been dispatched with astonishing efficiency by Levi, without a trace of hesitation. After firing, Levi even coolly blew on his bat-shaped gun. The expressions of those surrounding him were blank, utterly stunned by Levi's abrupt action, which had caught them entirely off guard. It was too sudden. Each individual bore a countenance of extreme disbelief and astonishment. The truth was that the 7 individuals Levi had slain were, without a doubt, Hydra operatives led by Alexander himself. Initially, he had hesitated, uncertain of their identities. However, once he acquired the relevant information from the Strategic Scientific Reserve, he confirmed their affiliations. There was no question. These were indeed Hydra agents. During his time in the restroom, he had already forwarded their names to the military and several high-ranking government officials, including the current president. Often, actions must be substantiated by evidence, and murder is no exception. Conversely, this implies that possession of evidence empowers one to act with impunity. Although there were members of a rapid response team present, they too were caught unawares. Levi's speed was nothing short of astonishing. He drew his weapon just as Pierce and his companions arrived, firing in an instant. He wielded the formidable Desert Eagle, a weapon renowned for its power, and struck directly at the head. It is safe to say that even with the technology of today, let alone that of 2 decades hence, survival was impossible. Although there was a brief moment of hesitation, the deaths of Pierce and his colleagues served as a stark reminder to those present. In a heartbeat, everyone nearby raised their firearms, aiming them at Levi. Their awareness of his identity mattered little. All they knew was that he had just slain their superior. Yet, they overlooked a crucial detail, one they perhaps never comprehended from the outset. The bat fighter, as it were, was fully automated, and there was never any indication that only one existed. A true man never looks back. Boom. The stealth aircraft suddenly materialized before everyone's eyes. The concept of invisibility here diverged from both traditional notions and modern interpretations. Traditional invisibility refers to a complete absence from the visual spectrum, a true concealment. Conversely, modern stealth technology minimizes radar cross-section through specialized coatings that absorb electromagnetic waves, rendering radar tracking ineffective while also simplifying the infrared emissions of engines. Given the aircraft's velocity and altitude, it is challenging to observe with the naked eye, necessitating radar technology for detection. If something eludes radar, it is deemed a stealth aircraft. The Batfighter's stealth capabilities, in essence, paralleled those of the airborne fortresses of S.H.I.L.D. from 2 decades in the future, employing reflective panels to achieve a degree of invisibility. Although termed invisible, it resembled more of a translucent appearance, discernible to those with keen eyesight willing to scrutinize the air. However, it is unlikely anyone would gaze intently at thin air in hopes of identifying an object. More importantly, the Batfighter's engines were capable of silent operation during low-power modes. It could hover or fly at reduced speeds without sound. Coupled with the optical reflective panels, this created an almost flawless stealth capability. Consequently, no one noticed the 3 hidden Batfighters, aside from the one stationed on the helicopter pad at the Strategic Science Corps headquarters. The Batfighter earned its name due to its distinctiveness from the Bat helicopter and Bat transport. Its primary distinction lay in its formidable firepower. All of Batman's equipment shared several common features. They could autonomously pilot themselves, were directly controlled by artificial intelligence, and all possessed stealth functionalities. However, the Batfighter stands as the sole equipment endowed with the most formidable firepower. Its wings are equipped with rocket launchers capable of unleashing rockets or missiles to penetrate the armored defenses of the enemy, alongside dual-directional 30mm cannons and a 20mm Gatling gun for suppressive fire. Furthermore, it boasts an electromagnetic cannon, which not only possesses overwhelming destructive capability, but can also serve as an electromagnetic pulse weapon to disrupt electromagnetic communications. Generally speaking, the bullets fired from 7.62mm caliber machine gun possess enough force to cleave a person in two. The 20mm rapid-fire machine gun, on the other hand, is specifically designed for targeting aircraft. If it were to strike a human body, one could scarcely imagine the horror of such an experience. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 Batfighters descended from 3 directions, delivering a sweeping assault on a nearby rapid reaction team. The scene was nothing short of picturesque. Flesh and blood cannot possibly withstand bullets, and within mere seconds, not a single soul remained standing before Levi. The only survivors present were Levi, Howard, and Nick Fury. Even the researchers had perished. The platform was littered with cold corpses, their eyes wide open in disbelief, staring blankly ahead, clearly unable to fathom that such overwhelming firepower could be unleashed in an instant. It was utterly catastrophic, and thus they all departed this world with their eyes unclosed, their bodies reduced to pools of blood and flesh. The entire transformation transpired in the blink of an eye. From the moment Levi shot Pierce to the Batfighter's unhesitating onslaught, all within a span of less than 10 seconds. 10 seconds was just sufficient for Nick Fury to draw his gun and aim it at Levi. At that very moment, the pallid-faced Nick Fury was indeed doing just that. Just 10 seconds prior, his former colleagues had been reduced to a heap of mangled flesh. He could hardly conceive that the individual he had brought along had morphed into their nightmare, exhibiting no semblance of reverence as he unleashed chaos upon the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Before you pull the trigger, could you perhaps consider the feelings of the elder? Howard, with a face ashen as death, gazed upon the unspeakable carnage that would undoubtedly be pixelated on television, unable to restrain himself from vomiting. As a scientist, a pampered playboy, he had never encountered such a scene. Even though he had participated in World War II, he had always been safeguarded in the rear as a researcher, never having experienced the brutalities of war firsthand. To him, war had merely been a statistic of casualties, devoid of any tangible understanding. His only brush with the battlefield had been when he piloted a plane alongside Captain America during a strategic drop in the rear. Beyond that, he was merely a scientist engaged in weapon development. Yet now, this gruesome tableau shattered his worldview, the acrid scent of blood mingling with gunpowder invading his nostrils, assaulting his senses. I believe I may never wish to consume meat again. Ugh. Howard continues to retch, his complexion pale, yet he still finds the inclination to jest. One can imagine that his psychological resilience is commendable. Of course, this is predicated on his belief that Levi would not eliminate him, especially since Levi had just sought his collaboration. With a partnership in place, it stands to reason that his life would be spared. I too think it would be wise for you to abstain from meat. Levi frowned slightly. He was not fond of the metallic scent either. He remarked, "Consuming meat can lead to arteriosclerosis. Perhaps you should embrace a vegetarian diet to extend your years." Although I have heard tales of S.H.I.L.D. possessing a formula for eternal life, I did not uncover it moments ago, suggesting it may be a fabrication. Levi shook his head in resignation. It was evident that not everything could adhere to the original narrative. Undoubtedly, this world leans towards the cinematic portrayal of the Marvel Universe, while the concept of the eternal formula belongs to the realm of comics. For instance, Nick Fury is depicted as Caucasian in the comics, having survived from World War II to the present due to the injection of the eternal formula. In contrast, this bald black man is merely a genuine young adult in his 20s. The eternal formula, as established in the comics, does not enhance physical attributes like the super soldier serum. However, it does slow the aging process of the body, thereby extending one's lifespan. Yet, there are side effects. After a single injection, one must receive regular doses, or else rapid aging and death ensue. Levi's initial intent was not to utilize the eternal formula to prolong life, but rather to wield it as a means to control the lives of others. Once injected, individuals of any age or gender would experience a deceleration in aging. Conversely, if injections were halted, they would quickly succumb to aging and death. By exploiting this fact, Levi could easily dominate those who fear death. However, that was not the case. And you, do not point a gun at me. I shall only say this once. This is indeed the final time. Levi cast a dispassionate glance at the bald black man beside him, as if regarding a corpse. Then let it explode. Damn, the future S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, the one-eyed Nick, could not suppress an expletive, followed swiftly by a shout. Why are you killing them? Yet, in the next moment, he felt his resolve wane. Under Levi's indifferent gaze, a chill coursed through Nick Fury, penetrating deep into his core. Sweat beaded upon his forehead, while his back was already drenched. Death breeds fear, and Nick Fury was no exception. Thus, instinctively, he lowered his weapon. However, his defiance persisted as he met Levi's gaze. Questioning, does one require a reason to kill? Levi cast a fleeting glance at him, his tone icy. Oh, I almost forgot to inform you. This building is rigged with explosives. If you have any friends inside, you should urgently warn them to flee. What? Nick Fury felt an icy chill envelop him, his fear overshadowed by a sense of responsibility that triumphed over his dread of death. Ignoring the 3 bat planes aimed at him, he dashed into the stairwell, determined to rally all those still within the building to escape. Leeway made no attempt to hinder him. He merely observed as Fury sought to save lives. You haven't actually planted any bombs, have you? At that moment, Howard, having finished his retching, propped himself against a nearby bat plane and asked quietly, otherwise, why deceive him into rescuing others? Indeed, Leeway replied, shaking his head slightly. In the mind of an ordinary person, to blow up a building would imply a desire to kill someone. If everyone inside manages to escape, what would be the point of demolishing it? Is it not madness? I have indeed filled this building with explosives, Leeway stated, his tone calm, and those who are meant to perish shall not escape. Their fate is sealed within these walls. He paused, casting a profound gaze at Howard, adding meaningfully furthermore. My intention to destroy this building stems solely from my disdain for it. Cough, what did you just say? Howard felt he had choked on his words, momentarily at a loss for what to say next. You want to blow it up simply because you dislike it? That's absurd. Believe it or not, it matters little. Leeway shrugged, offering no further explanation. His disdain for the structure was indeed rooted in his ambition to reorganize and expedite the formation of a new S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus, a new Quinjet building was necessary, and this old edifice had to be razed. After all, what purpose would there be in constructing a new Quinjet building otherwise? Of course, there was another unspoken motive, framing. After today, everyone would come to know that Hydra operatives had secretly infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D., plotting to blow up the building and eliminate all agents in one fell swoop. The valiant Nick Fury would emerge as the hero who saved everyone, gaining immense renown among his fellow agents. In the aftermath of the current director's demise, with Fury's popularity and support soaring, his ascension to the position of new director would seem a trivial matter. Naturally, he could not divulge all this to Howard, nor was there any necessity to do so. His reason for sending Nick Fury to rescue his friends was simply that he understood Fury did not lack companionship. While Fury might have loyal and trustworthy subordinates, he certainly had no friends, for his demeanor was quite unappealing. The gratitude owed to someone who was not a friend for saving their lives would only magnify the significance of that act, would it not? To the plains, Li Wei shook his head, casting aside such thoughts, and turned to Howard with a faint remark. Are you not curious to ascertain the truth of my words? I shall take you to my experimental base, and then you shall understand. Howard regarded him with a deep gaze, nodding gravely. He was at present akin to meat on a chopping block, devoid of any means to resist. However, he still possessed the capacity to choose submission or death. It was clear from the outset that Li Wei would not take his life. Howard was not boasting. In this era, no one could rival his intellect. Perhaps one day his son would surpass him, but without a doubt, the current Tony Stark was not yet capable of such feats. Though interstellar travel seemed nebulous for now, if technology exceeding 2 decades ahead of this time were to exist, it could indeed be possible. Soon, for Batplanes formed a formation in activated stealth mode, swiftly heading towards Los Angeles. Among them was one carrying Li Wei, and another with Howard. Li Wei preferred not to share a plane with Howard due to his incessant chattiness. This was, after all, a natural inclination. People often become animated in the presence of their passions. While Howard was undoubtedly brilliant, the limitations of his era constrained his vision. Thus, upon entering the aircraft, he would inevitably bombard questions. Li Wei, however, was neither inclined to enlighten him nor to endure his incessant queries. Hence, he entrusted Howard to others, such as Lucius Fox. As the president and chief technology officer of Wayne Enterprises, Fox had developed a range of equipment and weaponry for Batman. His intellect might not quite match that of the Stark family, but it was certainly not far behind. After all, he had no advantages, while Howard and his son were undeniably exceptional. Thanos himself had stated that Tony Stark was cursed with brilliance. What is the situation on the other side? Li Wei asked, reclining slightly in his seat and narrowing his eyes. Sir, Mr. Fox and Mr. Stark are engaged in a delightful conversation. Came a voice that resonated smoothly within the enclosed space, sounding nothing like a typical mechanical tone. They were currently discussing the feasibility of magnetic levitation vehicles. Never mind them, Li Wei replied with a resigned shake of his head. He had no desire to concern himself with such matters. Development was of no interest to him. Though he possessed the capability, he was simply too lazy. While he had the foundational knowledge, he was entirely disinclined to pursue it. Even though he had the time, laziness prevailed, having traversed realms and gained the opportunity to play the role of a powerful figure. Why should he toil away like a mere developer? Would it not be far more splendid to be a carefree puppet master? He preferred to delegate tasks to his subordinates, content to focus solely on enjoyment. Have there been any movements from the military or the government? Li Wei pondered for a moment before inquiring. Yes, sir. The voice of Brother I resounded once more. The government acted swiftly, having apprehended 60% of the individuals on the list we provided, yet 30% managed to escape. Moreover, 10% remain in hiding. As for the military, they are dispatching personnel to the headquarters of the Strategic Science Corps. Additionally, sir, Mr. Nick Fury has evacuated the majority of the agents. Oh, that fellow is remarkably prompt in his notifications. Levi narrowed his eyes, his expression devoid of emotion, reminiscent of Thanos, as he snapped his fingers. Then, let it explode. The truth is often harsh. The order has been acknowledged. An electronic tone emanated from Brother Eye, and in an instant, a mushroom cloud erupted from a location behind him. Although it did not obliterate half the universe like Thanos, the explosion was nonetheless quite intense. One day, I shall don that glove and produce the most magnificent snap this universe has ever witnessed, Levi muttered, appearing indifferent to the mushroom cloud behind him. Indeed, it no longer pertained to him. What has been obliterated belongs to the past. Levi is a man who gazes towards the future. The bat-winged aircraft soared swiftly towards Wayne Manor, leaving no trace in the sky. This individual is truly deranged. Nick Fury observed the thunderous explosion before him, a glimmer of fear flickering in his eyes. He succeeded, managing to save the majority of the agents at headquarters. Yes, the majority. A small fraction, however, met a grim fate, buried alongside the headquarters building. Enraged, Nick Fury immediately sought to confront Levi, to demand an explanation for his actions, fully aware that he was no match for him. In truth, he was unworthy of Levi's attention. Having already eliminated the director, did he still concern himself with a mere agent? Levi held no regard for his life, nor did he for his own. The surrounding agents expressed their gratitude. Yet Fury was consumed by fury. As the surviving agents began to actively rescue their comrades from the rubble, a hovering black bat-winged aircraft appeared above them. Regrettably, most present did not recognize this aircraft, resulting in a complete lack of vigilance. The individuals who knew of the aircraft were all deceased, as they were loyal to Pierce and aligned with Hydra. Among those remaining, even Levi could not guarantee absolute purity. However, he could at least ensure that 90% of the individuals were of sound character. The remaining 10%, even he could not discern in a short span of time. Of course, even if those 10% were Hydra operatives, they posed little threat. A gradual investigation would suffice. Mr. Nick Fury, please board. Mr. Levi is awaiting your arrival. Before Nick Fury could make a move, the Batplane had already landed, its rear hatch opening. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in the air. Without hesitation, Nick Fury boarded the aircraft. Regrettably, the surrounding agents assumed he had received a special directive, believing that the Batplane was a manifestation of the Strategic Scientific Reserve's might. Thus, before the eyes of all, Nick Fury was whisked away. At that moment, military personnel arrived belatedly to take over the chaotic situation. Where was he now? Nick Fury entered the aircraft, yet found no one within its confines. The space was limited, offering no room for concealment. Unless, of course, someone lingered outside the aircraft. Nevertheless, Nick Fury did not suspect he was being played, for the aircraft had already ascended, having demonstrated its autopilot feature upon his arrival. Mr. Levi had returned to the manor, engaging in jovial revelry with Mr. Stark. The brothers' eyes, earnest, relayed Levi's message, intensifying the fire of fury within Nick Fury. Their headquarters had been obliterated, and yet, he was merrily drinking with others? Did the lives of their hundreds of agents hold no significance to him? Furthermore, Mr. Levi had instructed me. Just as Nick Fury's anger reached its zenith, the brothers suddenly spoke, urging him to examine a document, asserting that understanding it would clarify the situation. In the next moment, a panel screen descended from the cockpit, hovering before Nick Fury. This panel displayed a series of names, with the foremost being Alexander Pierce. Initially, Nick Fury approached this revelation with indignation, yet the more he scrutinized, the more alarmed and silent he became. At first, he presumed it to be fabricated, but soon dismissed that notion, for no one would take the time to concoct such details. Even if someone did, fabrications would invariably reveal flaws. However, as an agent of the Strategic Scientific Reserve, Nick Fury possessed fundamental discernment. It was evident that the information presented was authentic. Hydra had resurfaced. During World War II, Hydra was originally an evil organization under Nazi control. Ultimately, however, Hydra betrayed the Nazis and their Führer, becoming independent. In the Marvel Universe, the Nazis' defeat was likewise tied to Hydra's treachery. The United States' involvement had already strained the German front, and just as Hydra scientists made breakthroughs in new technologies, Hydra rebelled, intent on world destruction. The outcome, as fate would have it, was inevitable. The supreme leader of Hydra, the Red Skull, perished, resulting in Captain America's disappearance. Yet, Hydra did not vanish. For long before Hydra's demise, the United States had already been infiltrated by Hydra. Certainly, during that period, the influence of Hydra was still quite feeble. Subsequently, under the intentional or unintentional instigation of certain individuals, the United States initiated the Clipper Project. This initiative was designed to absorb Nazi scientists from Germany during World War II. At that time, the United States endeavored to secure the expertise of Nazi German technical specialists, relocating a substantial number of rocket technology experts and senior researchers to its shores. Consequently, the United States amassed a considerable pool of scientific talent, including the notorious antagonist of Hydra, Dr. Zola. This factor facilitated a significant infiltration of Hydra operatives into the United States, as many of them assumed false identities to disguise themselves as scientists. The United States not only welcomed these individuals, but also provided them with new identities, allowing them to shed their Nazi affiliations and find refuge. Thus, Hydra began to establish its presence within American borders, from the government to the FBI and even SHIELD. Their agents were ubiquitous. However, the military hierarchy remained untainted, as most generals had emerged unscathed from the war, their backgrounds impeccable. Even during subsequent transitions, their own affiliates would prevail, leaving no room for Hydra's influence, despite a significant portion of Hydra taking root in the United States. Another faction remained in Europe, continuing to resist valiantly. Consequently, Hydra became bifurcated. Although both factions remained a unified entity and maintained cooperative relations, regrettably, their harmony was fractured. With the leaders of Hydra nominally situated in Europe, the American contingent had carved out its own domain, with Alexander Pierce flourishing as a prominent figure. He possessed knowledge of nearly every operative within Hydra across the United States, which conveniently enabled Levi to capture them all in one fell swoop. Thus, the entire Hydra organization in the United States was eradicated in a single decisive strike. Nick Fury stood in the cabin, enveloped in silence. Even as the Batwing had landed on the tarmac, he remained oblivious, lost in a haze, uncertain of his own thoughts and actions. He felt as though a certain conviction within him had been irrevocably shattered. "Mr. Fury, please proceed to the elevator. Mr. Levi is awaiting you in the third-floor lounge." The electronic voice of his brother's device urged incessantly. Nick Fury was unaware of how he had traversed this path, remaining in a state of dazed disorientation. Upon arriving at the third floor, he discovered Levi seated on the sofa, while his own subordinates, whom he had brought along, stood apprehensively in place. "Mr. Levi, I wish to know, are the things you showed me truly authentic?" Nick Fury inquired, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips, still clinging to a flicker of hope as he gazed at Levi. He truly did not seek answers. Rather, he yearned for someone to deliver a jarring blow that would shatter his illusions. "Do you not already possess the answer?" Levi inquired, shaking his head lightly. "Moreover, as an agent, do you lack even the most fundamental capacity for judgment?" Nick Fury opened his mouth, yet ultimately uttered not a single word, only managing a bitter smile. He could hardly believe that the Strategic Scientific Reserve, and indeed the entirety of the United States, had been so thoroughly infiltrated by Hydra, leaving it nearly in tatters. Aside from the military, which promoted swiftly in times of war and languished in peacetime, there were no Hydra operatives among the upper echelons. But what of the government? The FBI, the CIA, or SHIELD? Which of these did not harbor Hydra agents? There were even instances where entire governors were found to be aligned with Hydra. If this situation were to persist, it would spell doom for the entire nation. "What are your plans?" Levi asked bluntly. The Strategic Scientific Reserve had suffered grave losses. The director was dead, and their headquarters had been destroyed. Given your current stature, have you contemplated the reorganization of the Strategic Scientific Reserve? Reorganize? A flicker of intrigue crossed Nick Fury's eyes, but he soon shook his head, offering a wry smile. They would never consent to that. Historically, the United States, like many nations, has been divided into two dominant factions, civil and military. In ancient times, this was represented by the civil and military officials. In modernity, it manifests as the political and military spheres. The inherent discord between the government and the military stems from conflicting interests. The positions beneath them dictate that they must vie for their own benefits. Thus, any attempt to seize power inevitably infringes upon the interests of others. The military undoubtedly oversees external affairs, while the government manages internal operations. From the police to the CIA and the FBI, these organizations, though hierarchical, ultimately fall under governmental authority. Conversely, the military has never relinquished its ambition to infiltrate these domains, perpetually seeking to place their own operatives within. Typically, when matters remain stable, this is tolerable. However, now, the entire political landscape finds itself in turmoil. This is not a mere isolated incident. Significant upheaval has gripped the entire political sphere, particularly SHIELD, where even the director was a Hydra affiliate and their headquarters was bombed. The military, in contrast, stands out remarkably, as they have yet to have any high-ranking Hydra agents among them. Thus, in an unspoken manner, the military has seized the initiative. Indeed, as we speak, the military has mobilized entirely, surrounding the Strategic Scientific Reserve, with all agents placed under strict surveillance. This incident has provided them with a perfect pretext, likely enabling them to gain complete control over the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Consequently, there is no possibility of affording Nick Fury the chance to reorganize. The government will not assist me either. Nick Fury spoke calmly, yet a flicker of sorrow and despair crossed his eyes. They were already facing significant issues themselves, and if the military were to capture them, it could lead to dire consequences. Thus, it was inevitable that they would forsake us, offering us to the military as a compromise. The military would cease to hold them accountable, having gained their interests, while the government would be spared from military aggression. Such is the nature of politics, mutual concession. Moreover, our relationship with the government has always been strained. Although SHIELD, the FBI, and the CIA are ostensibly under governmental jurisdiction, in reality, SHIELD has never relinquished its ambition to transcend any nation. The Hydra, although embedded within SHIELD, has similarly harbored aspirations of its own. Thus, a fragile peace has endured, for they have yet to achieve their objectives. Everyone desires to rise above the government. However, this predicament has severely tarnished the relationship between SHIELD and the government. The government would perceive exchanging a disobedient organization for military concession as advantageous rather than detrimental. I did not pose that question, Levi remarked, gently shaking the goblet of red wine in his hand. I merely inquire whether you desire it or not. A single word or two will suffice. Desire. Nick Fury contemplated for a moment before raising his gaze, a glimmer of hope illuminating his expression as he replied resolutely, his voice resonating with conviction. Although he deemed it improbable, who does not yearn for miracles to unfold? In the United States, despite the perception of the government and military holding ultimate power, the reality is that those born in America understand that the true authority lies with the corporations. Among the largest corporations is Wayne Enterprises, eclipsing even Stark Industries. While Stark specializes in armaments, Wayne Enterprises thrives in diverse ventures. Their enterprises span the globe and encompass various industries. Should Wayne Enterprises choose to staunchly protect their interests, coupled with the assistance of Stark Industries, one of the founding entities of the Strategic Scientific Reserve, the survival of the Strategic Scientific Reserve would be considerably assured. Even if it meant that the reserve would then be tightly controlled by Wayne Enterprises, what difference would it make? They could never stand apart. It merely shifts their allegiance from the government to the corporation. There's a phone over there, Levi remarked with satisfaction, gesturing towards a brick-like mobile device nearby. The number is on the table. You may communicate with the military personnel yourself. I trust you know what to say. Indeed. Nick Fury cast a long, contemplative glance at him, inhaled deeply, and slowly reached for the hefty mobile phone. Even in the technologically advanced Marvel universe, the late 1980s remained an era dominated by bulky mobile phones. Although 2G technology had been invented, it had yet to become widespread. As he gazed at the phone in his hand, a hint of hesitation flickered in Nick Fury's eyes. He was acutely aware of the ramifications that this call would entail. Li Wei was pressuring him to take a definitive stance, compelling him to sever ties with the military, thus eliminating any potential retreat and preventing him from waffling indecisively. Nick Fury comprehended Li Wei's motivations. Yet, as the one directly involved, he found it nearly impossible to accept this reality with equanimity. After all, it was a matter of cutting off his own escape routes. Nick Fury lingered in a state of hesitation, contemplating his next move. He did not advocate for a complete rupture with the military. However, the crux of the matter remained. Was Li Wei genuinely assisting him or merely toying with him? If he chose not to sever ties with the military, his recent actions had already established him as a formidable figure in the eyes of other agents. Even if the military were to take control, it would be improbable for them to replace everyone with their own personnel all at once. Thus, they would inevitably need to continue utilizing these agents, and Nick Fury would likely be elected as the new director. Even as a puppet, the title of director came with genuine authority and status. Moreover, he was not one to accept a subordinate role without the possibility of turning the tides in his favor. However, should he choose to break away from the military, it would be advantageous if Li Wei were willing to assist him. Yet if he were not inclined to help, it would spell his doom. Nick Fury discreetly studied Li Wei's expression, but discerned nothing. Li Wei merely sat there, savoring his red wine, as if utterly detached from the unfolding circumstances. Filled with inner turmoil, Nick Fury ultimately knew he had to make a decision. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself, grasped the note on the table, and dialed the number. He refrained from inquiring about the origin of the number or whom it was intended for. Nonetheless, he understood it was undoubtedly a call to someone in the military. "Hello, this is Major General Ross. Who is this?" A robust voice resonated from the other end, accompanied by the sound of the automated announcement. Merely hearing the voice, Nick Fury recognized the individual and let out a resigned smile. Major General Ross, one of the few influential generals in the military, was known as Lightning General Ross. This moniker was attributed not only to his temperament, but also to his rapid ascent through the ranks. At just over 40, he had already attained the rank of Air Force Major General. In the hierarchy of U.S. military ranks, aside from George Washington, who was awarded a 6-star rank, the highest attainable rank is 5-star General, conferred only during wartime. A 5-star General is equivalent to a Marshal. Currently, the highest rank in the U.S. military is that of 4-star General. Following that is the rank of 3-star General or Lieutenant General. Ross held the rank of Major General, also referred to as a 2-star General. It could be said that, aside from a select few, he was at the pinnacle of power. Major General Ross's life was nothing short of legendary. He graduated first in his class from West Point, swiftly became involved with the daughter of his commanding officer, and subsequently married her. Following that, thanks to his father-in-law's influence, he was promoted directly to the rank of lieutenant. Shortly after assuming his position, he participated in the first war of his life, swiftly rising to the rank of major. Not long thereafter, he encountered another conflict, which propelled him to the rank of colonel. Soon after, he faced yet another war. Subsequently, he ascended to the esteemed status of a general in the United States Air Force. This was a sector characterized by youthful vigor and unwavering resolve. While the older generation of military representatives might engage in disingenuous pleasantries with the government, he was direct and forthright, consistently advocating for military intervention in domestic affairs. This time, he was entrusted with the takeover of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Furthermore, this individual was destined to become the United States Secretary of Defense, the highest authority behind the scenes of the Department of Homeland Security. Major General Ross, I am Nick Fury, a Level 7 operative of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Nick Fury inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. I wish to speak with you. Level 7 operative? As far as I am aware, your headquarters has been obliterated, and all of you are suspected of treason. Moreover, how did you acquire this number? Do you realize that infiltrating military confidential investigations is illegal? Even your director does not possess such authority. Where are you now? Why were you not present when we called? I command you to report to the ruins of your headquarters immediately, and I may refrain from pursuing your transgressions. Move. Before Nick Fury could respond, General Ross unleashed a torrent of reprimands over the phone, positioning himself firmly in a superior stance. However, the reality was that the Strategic Scientific Reserve did not fall under military jurisdiction. Theoretically, they were on equal footing. After all, a Level 10 corresponds to a 5-star general. Thus, a Level 7 correlates with a brigadier general. Indeed, a Level 7 operative in the Strategic Scientific Reserve is regarded as a highly confidential figure, having entered the realm of secrecy. Otherwise, Nick Fury would not possess such standing. Nonetheless, being subjected to such a tirade was disheartening for him. At the very least, Levi observed the darkening expression of the African-American operative on site. General Ross, I am speaking to you as an equal. Nick Fury took a deep breath to compose himself, addressing General Ross on the other end of the line with calmness. I kindly request that you withdraw the military forces from New York City. We in the Strategic Scientific Reserve are capable of managing our own affairs. Manage? Do you have that authority? Your headquarters has been destroyed. General Ross seemed to be incensed, roaring into the phone. Both Levi, seated on the sofa, and the trembling operatives in the corner could hear every word distinctly. That is of no concern to you, Ross. Major General, Nick Fury replied, his tone nonchalant, even deliberately elongating his words. This recent incident of destruction was merely a rehearsal. We are preparing to reorganize the Strategic Scientific Reserve and construct a new headquarters. Moreover, General Ross, remember my name? Nick Fury. With that declaration, Nick Fury abruptly terminated the call. He then turned his calm gaze towards Levi. This conversation bore no substantial significance. It merely served to confront the highest military authority. General Ross. At this moment, Fury's sole intention was to convey his stance to Levi. Other matters were beyond his concern. Clap, clap, clap. Levi set down his goblet, rising slowly to his feet, hands applauding, a trace of satisfaction gracing his features. Nick Fury's lips twitched slightly, yet he refrained from uttering any words. Very well, Mr. Fury. Your demeanor affirms your position. Levi extended his hand, revealing a sincere smile. Thus, after the restructuring of S.H.I.E.L.D., you shall be the new director. Thank you, sir. Fury replied with a smile, extending his hand to shake Levi's. He understood that his expression of intent had not been in vain. Levi's seemingly casual remark was, in fact, a promise. Wealthy individuals often cling fiercely to their pride, enduring hardships for the sake of appearances. However, once they make a promise, they seldom retract it. As for failure? Businesspersons are the shrewdest of individuals. When they dare to make a commitment, they possess unwavering confidence in their success. Is the black tea delightful? Sir, would you care for a drink? The butler, Alfred, inquired with a warm smile, addressing the somewhat restless African-American seated on the sofa. Anything will do. Nick Fury, still somewhat uneasy, waved his hand dismissively. Bring me a case of 82 Lafite. Levi snapped his fingers, speaking nonchalantly. Very well, sir. Alfred nodded gently before retreating to fetch the wine. Fury's lips twitched slightly. A case? Did he think it was beer? Did he expect him to drink from a box? Indeed, this extravagant display revealed the true nature of the consortium. Mr. Levi, I would prefer to abstain from drinking. I am more interested in how you intend to handle the military personnel. Nick Fury sat upright, his expression grave as he regarded Levi. The military would not relinquish their grip so easily. They currently held absolute power. You are correct, Levi replied with a slight nod. The military does indeed possess the upper hand. But do you know why they have this advantage? Fury fell, silent momentarily. Why? Was it due to the Strategic Scientific Reserve's headquarters being destroyed? Or was it because the director of the Strategic Scientific Reserve was affiliated with Hydra? Neither. This issue transcended the Strategic Scientific Reserve and the military. It involved the entirety of the political sphere and the armed forces. Because the military does not harbor Hydra personnel, Nick Fury stated solemnly, this recent blow has far-reaching implications, exposing too many individuals all at once, though it would be possible to apprehend them all at once. Doing so would inevitably alert the others, causing the remaining individuals to conceal themselves even more deeply, thereby granting the military a strategic advantage. Indeed, it is precisely for this reason. Li Wei nodded approvingly, stating calmly that the military remains untainted while the government is not, allowing them to occupy the moral high ground from which they can criticize the government and seize the initiative. Nick Fury was suddenly taken aback, gazing at Li Wei with incredulity. Ultimately, this entire affair was orchestrated by Li Wei. Given his actions, could he genuinely have overlooked the potential consequences? Such a notion is inconceivable. A competent merchant would never disregard the repercussions of their actions. So, what must be done to compel the military to relinquish this advantageous position? Li Wei, unfazed by Nick Fury's astonishment, continued, explaining that the government opted for compromise, ceding the Strategic Scientific Reserve to the military, thereby prompting the military to descend from their elevated stance and join them. Nick Fury struggled to swallow, as he suddenly seemed to grasp certain truths, gazing at Li Wei with a mix of disbelief. However, they overlooked the fact that sometimes compromise is not necessary, nor is it essential to lure the military into alignment through the temptation of vested interests. We can bring them down ourselves. Given that the military is unsullied while the government is not, we shall simply render the military equally compromised. In doing so, the military too will bear the same blemishes. Gulp. While Nick Fury continued to swallow hard, several agents in the corner trembled in fear, for they had overheard matters that they ought not to have and would surely face elimination. They felt utterly helpless, having merely accompanied Nick Fury under pretense, only to be decisively subdued, and upon finally regaining their footing, they discovered they could not escape. The elevator was inoperable, and there were no stairs. When the elevator eventually opened, they found the adversaries had returned. Such occurrences were bound to result in their silencing, were they not? What do you intend to do? Nick Fury's voice quivered. Despite his self-assured demeanor, he could not suppress his trepidation. What do you mean by what I intend to do? Li Wei shook his head, placing a reassuring hand on Nick Fury's shoulder and gently patting him, chuckling softly. Relax. This is a good thing. You are about to become the director of SHIELD, so smile. Why do you appear as though you are on the verge of tears? Since the military is unwilling to downplay the situation, they cannot fault me for magnifying the trivial. What is SHIELD? Nick Fury hastily redirected the conversation, his curiosity piqued. The Strategic Scientific Reserve is now a thing of the past. Li Wei shrugged nonchalantly, as though it were only natural that a name change was in order. I have already settled on a name. The Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division, abbreviated as SHIELD. What do you think? It's splendid. Nick Fury pondered for a moment and nodded solemnly. He felt that this name was remarkable, as if it had been destined for him. SHIELD, the shield of the gods. A guardian of the nation, a protector of the world. The mere thought of it stirred his heart, igniting a fervor within him. Sir, your Lafite. Alfred respectfully placed a box of 1982 Lafite at Nick Fury's feet and set several high-stem glasses before him, gesturing invitingly. However, a splash of cold water extinguished his fervor, and Nick Fury awkwardly glanced at the Lafite at his feet. Was it truly meant to be consumed from a box? Such was the epitome of capitalist excess. Instinctively, he poured himself a glass of Lafite and turned to Levi, whose glass seemed empty. Mr. Levi, would you like me to refill your glass? No, thank you. Levi shook his head and poured himself another glass from a nearby bottle. I do not drink. Nick Fury felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. Was this what they referred to as brazen falsehood? You do not drink, yet what occupies your glass? I witnessed you pouring from it just moments ago. Would you care for a sip? Levi regarded Nick Fury with mild surprise, noting his gaze fixed on his bottle. Very well, sir, Nick Fury replied, not wishing to be impolite, and presented an empty glass with both hands. Levi readily filled it for him. To our victory, cheers. The two shared a restrained smile as their glasses clinked together. Subsequently, in a display of bravado, Nick Fury downed his drink in one gulp. Yet the next moment, his expression shifted, for he sensed something amiss with the taste. While he had never sampled the 1982 vintage, he had indulged in wine before. It was not supposed to taste like this. It was too sweet. Come forth, Wonder Woman. On the fourth floor, within Levi's private space, the floor-to-ceiling glass offered an unobstructed view of the scenery outside, the waves crashing upon the sandy shore, a sight of unparalleled beauty. Yet from the outside, one could not see within, a testament to the marvels of technology. How fortunate it is to possess wealth. Levi mused softly, clutching the Batman phone in his hand, which suddenly flickered with a bright light. The second DC hero was about to make an appearance. Levi whispered to himself, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Diana Prince, also known as Wonder Woman, is the second superhero unlocked by Batman's mobile device. Indeed, when she was summoned from the ruins of S.H.I.E.L.D., Levi was nearly overwhelmed with joy. However, he refrained from hastily revealing Diana. This time, instead of extracting the hero's abilities, Levi chose to summon her directly into reality. After all, it would be rather incongruous to extract something from a lady. Having already acquired Batman's skills, obtaining Wonder Woman's as well would feel somewhat redundant. After defeating Crossbones, the Batman mobile gained another surge of heroic power, and this second unlocked hero is none other than the radiant Wonder Woman from the DC Universe. Naturally, Levi was reluctant to extract her. Thus, he summoned her directly into existence. Previously within S.H.I.E.L.D., such an abrupt extraction seemed impractical, as the sudden appearance of Wonder Woman could yield unforeseen consequences. Moreover, there were inherent risks involved. However, in the comfort of Wayne Manor's own bedroom, Levi felt far less apprehensive. Come forth, Wonder Woman. Levi smiled softly as he pressed the summoning button on Batman's mobile. With a flash, a beam of light erupted from Levi's hand. His gaze remained steadfast upon the radiant beam, which intensified with golden luminosity, as if some divine entity was emerging from within. The room was flooded with countless golden rays. Time seemed to stretch on endlessly, as if a century had passed. Congratulations, the second hero, Wonder Woman, has been successfully summoned. With a resounding thud, as the brilliance from the Batman mobile rapidly waned, a silhouette surged forth from the luminous glow. At the pinnacle of Wayne Manor's cliffside villa, a strikingly healthy-skinned woman with long, almost ebony hair appeared before Levi. She was clad in attire that seemed to clash with modernity, reminiscent of an ancient Greek warrior. Adorned with a standard Greek-style golden helmet and an eagle-like golden crest, it resembled more of a crown than mere headgear. The metallic armor enveloped her exquisite curves, harmonizing wild allure with captivating grace, radiating an undeniable vigor that made Levi's pupils constrict. This woman was anything but delicate. The armor accentuated her perfect physique, with a daring high-slit design that showcased one of her long legs, leaving nothing to the imagination. The fusion of strength and beauty epitomized Wonder Woman. a being of demigod stature within the DC realm. She was perfection, a true masterpiece of creation. No matter how many celebrities from past lives, or even his fiancé, Captain Marvel, flashed through Levi's mind, none could compare to the enchanting presence of Wonder Woman before him. She was simply breathtaking, especially the aura of heroism that emanated from her very being possessed a lethal allure for men. Leeway admitted that for a fleeting moment, he found himself momentarily entranced. Fortunately, being a hero himself, this disconcerting sensation was but a passing whim. Clang! The sound of weapons and armor clashing echoed as the remarkable Wonder Woman before him also fixed her gaze upon him. This man, entirely unfamiliar to her, nonetheless stirred within her a sense of familiarity, accompanied by a profound admiration and a sense of submission, as if they had known each other for an eternity. Suddenly, Diana knelt on one knee, embodying the loyalty of a warrior. I, Diana Prince, daughter of Hippolyta, queen of the Amazons, pay homage to my boss. Rise. There is no need for such formality henceforth. You may simply call me Lee. Leeway waved his hand dismissively. Lee? Diana rose, a smile gracing her features. An intriguing appellation, yet I still prefer to address you as boss. She wore a short, delicate skirt adorned with a blue base and golden trim. Armed with a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, she epitomized the attire of a classic Greek warrior. A keen observer would notice the decorative silver bracelet she wore, the bracelets of submission, a signature weapon of Wonder Woman. This bracelet possessed divine protective powers, crafted by Hephaestus, the god of fire, using shards from the Aegis, the divine shield of Zeus, allowing it to automatically deflect projectiles and render the wearer impervious to harm. It appeared that the summoned Wonder Woman was at the peak of her strength. Leeway quickly assessed Diana's complete array of equipment: the lasso of truth, the bracelets of submission, the sword of Hephaestus, the shield of divine power, the tiara of starlight, the champion's helm, and the winged sandals, all of Wonder Woman's most formidable gear, present in full. Now, this is quite fortuitous. I have a task that requires your attention. Leeway had already devised a plan for their return journey. Oh, what is it? Diana arched an eyebrow, her previously calm demeanor now ignited with fervent combativeness. What a spirited warrior she was. Yet, she was far from the typical tomboy. A strikingly graceful warrior, she possessed an unparalleled beauty combined with the charm of a young woman, a combination that was undoubtedly lethal to men. However, underestimating her would be a grave miscalculation. This girl, within the DC universe, was capable of rivaling Superman, the pinnacle of mortal strength. Blessed and protected by the Olympian gods, her power was indisputable. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that Diana could effortlessly overpower Tinley Weiss, though it was not a matter to boast about. Leeway couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. After all, Diana's kinship did not constitute his personal possession. Otherwise, one might as well summon the entire pantheon of Olympus. While engaging Thanos may be beyond the scope, it would certainly suffice to establish dominance on Earth. It is rather simple. Obliterate a military base. The information is all here. Peruse it at your leisure. With a flick, Levi activated a holographic interface, resembling a computer projection. Yet Diana exhibited no surprise. Clearly, this technology was within her realm of experience. General Ross, Levi declared, Diana, I entrust this mission to you. Is there any issue? Although Levi harbored great confidence in Wonder Woman, he still felt it prudent to inquire. Diana curled her lip, appearing quite displeased with the assignment. Boss, are you underestimating my abilities? Levi could only respond with a smile. Indeed, this task was a mere triviality for her. A military base on Earth, at most armed with high-damage weaponry, posed no threat to her. After all, she was destined to be the unparalleled goddess of war. Fear not. A mere mortal encampment shall pose no challenge to an Amazon warrior. Just a few hours, and I shall return. Her smile radiated infectious confidence. And Levi did not contest her assertion. As a relative of the gods, she possessed such strength and deserved that level of assurance. It is not an exaggeration to claim that in the annals of Olympus, only Pandora shared a comparable honor with Diana. In fact, she had received more blessings than even Pandora. While I do not foresee a small military base presenting any trouble for you, caution is always advisable. You are far more significant to me than any base. Levi shook his head, solemnly stating, as the great ancestor once said, in strategy, one must underestimate the enemy. Yet in tactics, one must regard them with utmost seriousness. Even a lion exerts its full strength against a rabbit. I do not wish for you to encounter any mishap. That would sadden me. Levi gazed gently at Wonder Woman. Rest assured, Diana replied, a warm current flowing through her as she nodded solemnly. I will remain vigilant. Levi exhaled, relieved that she took his words to heart. Now I shall take my leave, boss. Diana flashed Levi a playful smile, then nodded lightly, her feet barely touching the ground before she ascended into the sky. The young woman donned a headset, complemented by a high-tech bracelet designed to facilitate navigation, ensuring she would not stray off course. Levi's eyes glimmered with envy. After all, flight had always been humanity's dream. Though airplanes existed, they could never replicate the sensation of soaring oneself. Yet, on the day he might summon Superman, he too would know the joy of flight. To the future Secretary of Defense, the de facto highest authority of S.H.I.E.L.D., accept this first gift from me. As he gazed in the direction where Diana had vanished from sight, Levi's lips curled into a subtle smile. After all, you were never truly in harmony with S.H.I.E.L.D., often bickering with Nick Fury over trifling matters. I merely expedited the inevitable. Indeed, Levi's inaugural task for Diana was to obliterate the base under Ross's command, a cautionary measure intended to demonstrate the true might of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s rightful heir, ensuring the military refrains from harboring ulterior motives towards the agency. Meanwhile, Ross stared at his cell phone in a moment of stunned disbelief. Soon after, he erupted into a furious tirade. That seventh-level agent had the audacity to speak to him in such a manner and even hung up on him. How outrageous! That scoundrel! General Ross's expression darkened as he angrily hurled his cell phone to the ground, incensed that Nick Fury had dared to end the call. How could he? He was a distinguished Air Force brigadier general, while Fury was merely a lowly seventh-level agent of the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Arrest everyone and conduct rigorous interrogations, he commanded coldly, directing his gaze towards the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents held at gunpoint by American soldiers. Among them, there were surely Hydra spies. He was in dire need of a target for his wrath, though he could assure himself that Nick Fury was finished. He was not present to bear the brunt of Ross's fury. In this regard, Fury was indeed fortunate. General Ross's presence in New York was merely a serendipitous coincidence, one that unexpectedly bestowed upon him immense credit. As he sat in the Humvee heading to the military base, he closed his eyes briefly. In truth, since his promotion to brigadier general, he had not engaged in warfare. Instead, he had been relegated to bureaucratic duties. What are bureaucratic duties? They entail managing official paperwork, a general reduced to clerical work. Who could endure such indignity? Yet, there was no alternative. His rapid ascent had left no room for him in the ranks. Moreover, the senior military officials were intent on tempering his pride, thus deliberately subjecting him to such trials. However, today's farce had presented him with an exceptional opportunity, a chance to extricate himself from bureaucratic drudgery and seize genuine power. By undermining the Strategic Scientific Reserve, he had enabled the military to position its pawns within the national framework. Undoubtedly, this accomplishment was monumental. Even if the military would not allow him to lead the restructured Strategic Scientific Reserve, they would not simply dismiss him with a clerical role. At the very least, he would be elevated to the commander of a military base. Naturally, the most likely outcome would be a position within a domestic military installation, because if it pertains to a foreign military base, the likelihood of war is considerably high, and it is quite probable that he could leverage this situation to further his career. After all, he ascended from lieutenant to a major general merely by participating in 3 wars. Beyond this point, however, advancement becomes exceedingly difficult. Positions such as 4-star general or lieutenant general are already filled. These are not trifling roles like that of a major or brigadier. They are positions of substantial power. Those contemptible individuals still wish to obstruct my path. As a particularly pleasant thought crossed his mind, General Ross cursed under his breath. Yet a smile of undeniable delight crept upon his lips. His recent incorporation of the Strategic Science Corps had yielded significant rewards. The agents of the Strategic Bureau are undeniably elite, having undergone extensive training, and their combat effectiveness is unquestionable. Should the military department be nationalized, It would certainly bolster his own military strength. The Strategic Bureau is utterly superfluous. I, Ross, can cultivate my own cadre of elite forces. Lost in his fantasies, Ross was abruptly interrupted when, suddenly, the lead vehicle of the convoy heading to the military base screeched to a halt, causing the entire procession to stop. What is happening? General Ross wore a frown of displeasure, having just been on the verge of relaxation when this sudden stop jolted him. Sir, before he could grasp the situation, a hasty colonel approached and saluted. Our military base has come under attack. What? Ross was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Which military base? The headquarters, located at the Air Force Base in the suburbs of New York, has just reported an incident. What? The excitement on Ross's face twisted into a grimace. His own military base had been attacked. Who was responsible? His expression darkened as he fixed a penetrating gaze on his aide, who appeared hesitant. Beads of sweat forming on his brow. What is it? Spit it out. Ross's eyes glinted with intensity. His aide, gritting his teeth, finally replied, I'm unsure. But the assailant is a woman. A woman? Ross's mouth fell open, a hint of amusement playing at the corners of his lips. A woman is leading this attack. No, it's just one person, a woman. The enemy is solitary. When Williamson uttered those words, he too was steeped in despair. Who could have anticipated that a woman would dare to breach a military base and wreak havoc? Prior to this incident, Williamson would have deemed such an occurrence impossible. Yet now, not only had it transpired, but their own base was at a disadvantage. This outrageous situation was unprecedented for Williamson. It truly felt surreal. However, Ross found himself laughing. A woman attacking her own military base? Is this some sort of jest? Ross gazed at his aide, Wilson, as if he were a fool, exclaiming, This dark humor is far from amusing. I hope there won't be next time. Suppressing his fury, Ross contemplated the possibility of replacing his aide. However, Wilson was visibly agitated. Sir, truly, we have sustained hundreds of casualties. The adversary possesses superhuman abilities. We are no match for her. She is not an ordinary individual. She is far more formidable than the previous Captain America. In a bid to convince Ross, Wilson retrieved a military phone from his pocket. This is a live video just sent to me by Colonel Mike. Please take a look. With a look of horror, he activated the video and presented it to Ross. Boom! As the video commenced, a thunderous roar erupted. The footage was startlingly clear, revealing a dazzling figure weaving swiftly through the crowd, mercilessly claiming lives at an astonishing pace, leaving no one standing. The victims were all elite members of the American military, yet they couldn't even catch a glimpse of their assailant. The deafening sound originated from a tank. The base had deployed the latest M1A1 main battle tanks, but in the instant the cannon fired, a beam of light shot forth from the explosion, rendering the armor-piercing shell ineffective against the foe. Then, a blade of light emerged from the video, slicing downwards towards the M1A1's cannon barrel with breathtaking precision. Clang! The alloy barrel was instantaneously cleaved in two, crashing to the ground. In the next moment, the figure charged towards the turret. Light flashed again. The tank's exterior, reputed to withstand a 10-ton impact, was effortlessly severed in half, revealing the cockpit and the stunned artillerymen and tank operators trembling within. It was terrifying. They had never encountered anything that instilled such dread in their hearts. The newly developed world's most powerful tank, the M1A1, had been split in half by a single person, a woman. From the outside, it had been cleaved apart. Good heavens! This was a tank. No blade nor firearm could breach its defenses. Yet now, a woman wielding a long sword had rendered it as fragile as paper. The entire process occurred in less than a second. Was this woman even human? This was the thought racing through the minds of the tank crew in their final moments. Boom! The M1A1 tank was utterly obliterated. Oh shit! Ross gasped in horror, his mind reeling as he witnessed the tank being cleaved in two. His hand trembled, causing his phone to tumble to the ground. However, he had no intention of picking it up, for his mind was utterly blank. What had he just witnessed? In a matter of mere seconds, a single individual had rendered the soldiers at their base helpless, stripping them of their armor and weapons. To add insult to injury, the newly developed M1A1 main battle tank had not even had the chance to engage the enemy before it was dismantled by the opposing force. It was a brutal assault, devoid of any finesse, relying solely on sheer violence. The strike from above was akin to a divine intervention. tearing apart the tank's armor, designed to withstand collisions and artillery fire, into shreds. Gulp! Ross swallowed hard, his complexion pale as a ghost. What should we do, Commander? Wilson was bereft of any ideas and had no choice but to consult his superior, as the situation had surpassed his comprehension. When he just viewed the footage, his expression was hardly any better than Ross's. Useless, Ross exclaimed vehemently. Can't even handle one woman? Has the military been nurturing a pack of fools all these years? Vehicle. Return to base. Full speed ahead. I'm eager to see what kind of extraordinary abilities this woman possesses. Ross's countenance was as dark as stormy waters. Although he was astounded by Wonder Woman's incredible ability to cleave through the tank, he still perceived her as merely a woman. He had seen the records of Captain America. While the opponent could indeed obliterate a tank with a single punch, no matter how formidable, she was still outnumbered. Capture her alive. It was imperative to secure this woman. She might be a newly developed asset from some faction. Ross licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. In his estimation, the value of this woman far surpassed that of the agents surrounding him. If things went well, this one individual could be worth an entire battalion. He was clearly oblivious to the fact that this woman, daring to come alone, must have some form of backing. Ross's mind was solely consumed with the thought of capturing her alive. Good night. Boom. The fully armored Humvee roared ferociously down the road, reaching speeds close to 200. Ross and several hundred others were racing full throttle toward the base. Inside the vehicle, Ross was adjusting the real-time video feed. Although it was the 1990s and the internet had yet to become widespread, the technology of the military was cutting edge, much of it still in trial phases. Thus, short-distance real-time transmission was still feasible. ZZZZ. The military-grade tablet-like receiver in his hand finally connected to the base, and some real-time images were quickly transmitted. Devastation. How can one describe such horror? The ground was littered with the corpses of American soldiers, their eyes wide open, as if they had witnessed something unimaginably terrifying. Unable to rest in peace, countless tank wrecks lay scattered in the base square, a scene of utter chaos, as if they had been violently torn apart. Oh my God! Ross covered his face, having anticipated an attack on his base, yet he could scarcely fathom the extent of the destruction inflicted in such a brief span of time. The thunderous roars persisted. Clearly, the enemy had not been vanquished. The absence of Wonder Woman in the video feed only intensified Ross's dread. The barrage of gunfire and explosions attested to an adversary far more formidable than he had imagined. Accelerate. I demand acceleration. Ross bellowed as the Humvee surged forward, racing into the fray. The slaughter continued, but Ross could no longer bear to witness it. Who was this individual responsible for such chaos? Had he truly wronged anyone recently? General Ross found himself in a perplexing quandary. At last, the Humvee arrived at the clandestine military base of the United States, situated on the Atlantic coast of Staten Island, New York. Bang! Before the vehicle had fully halted, Ross thrust open the door and leaped out. Just as he disembarked, a blinding light erupted before his eyes, prompting his aide, Wilson, to urgently warn him, "Sir, be cautious." Boom! The two men instinctively dropped to the ground, as Ross sensed a suffocating aura of death whizzing past his head. Moments later, a resounding crash echoed as the very Humvee he had occupied was sent soaring into the air, crashing down with a cacophonous thud, reduced to a heap of twisted metal. The driver was mercilessly crushed into a pulp. The trailing convoy, recognizing the peril, came to an immediate halt. Yet even so, the shockwave propelled several vehicles several meters forward. All gazes were fixed in horror upon the unfolding scene. Not a single soul stood upright, save for one. A warrior clad in crimson and purple armor, crowned with a starlit diadem, leaned against a nearby structure, her arms crossed. The recent shockwave emanated from her very limbs. The guardian bracelets, crafted by the divine blacksmith Hephaestus from fragments of Zeus's aegis, shielded the wearer from arrows and bullets, and when the silver bracelets clashed together, they unleashed immense protective power. The shockwave just experienced was a manifestation of this divine might. Crack! A fissure suddenly appeared in one of the base's buildings, rapidly expanding like a spider's web, fracturing further. Oh no! Ross, prone on the ground, sprang to his feet, his heart filled with despair as he extended his hand in a futile attempt to prevent the collapse of his base. But how could he possibly halt its demise? Moreover, Wonder Woman had turned to face him, her striking visage still radiating the fierce energy from the recent battle, leaving Ross's expression frozen in shock. The strikingly beautiful female warrior resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens, yet she was engulfed by an overwhelming fear. It was this very woman who had obliterated his base. With a thunderous crash, the towering structure of the base collapsed, a vast cloud of dust erupting forth. Everyone stood in stunned silence, their faces etched with profound despair. The base was no more. Clang! The enchanting Wonder Woman, wielding the sword of Hephaestus and the shield of divine power, sheathed her weapons behind her, a playful smile gracing her lips. The individuals present appeared feeble, just as her mother had foretold. Suddenly, a loud ringtone shattered the tension. It was Ross's private phone, a device known to but a handful. As Wonder Woman approached him, Ross was overtaken by a sense of panic. He longed to end the call, yet the very presence of Wonder Woman rendered him paralyzed with fear. Ultimately, he braced himself and answered, for her gaze was fixated on the phone at his waist, leaving him no choice. "Dear Ross, do you appreciate the gift I have sent you?" came Levi's cheerful voice from the other end. Diana, who had been nearing Ross, relaxed her furrowed brow, halting before him and looking down at the junior general with an air of superiority. "A gift?" Ross glanced at Wonder Woman, noting her lack of intent to harm, which allowed his taut nerves to momentarily ease. Yet, he remained apprehensive, uncertain of when this warrior might choose to strike. "Good night. I hope you have sweet dreams. By the way," Levi interjected, "hand the phone to the lovely lady before you. I wish to converse with her." "Lovely lady?" Ross forced a smile, instinctively handing the phone to Diana. "What is it, boss?" Diana greeted the phone with a smile, unbeknownst to anyone that this lovely lady had just reduced a military base to rubble. "Boss." Realization dawned on Ross, and he cursed inwardly, understanding at last that the gift Levi referred to was none other than the destruction of his base. "Release them." Ross felt a wave of despair wash over him as he grasped the true nature of the gift. This was no ordinary offering. Then, he heard Levi's voice through the phone. "Come back, Diana." "And what are these people?" Diana inquired, arching an eyebrow at Ross and his companions. Ross's heart raced to his throat as he fixated on Diana, his face paling in terror. His life now rested precariously in her hands. He harbored no doubt that if the person on the other end uttered a single word of command, he would bid farewell to this world in the next heartbeat. Ross trembled with fear, his entire being quaking. Fortunately, Levi spared him. Someone would come to resolve his predicament. "Your task is complete." "All right, I'll be right back." With that, Diana, her long and powerful legs propelling her forcefully from the ground, soared into the air before Ross and the others, ascending towards Wayne Base, never casting them a glance again. It was as if they were mere ants in her presence. The group sprawled on the ground stared in stunned silence, utterly at a loss for words. Flying. This woman could actually fly. Time passed, and finally, Wilson, who had been lying there, regained his senses and addressed the dazed Ross. "Sir, the enemy has departed." Ross exhaled deeply, realizing he was drenched with perspiration. He had been genuinely terrified, believing his life was at an end. Thankfully, the adversary had not deemed him worthy of concern. Yet, who was the individual that had contacted him? To this day, Ross remained perplexed as to why Levi had gifted him this burden, as he believed he had not offended the man who could enlighten him on the identity of this woman. Ross suddenly erupted in a somewhat hysterical shout, for he beheld his base, now reduced to a desolate ruin. "Oh no, this cannot be real." A wave of madness surged within him. No one answered. Ross felt despondent enough to wish for death. He felt as though he were in a dream, having just received a strategic agent from the Science Corps, only to be thrust into such a dire scenario by the Emperor. Who was this formidable, inhuman woman? Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, the military communicator belonging to his aide, Wilson, abruptly emitted a sound. Wilson instantly composed himself, cautiously approaching Ross. "Sir, a call from the White House." "Which one?" Ross turned, his expression grim, yet slightly recovering. After all, the caller was the head of the government. "Yes, it is Minister of National Defense, Ram," Wilson replied, somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that, today, as events would rattle such a high-ranking official. Yet, considering the destruction of a military base, it was bound to send shockwaves throughout the nation. "Hand me the communicator." Ross seized the device, quickly adjusting his demeanor as he pressed the connect button. "Hello. This is General Ross." Though his face bore a hint of displeasure, he nonetheless brought the phone to his ear. The phone call commenced with a torrent of invective from Guo Wuching Ram, leaving Ross visibly perturbed despite his ability to anticipate the outburst. He was utterly bewildered, unable to fathom whom he had offended. "I don't care who you've angered. Clean up the mess immediately. Do you understand?" Ram bellowed from the other end of the line. Ross could only nod submissively. "Yes, Your Excellency, I understand." "Very well, I will return shortly." "I comprehend the situation," General Ross continued to assure, though his countenance grew increasingly somber, dark as if it could weep. Without a doubt, this was not a favorable development. "Release them. Let the individuals you brought along go." Upon ending the call, General Ross slowly lowered his hand, eyes half closed. After a prolonged moment, he exhaled deeply. "Sir." The officer outside the vehicle thought he misheard and called out urgently. "I said to release them. Did you not comprehend?" General Ross's eyes snapped open, his cold gaze fixing on the officer, his voice low yet imbued with an inexplicable gravity that commanded respect. "Yes, General," the officer replied hastily, saluting before sprinting to the military green truck, instructing his subordinates to release the agents who had just been apprehended and had yet to exit New York City. He did not inquire as to the reasoning behind this order. It was a matter beyond his purview. A game of power between the government and the military in which he, a mere officer, had no right to partake. Yet, he could not comprehend what had transpired to prompt the military's higher-ups to relinquish such an advantageous opportunity. "Blast it!" General Ross cursed vehemently once more, his fury nearly unspeakable. It was utterly humiliating. Not only had his base been toppled, but the resources he had painstakingly secured were snatched away by the adversary. This left Ross feeling as though he were on the verge of hemorrhaging from sheer frustration. "Sir, General Shelton requests your presence. He is still alive." Williamson delivered yet another piece of disheartening news. The highest authority of the base in question had not perished. For Ross, this was akin to receiving another grim tidings. In such dire circumstances, the old man was still breathing? "Let's proceed." Ross gestured, leading Williamson into the depths of the base. In a twist of fate, an Air Force base in New York had exploded. Coincidentally, the very base where General Ross was stationed and where the agents were to be transported. Ironically, while Ross had previously mocked the destruction of a Strategic Science Corps headquarters, his own base had now suffered a similar fate. To make matters worse, it had obliterated the entire munitions depot. Alongside this, half of the aircraft at the Air Force Base have been utterly obliterated, resulting in direct economic losses amounting to several $100 billion. In this instance, Ross found it impossible to muster a smile. The Strategic Science Corps had merely destroyed a single building, incurring minimal casualties. However, the devastation at the Air Force Base was monumental. The extent of the losses was staggering, irrespective of the casualties. "Sir, we have identified the enemy's identity." Wilson suddenly halted. "Speak." Ross's eyes blazed with fury as he rushed towards the base. Wilson, lifting his gaze, replied, "It is Hydra." "What?" Ross came to an abrupt stop, turning sharply to fix Wilson with a piercing stare. "Are you saying the adversary is Hydra?" "Yes. This is the information we have just received. We intercepted a transmission revealing our base's coordinates, sent by a Hydra agent infiltrating the Air Force Base, holding the rank of captain. This individual is indeed one of the spies listed in the Hydra dossier." Of course, they were unaware that this Hydra list was actually a fabrication by Levi. Hydra. Ross gritted his teeth, his heart heavy with despair. He recognized this agent, having reviewed the list himself, initially intending to downplay the existence of Hydra operatives within the military to secure greater advantages from the government. However, the situation had drastically changed. Their attempts at concealment had resulted in a catastrophic blow to a military base. Now, they were on par with the government. The Hydra agents on the government side were mostly under control, having only suffered the loss of a single building, while the military had lost an entire base. They had no remaining advantages. Furthermore, during negotiations with the government, they would undoubtedly find themselves at an absolute disadvantage. Not only would they fail to reap benefits, but they would likely have to pay a hefty price to silence those despicable politicians. Damn it, is Hydra truly that formidable? Ross fell into a contemplative silence, his expression dark as he surveyed the ravaged Air Force Base. After finally securing an opportunity to achieve a significant victory, one that could transform the Strategic Science Corps into a crucial asset for the military, thereby balancing the increasingly audacious politicians, He had even contemplated a potential promotion if things went well. Yet now, everything was lost. General Ross, Major General Shelton is waiting for you at the command center. A soldier saluted Ross and reported, "He instructed me to wait here for you." "Very well." Ross nodded, although his fury still simmered within. He was momentarily awestruck by the scene before him. The runway, once teeming with over 200 aircraft, now hosted a mere 20 or so, with a significant portion reduced to mere wreckage. The damage rate had reached an astonishing 90%. All around, the American troops were bustling about, engaged in firefighting efforts. Initially, he was taken aback at the entrance of the base, but upon witnessing the devastation within, an overwhelming sensation of faintness washed over him. It dawned upon him that he had underestimated the situation significantly. This base was truly obliterated. The losses were incalculable. Should he fail to release the captives before returning to the military base, it was likely that government officials would storm the facility. General Ross's gaze drifted, somewhat bewildered, towards the remnants of what was once a warehouse. Now, only charred debris lay scattered, accompanied by a massive crater at its center and the surrounding ground marred with cracks. "Ross, you have finally returned." Upon entering the command center, Ross discovered that his superior, Shelton, was waiting for him, his brow furrowed, a stark contrast to his previously buoyant demeanor. Shelton, though still in his 50s, had already attained the rank of Major General. Even Ross doubted he would reach that rank within a decade. The difference between Brigadier General and Major General, though seemingly slight, felt insurmountable, akin to an insurmountable chasm. With the military base having been bombed while Ross was away, he bore no primary responsibility. However, Shelton had a shoulder to blame. A mere demotion would be the least of his worries. A military tribunal loomed, and he could even be charged with treason. This was no idle threat. It was a genuine possibility. What transpired? Ross rushed forward, incredulity etched on his face as he beheld the apparent 10 years of aging in Shelton's visage. "What else could it be?" "Just as you see," Shelton replied, a grimace forming on his lips, his smile tinged with bitterness, recounting the events to Brigadier General Ross. Soon, a soldier at the computer presented a video to Ross. On the screen appeared a woman. What could a woman possibly achieve? With this thought in mind, Ross watched in astonishment over the next 3 minutes, witnessing the extraordinary feats a woman could accomplish within the military base. He saw her confronting dozens of soldiers, an invisible barrier seemingly shielding her from the barrage of bullets that halted before her. He also beheld her, like a streak of light, crashing into aircraft at the airport with reckless abandon. It was sheer chaos. Ultimately, all culminated in a thunderous explosion, bringing everything to a close. General Ross fell into complete silence. This woman he had seen not long ago. This adversary was beyond his reckoning. Henceforth, he should abandon any ambitions for promotion and focus solely on the steady reconstruction of the base. As for the losses incurred at the base, a joint investigation by both the military and the government would ensue. The military and government anticipated our full cooperation. After Sheldon spoke, he closed his eyes, while Ross stared blankly ahead, lost in thought. His life seemed to have reached its conclusion. "Hydra, I shall not coexist with you." Ross's heart roared in defiance, oblivious to the fact that his true enemies were not them. The new SHIELD. While two generals were still astonished by the combat prowess of women, Wonder Woman, Diana, had quietly returned to Wayne Manor. "Thank you for your efforts, Diana." After sending Nick Fury away to the Batcave, Levi encountered the mastermind behind the recent incident at the U.S. Air Force Base in Alacoba, Diana Prince. The second superhero Levi had unlocked was also the first he had summoned to bomb the U.S. Air Force Base without arousing suspicion. A careful balance of truth and deception was essential. First, someone had to infiltrate the base and manually detonate it. Relying on a stealth aircraft to launch missiles would easily raise military suspicions, even leading to retaliation. Levi was not prone to such elementary mistakes. Hence, he dispatched Diana, the blessed Wonder Woman of Olympus. It could be said that even within the Marvel Universe, Diana stood among the most formidable, at least among mortals. In fact, the moment he summoned her, Levi was nearly ecstatic. Yet, he refrained from hastily revealing Diana's presence. Having absorbed all the knowledge from the old master, he found himself enjoying the control of the situation and perfecting his plans, with Diana being the most crucial element in his scheme. The explosion at the Air Force Base placed immense pressure on the military. Faced with this pressure, they were compelled to abandon their plans to reorganize the Strategic Scientific Reserve. Meanwhile, they continued to believe that this incident was genuinely orchestrated by Hydra, not just by one or two individuals, but by a meticulously planned terrorist operation. In reality, it had been Diana alone from start to finish. Thus, Levi could quietly withdraw from this incident. This task was trivial. Our Amazon warriors are born fighters. The battle-ready female warrior smiled gently at Levi. Perhaps due to Levi's summoning, she had harbored a significant fondness for him from the very beginning. "You should rest well. I will handle the matters ahead," she said. Levi nodded, offering a few words of comfort before stepping out of the bedroom. Some things cannot be rushed. Although he too desired a harem, sometimes excessive eagerness could provoke aversion in a girl. Despite his theoretical knowledge, he was merely inexperienced in romance. Indeed, that was not erroneous. Diana, who initially had much to discuss with Li Wei, was taken aback by his abrupt departure, an occurrence that seemed almost surreal. The boss is indeed a peculiar individual. So unlike the men her mother warned her about who covet women. Blinking in contemplation, Diana found herself reminiscing about her days on Paradise Island. This was, after all, her inaugural mission since leaving the sanctuary of her home. Unbeknownst to Li Wei, although Wonder Woman possesses formidable strength, she had only just emerged from her secluded upbringing. Under her mother's guidance, she had been transported to his side. Much of the knowledge and worldly interactions she had acquired were imparted by her mother. And as for Li Wei, he was a special individual under her mother's particular attention. Upon encountering him, she was instructed to show him greater respect than she would even extend to herself. The words of Queen Hippolyta echoed in her mind, and Diana had always been obedient to her mother's counsel. However, she harbored her own intentions, such as wishing to understand Li Wei better, starting with his world. Thus, she seated herself before Li Wei's computer, embarking on her exploration of this realm. Meanwhile, Li Wei had descended to the subterranean base, arriving on the third sublevel. Howard had just concluded his conversation with Lucius and was presently engrossed in examining the technologies of the Batcave. He needed to ascertain whether Li Wei's claims about possessing technology that was 2 decades ahead of the rest of the world were indeed true. "Oh my, I can hardly believe this is real," Howard exclaimed, astonished to discover such ingenious solutions that had never crossed his mind. His continuous expressions of admiration only heightened the awkwardness felt by Nick Fury and the other SHIELD agents who found themselves at a complete loss. Initially, they had the opportunity to tour the base, but soon they were met with a numbing silence. All that remained in their minds was a singular thought. It seemed impressively complex, yet utterly incomprehensible. Howard's astonishment only served to amplify their sense of inadequacy. After all, while Howard could still be amazed, they were left feeling utterly dumbfounded. The most uncomfortable of all was Nick Fury. The other agents were still basking in the relief of having survived, grateful that Li Wei had not intended to eliminate them. Moreover, their leader, Nick Fury, was expected to protect them. Li Wei had intentionally sought to intimidate these agents, fostering a sense of gratitude towards Nick Fury. After all, a director of Nick Fury's stature could not operate as a solitary entity. He required a cadre of subordinates. These subordinates might lack competence, but they must possess unwavering loyalty. Mr. Li Wei, Nick Fury, with a keen ear for the elevator's movement, turned to see Li Wei stepping out and quickly bowed his head in greeting. "Director Fury, congratulations," Li Wei replied with a smile, extending his hand as he approached the bewildered agent who appeared utterly perplexed. The military had consented to engage in negotiations with the government. Li Wei discerned his confusion and smiled as he elucidated. A military airbase has been destroyed, and they have lost their vantage point. Therefore, to prevent the situation from escalating further, negotiations with the government are imperative. The government, despite its desire to extort the military, is entangled in its own myriad troubles and cannot afford to complicate matters for the military until its internal issues are resolved. Thus, the most prudent course of action is for both parties to make concessions, proceeding as necessary. This situation arose from SHIELD and will inevitably conclude with it. Consequently, the reorganization of SHIELD has been proposed, and Nick Fury, you have been nominated as a candidate for the position of director. Li Wei chuckled and snapped his fingers. "Congratulations, director." "Thank you." Nick Fury nodded gravely. though the joy on his face belied his outwardly somber demeanor. Who would not be pleased at the prospect of becoming a director? He refrained from inquiring how Li Wei had come by this information. A conglomerate like Wayne Enterprises would undoubtedly have a few allies among the legislators. Given that these matters had been proposed, their leakage was quite normal. Moreover, they had no reason to mislead themselves. He simply needed to understand that from this day forth, S.H.I.E.L.D. belonged to Li Wei. He was merely a director, and a humble one at that. Nick was acutely self-aware, cognizant of his responsibilities and limitations. After all, it was Li Wei who had saved his life. Whom he served was not a question, especially when his employer, Li Wei, turned out to be far more agreeable than he had anticipated. Have you decided on a location for the new S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters? Li Wei suddenly inquired. Nick Fury was momentarily taken aback, as his intention had been to reconstruct the headquarters on its original site. However, it was clear from Li Wei's tone that he had other ideas. Since you haven't settled on a location, allow me to assist you, Li Wei said with a knowing smile, pointing to the New York map that had been prepared for Nick and his associates to choose a site. The Washington area? Nick Fury furrowed his brow, somewhat surprised. Yes, precisely the Washington area, Li Wei replied with a grin. Nick shrugged. I have no objections, boss. Then it's settled. I will also relocate my base there. Li Wei gazed into the distance, his heart brimming with ambition. Who could have imagined that just days ago he was merely a reclusive gamer? The unpredictability of life is truly remarkable. A smile graced Li Wei's lips. Yet he was confronted with two looming threats. One was his fiancé, Captain Marvel, whom he must rescue, and the other was Thanos. It is time to commence the collection of infinite gems. Levi gazed at Howard, who was continually expressing awe, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. The Hydra base, in a certain castle on the outskirts of Sokovia, Eastern Europe. No one would have anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous structure was once the renowned headquarters of the Hydra organization. Since the Nazis' defeat in World War II, Hydra's bases within the borders of D country have been eradicated. Ultimately, Captain America played a significant role in this downfall. With the demise of the Red Skull, Hydra disintegrated. A faction infiltrated the United States under the government's Operation Paperclip, forming the American Hydra led by individuals such as Alexander Pierce. The remaining members continued to reorganize Hydra in Europe. Historically, Europe has always been tumultuous, especially during the Middle Ages, where one might be a French prince today and a king of D country tomorrow. The intermarriages among the various nations are exceedingly intricate. It would be embarrassing for any king to lack royal blood from multiple realms. If kings are so intertwined, the nobility is even more so. Duke Strack is the current leader of the Hydra organization. Unlike the former leader, Red Skull, who could be regarded as a mere upstart akin to Hitler, Strack is an aristocrat by birthright. Consequently, his family could rejuvenate Hydra swiftly in the aftermath of the war and re-establish its bases across the globe. The Strack family relocated to Eastern Europe, specifically Sokovia, where they established a new Hydra headquarters. One could assert that Baron Strack is virtually the uncrowned monarch of the entire European continent. However, at this moment, this uncrowned king is engulfed in fury. Damn it, this is outrageous. Baron Strack raged, smashing everything in the room, shattering a piece of Chinese blue and white porcelain he had acquired. That fool Pierce allowed Hydra to be uprooted entirely. How could he not meet his end? He is already dead, cautiously responded a subordinate nearby. Indeed, Mr. Pierce paid the ultimate price when Hydra was exposed. He lost his life for it. Incompetent. Baron Strack's expression darkened considerably. The state of the European Hydra was already precarious. According to the original plan, this European faction was to attract local firepower while the American Hydra was to infiltrate. Once they thoroughly penetrated the United States, they could instigate a third world war, fulfilling their ambition to dominate the globe. However, now the American Hydra has been completely exposed. Moreover, they were almost uprooted overnight, leaving the remaining individuals incapable of weathering the storm. This European Hydra stands isolated, unable to make a sound on its own. Who could be responsible for this? Baron Strack's face turned ashen, his voice low yet brimming with fury, declaring that he would ensure that this individual pays dearly for their actions. At that moment, a subordinate hurriedly handed over prepared documents to Strack, whispering that the person in question was named Levi, the owner of the Wayne Group. The reason for their exposure was due to his betrayal, and it was he who personally eliminated Mr. Pierce. The Wayne Group? Strack furrowed his brow slightly, but soon dismissed it, coldly asserting that regardless of who he was, he must be dealt with. He cared not for anything else. He wanted Levi dead. However, sir, the subordinate hesitated, and upon receiving Strack's consent, continued, "This Levi seems formidable. Mr. Pierce's capable assistant, Rumble, faced him in combat and suffered the loss of his limbs." Strack's lips twitched slightly. He was well aware of Rumble's reputation as one of the world's most elite soldiers. If Levi could so easily incapacitate him, did that not imply he was yet another Captain America? Strack inhaled deeply, exclaiming helplessly, "What the two test subjects? Their abilities remain unstable and could erupt at any moment. I fear." The subordinate hesitated again. "Never mind." Strack waved his hand dismissively. Dispatching the twin siblings now would be reckless. After all, they are merely experimental subjects. Let the Winter Soldier be sent to eliminate him. He felt truly powerless. Currently, Hydra remains in a dormant phase. In the late 1980s, they possessed little combat capability to speak of. During World War II, they had at least the Tesseract. But now, it has fallen into the hands of the United States. In 2 years, they would send the Winter Soldier to assassinate Howard Stark, Iron Man's father, and seize the improved Super Soldier Serum. They would also create an elite suicide squad, comprised of individuals even stronger than the Winter Soldier. 2 decades later, they would exploit the alien invasion, utilizing Loki's scepter for superhuman experimentation, thereby creating the twin siblings Pietro Maximoff and Wanda Maximoff. Yes, the Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, the very experimental subject Baron Strack had just mentioned. However, such formidable fighting forces are relics of the past or prospects of the future. The present Hydra possesses nothing. Aside from the eternally unchanged Winter Soldier, they are devoid of resources. No, it is still insufficient. Strack's expression darkened further as he coldly inquired, "What is the status of the Red Room?" Pierce was tasked with infiltrating the United States, while Strack was equally determined, focusing on penetrating another superpower, the Soviet Union. The Red Room, an organization established through a collaboration between Hydra and the Soviets, was dedicated to training super spies. The Soviets believed that the agents trained by the Red Room were loyal to their cause, yet they remained oblivious to the fact that the majority were, in truth, devoted to Hydra. The third batch of agents was still undergoing training. A subordinate paused momentarily, reminding, "However, Eastern Europe has recently been quite turbulent. The Soviets are currently preoccupied with their own crises, and the training of the Red Room may soon be brought to a halt." The year 1989 undeniably marked a pivotal moment, heralding the demise of socialism in Eastern Europe and serving as a precursor to the Soviet Union's dissolution 2 years later. Presently, the Soviets were overwhelmed with their own difficulties, leaving little room for the Red Room's operations, which were likely already forgotten. "Then we should recall everyone," remarked Baron Strack nonchalantly. Additionally, send a small team to the United States to assist the Winter Soldier in eliminating Levi. And one of the female spies meticulously crafted by the Red Room. Upon hearing Strack's inquiry, the subordinate quickly responded, "The status of the female spy prototypes is currently stable, and the experiment has largely succeeded. However, while we have eliminated the original side effects of the Super Soldier Serum, its efficacy has diminished significantly. Although labeled as a Super Soldier Serum, even those injected with it only achieve the physical prowess of elite special forces, falling short of the Super Soldier designation. That is of little consequence. After all, they are merely failures. Send her out as well," Baron Strack replied with an indifferent tone. After speaking, he donned his coat, exited the room, and seemed to vanish from the base as if he had never been there. This may not be entirely accurate. It has been a full 3 months since the government and military reached a consensus to agree upon the reorganization of S.H.I.E.L.D. The headquarters building in Manhattan, New York, was bombed, yet time had dulled the impact of that event. Some had swiftly cleared the site, leaving only a heap of rubble. The new S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters was established on an island in the Potomac River, located in Washington, D.C. Throughout these 3 months, neither the government nor the military had caused any disturbances. Although the Hydra incident had passed, the turmoil had not yet subsided. They were still diligently investigating potential Hydra infiltrators within the system, ensuring that the United States would not experience a similar occurrence again. This time, It was merely an infiltration of a spy organization. Should the next infiltration reach the president himself, the United States would truly be at risk. Mr. Stark, how is the research progressing? Levi inquired as he arrived at his Batcave, making his way toward the laboratory where Howard was located. This is a dedicated laboratory specifically prepared for him, and he is not alone. Lucius is also present. The spaceship is of paramount importance, and Levi places immense significance on it. He has even ceased all company operations to focus solely on this endeavor. Yet, it appears insufficient. Howard shook his head in resignation, sighing, although we have formed some hypotheses, we lack the corresponding experimental conditions. What do you mean? Levi inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. I believe that the various methods of interstellar travel you mentioned are all potentially feasible, Howard remarked, genuinely impressed by Levi's brilliance, devoid of any flattery. However, despite your technology being over 20 years ahead of the world, the alloy materials still fail to meet the demands of interstellar travel. Both warp and jump travel impose exceedingly high requirements on the strength of the alloys. In the Marvel Universe, there are 4 methods of interstellar travel. The first, and arguably the most convenient and impressive, involves using the Space Stone to create a portal, as demonstrated in the Avengers. The second method is the Einstein-Rosen bridge, a technology unique to Asgard, known as the Bifrost, which enables instantaneous travel to any corner of the universe. The third method is hyperspace jumping. Unlike jumping, hyperspace travel necessitates predetermined jump points established throughout the cosmos, allowing movement between these points. Without such jump points, one is limited to conventional flight through space. These jump points refer to wormholes or artificial wormholes. Howard's research on jumping differs in that it involves entering subspace, allowing instant travel from one point to another without the need for specific jump points. However, this concept remains theoretical and has yet to be practically realized, at least not within the Marvel Universe. The fourth and most scientifically grounded method is warp drive or superluminal engines. Warp engines function by compressing space behind and expanding it in front, essentially distorting space itself. However, as of now, only Peter Quill's father, a member of the Celestial race, possesses the technology for warp engines. Oh, and the original Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, has also invented a superluminal engine, though its location is known only to her, who happens to be Levi's fiancé. Furthermore, she is currently suffering from amnesia. Levi let out a wry smile, recognizing the irony. The person he seeks to rescue knows the method of cosmic travel, while he remains ensnared in research. Why didn't she tell me the address before leaving? Levi pondered, feeling somewhat disheartened. Most races in the universe have, up until now, relied on hyperspace jump technology, which, in relative terms, is somewhat antiquated. This faster-than-light engine is a formidable weapon for cosmic travel. However, despite the fact that both jump and warp technologies remain elusive high-tech marvels for most races in the cosmos, the Stark family, undeniably cursed with intelligence, had proposed the concept of magnetic levitation vehicles decades ago. Presently, Levi has merely hinted at a method for interstellar travel that he once knew, and astonishingly, Howard has not only validated it, but is on the verge of constructing it. Truly, he is the father of Iron Man. His talent far surpasses that of Iron Man himself. Thus, Levi harbors a profound disdain for such intelligent individuals, bordering on madness with jealousy. It is simply outrageous that a mere theoretical suggestion could be transformed into reality by another. The audacity of it all is staggering. Earth is yet incapable of producing the alloys necessary for cosmic traversal. Howard assumed an expression of a skilled artisan unable to create without ingredients. Indeed, the reality is, as such, there is capability and methodology, yet it proves futile, much like the smartphones of a later era, where battery limitations severely constrain their potential. This is fundamentally a materials issue. Even with technology in hand, if the foundational elements are lacking, there is little that can be accomplished. Fortunately, the dimension in which Levi resides is the Marvel Universe, a realm that coincidentally contains a unique metal of which Levi is aware of its location. Hence, the materials dilemma may not pose a significant obstacle. Reflecting on this, Levi inquired, if it were vibranium, would that suffice? Vibranium, also known as nihil steel, is a celestial metal derived from meteoric origins, a prized resource of the African nation of Wakanda, and one of the most resilient materials in the Marvel Universe. Captain America's shield and Black Panther's suit and claws are all crafted from this remarkable substance. Vibranium? Oh, no, Howard replied, clearly familiar with the material, having forged Captain America's shield in collaboration with Dr. Marla McLean. However, while it may be suitable, constructing a spacecraft with it seems rather extravagant. Levi, with all due respect, there exists no current stockpile of vibranium sufficient to construct a spacecraft cabin, let alone an entire starship, Howard expressed with a bitter countenance. Yet, Levi merely smiled and replied, that may not necessarily be the case. Third-generation soldier serum. Howard paused, momentarily taken aback, before shaking his head vigorously. Impossible. While vibranium is indeed the ideal metal for interstellar travel due to its intrinsic properties, at least as far as Earth is concerned, if a spacecraft could be crafted from vibranium, its defensive capabilities would be assured. However, Wakanda would never consent. Howard, now aware of Levi's ambitions, was astonished that Levi possessed knowledge of Wakanda, a place so secluded from the rest of the world. The young gentleman before him indeed possessed a wealth of high-level secrets. However, Wakanda was no ordinary place. The Wakandans regarded vibranium as the essence of their very existence. Howard wore a wry smile, pondering the concept of crafting a spacecraft from vibranium. Wakanda's vibranium reserves amounted to merely 10,000 tons. It was inconceivable that this could be doubled. According to Levi's specifications for the spacecraft, it would likely require 1/10 of Wakanda's vibranium. If that were the case, it would be absurd to think Wakanda would not retaliate. Even constructing a smaller spacecraft would necessitate dozens of tons of vibranium. Would they acquiesce to such a demand? Levi was resolute. If they disagreed, then they would be compelled to acquiesce. Although his current strength was insufficient, what if he summoned more allies? Levi felt an unwavering confidence in breaching Wakanda's defenses. After all, it was the homeland of the Black Panther. 1,000 Black Panthers could withstand a punch from the mightiest of heroes. Thus, Levi remained unperturbed. Yet, Howard couldn't shake the feeling that this young man was perhaps overly audacious. This was a territory that even Americans dared not provoke. He had heard whispers of Wakanda's technology. It was a formidable stronghold, a realm that most would not dare approach. However, he paused and stated, if the necessary materials cannot be procured, our research may need to be postponed for some time. The theoretical groundwork for interstellar travel is already laid, but without the means to conduct experiments, verification remains elusive. I understand, Levi nodded gently, fully aware of the challenges posed by interstellar travel. Merely possessing the means for such journeys was insufficient. One also required coordinates. Without them, in the vastness of the cosmos, aimless wandering would render any destination unreachable. Fortunately, Levi had a target in mind, the star Hala in the large Magellanic Cloud. However, mere knowledge of its existence was far from adequate. With billions of celestial bodies in the large Magellanic Cloud, who could possibly discern which was Hala? Thus, despite his intentions, he could only bide his time. The research into interstellar travel would have to be temporarily shelved until the vibranium materials were secured. Levi shook his head slightly, a shadow of unease creeping into his thoughts. According to his timeline, in a few years, his fiancé would return to Earth. If he could not develop a method for interstellar travel and accurately pinpoint the location of Hala before her arrival, all his efforts would be in vain. Logically, since Carol would ultimately return to Earth, his endeavors seemed devoid of purpose. Yet perhaps it was a man's pride that stirred within him. Rather than allowing Carol to return of her own accord, he yearned to personally bring her back. He wished to show her that her fiancé was far from inept. Of course, for now, it was merely a thought. How was the research on the super soldier serum progressing? Leeway momentarily cast aside these thoughts and turned to Howard, inquiring, "Is it nearly ready?" Upon hearing Leeway's question, Howard, who had previously worn a troubled expression, instantly transformed into a picture of exuberance. "I have discovered a method to stabilize the side effects of the serum. A new batch has been created and is currently undergoing adjustments for its side effects. I believe this time there should be no issues." Oh, this is indeed splendid news. The super soldier serum holds significance for Leeway as well. Once the trials are complete, I shall ensure that the latest batch is delivered to you. Results should be forthcoming, either tomorrow or the day after. Howard exuded confidence regarding the super soldier serum, undoubtedly stemming from his involvement in its original development. This serum was pioneered by Dr. Abraham Erskine during World War II. The first generation of the serum was far from perfect. Thus, the inaugural test subject, Red Skull, suffered the unfortunate transformation into a skeletal visage. The improved version, albeit barely qualifying as the second generation, ensured that recipients would not develop a skull-like appearance, yet side effects persisted. The inherent side effect of the super soldier serum is that it amplifies the nature of individuals, making the virtuous even more virtuous while corrupting the already wicked. This unpredictable nature prompted Abraham to fear the military's ambition to utilize the serum in crafting their envisioned legion of super soldiers, which could inevitably plunge the world into chaos. Consequently, he resolutely incinerated his research. Nevertheless, for decades, nations across the globe have relentlessly pursued the development of a new super soldier serum, with military and governmental entities competing fervently. In the present world, Howard stands as the singular individual capable of advancing the super soldier serum, having further refined it into what may be termed the third generation. This iteration no longer harbors the uncertainties of its predecessor. The original side effect of enhancing good and evil has been eradicated. Instead, Howard's research has yielded a serum with a fixed side effect, transforming the recipient into a state of frenzy. While it may seem a regression, this indeed represents significant progress. Unlike the second generation, which required the selection of a genuinely virtuous individual for injection, the third generation ensures uniformity in its effects across all recipients. Though it induces a state of rage, the standardization of this side effect opens pathways to its eventual elimination. Ultimately, the third generation does not exacerbate virtue or vice. It merely amplifies the propensity for violence and anger. Those with sufficient control can indeed diminish or even disregard such side effects. Thus, Howard's advancements in research are undeniably unprecedented. However, before Howard eliminates these side effects and conducts human trials, Levi remains hesitant to undergo the injection. He has always been wary of uncertainties. Meanwhile, Howard continues his research, while Lucius has transitioned from a position of dominance to one of support for Howard. Nick Fury is preoccupied with restructuring S.H.I.E.L.D., and Levi is anxiously awaiting the serum's emergence, eager to receive the injection. After summoning Wonder Woman, his desire to enhance his abilities has intensified. Yet, unbeknownst to all, an elite squad dispatched by Hydra lurks in the shadows of Los Angeles. In the affluent paradise of Malibu, located in the southwestern region of Los Angeles, numerous wealthy individuals flock to acquire land and construct their lavish villas. Unlike other nations, land in the United States is uniquely governed, with the government owning merely 32% of the territory. The remainder is privately owned and can be purchased. At this very moment, within a villa not far from Wayne Manor, an incongruous gathering of 7 individuals, 5 men and 2 women, occupies the space. 6 of them are muscular behemoths, their bodies formidable and intimidating. Before them lies a table laden with an arsenal of weaponry. The 19 Malawian Quachas grenade launcher, M4A1 carbine, MP5 submachine gun, and M136 at 4 rocket launcher. Almost every conceivable weapon is present. Among them is an especially devastating piece, the Barrett M82A1 anti-material sniper rifle, renowned as the most powerful sniper rifle in the world. An abundance of grenades, flashbangs, and smoke bombs are also in abundance. At this moment, 6 members, including 1 woman, are fully armed, busily adjusting and calibrating their weapons. Undoubtedly, they are preparing for a terrorist attack. Initially intending to carry out an assassination, they have opted for a full-blown assault to ensure their success. After all, Levi is no slouch in hand-to-hand combat. To guarantee absolute certainty, the use of firearms is deemed preferable. Furthermore, 2 kilometers away, 3 armed helicopters stand ready, equipped with rockets sufficient to obliterate the villa at Wayne Manor. Although they belong to the same faction, the 7 individuals are distinctly divided into 3 groups. One long-haired man, possessing a metallic left arm, sits quietly on a sofa, refraining from adjusting any weapons, instead obsessively exploring his own left arm, resembling a peculiar individual. Bucky Barnes, once a dear friend of Captain America, now bears a new moniker, the Winter Soldier. Brainwashed and trained by Hydra, she became a super agent loyal solely to their cause. Meanwhile, a quintet of 4 men and 1 woman meticulously inspected their armaments. Among them stood a girl, strikingly out of place amidst the 6 muscular figures. Appearing merely 13 or 14, she had long, chestnut hair and wore a form-fitting leather outfit that accentuated her delicate curves. Unlike her companions, she chose not to wield heavy weaponry. Instead, she carried 2 Colt M1911 pistols and a pair of daggers, then quietly nestled into a corner, silent and withdrawn. She resembled a frightened rabbit, huddling with her knees drawn to her chest, her head bowed between her thighs. The contrast between her petite frame and the 6 imposing figures was stark. Yet, in terms of physical prowess, she was far from inferior. For she was none other than the so-called failed experiment of Strack, Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. In truth, even as a failed specimen, she was the sole survivor among dozens of children. The agents trained in the Red Room were all under 10, as only the young could be so effectively brainwashed. Adults, with their established worldviews, proved difficult to manipulate and control. Conversely, even a diluted version of the super soldier serum was beyond what children could endure, leading many to perish during the trials. She alone emerged unscathed, though the effects of the serum were less than satisfactory. Thus, she had been dispatched to undertake missions. Aside from the Winter Soldier, Bucky, whose physical abilities far exceeded the norm, the other 6 were relatively comparable. The only gap between Natasha and them lay in experience. The Winter Soldier was a super soldier. She was merely an experiment. The 5 others, however, were relatively normal by comparison, albeit still formidable. They were among Hydra's most prolific assassins, fluent in 30 languages and adept in 100 methods of assassination, specialists in infiltration and elimination, having once obliterated a small nation overnight. They epitomized Hydra's finest killers. At that moment, the strongest cadre of Hydra's forces had gathered for a singular purpose. "Hey, you don't need to take part in the fight this time," one of the leaders called out to Natasha in the corner. "Why?" Natasha lifted her head, her expressive eyes filled with inquiry. Though an experiment, she was still a normal human being and possessed considerable strength. She felt no fear of the 5 individuals before her, even harboring a sense of disdain, except for the man with the unusual arm, whom she could not fully gauge. Natasha was confident she could swiftly take down the 5 before her. "It's a directive. You need to familiarize yourself with this individual named Levi. Then report back to us." The leader cast a condescending gaze upon Natasha, who responded with a profoundly human expression, nodding slightly. "So, you mean I take the initiative?" "Indeed, however, you have only 3 days. He replied coldly. "If we do not receive your response within 3 days, we will take immediate action, as that would indicate your failure." Natasha, seemingly accustomed to the gravity of the situation, nodded once more. "Understood." With that, she gathered her belongings and departed without looking back. One of the subordinates could not help but inquire of the leader, "Chief, is it really acceptable to let her go just like that?" "Of course. If she wishes to avoid death, she need not return." A glint of cruel malice flickered in the leader's eyes, causing his subordinates to shrink back in understanding of Natasha's true identity. A test subject, merely an object. "Very well. Everyone take a rest and conserve your strength. We shall act no later than 3 days from now. This time, we must eliminate that individual," the leader declared, his gaze fixed intently on the Winter Soldier in the corner. For this time, their strongest asset was this very individual. Night enveloped Wayne Manor. The following morning, Alfred Pennyworth, the personal butler, clapped his hands, addressing the young maidens. "Ladies, be swift. The young master is in a rather foul mood, and we must ensure that he awakens to an impeccably clean environment." He had assembled a troop of temporary workers to tend to the manor, as managing such a vast estate alone was utterly unfeasible. Regrettably, fully automated cleaning robots had yet to be invented. Among the group was Natasha, the Black Widow, blending in while discreetly surveying the layout of Wayne Manor. "Hi, Bob. Have you recruited some child labor?" Alfred quipped, noticing the youthful appearance of Natasha among the workers. "She seems rather underage, doesn't she?" "No, she is of age, sir." Bob, the head of the temporary workers, replied respectfully, wary of incurring the wrath of the formidable elder before him. "Huh, you cannot fool these old eyes of mine," Alfred remarked with interest, smiling at Natasha. "When did she arrive?" Well," Bob faltered, feeling awkward, as Natasha was an undocumented individual whom his employer had fortuitously discovered outside the manor, nearly starving. "Strangers are not permitted within Wayne Manor. That is the rule. Alfred, with a discerning gaze, patted Bob on the shoulder, causing Bob's expression to stiffen. He quickly added, "Sir, I apologize. I will have her returned to the company immediately." "Enough. Let this be the last time." Alfred waved his hand dismissively before turning to stride into the manor. However, Berber was startled by the old butler's voice whispering in his ear, "Remember, have her clean the basement." "Yes, yes." Berber nodded vigorously, letting out a long sigh as he watched Alfred retreat into the distance. The butler of this estate was indeed a formidable figure, even after multiple encounters. The pressure remained palpable. "Natasha, come with me," Berber called to Natasha, who stood by with a curious expression. "We are heading to the basement. Your task today is to tidy that place up. Remember, it must be spotless, without a speck of dust. Do you understand?" Berber's stern gaze fell upon the new employee, prompting Natasha to timidly reply, "Yes, sir." "Let us go. Make sure to stay close to me. This estate is not a place for wandering." Berber navigated the manor with ease, while Natasha obediently followed. Hidden in the shadows, Butler Alfred observed the two enter the estate, a knowing smile creeping across his face. This underage girl, groomed from a young age to be an elite operative, should surely please the young master. Once she is inside, she shall never emerge. Just as well, the young master lacked a few female assistants, and with Batgirl and the young girl absent, he must be feeling quite lonely, thought the considerate old butler. Unbeknownst to Natasha, she had already revealed herself. Under the watchful gaze of a veteran operative, one of her kind was destined to be exposed. Moreover, he was Batman S. Butler, who once held the codename Detective Pennyworth, with an intellect rivaling that of Sherlock Holmes. No detail escaped the keen eyes of the old butler. Thus, Black Widow's inaugural mission ended in failure. Bucky and his team waited all day without any news. The messages sent to Natasha had vanished into the void. "We can wait no longer. Tonight we act." The temporary leader of Hydra's assault team gritted his teeth, a sense of unease gnawing at him. Yes, the crew immediately began to gather and prepare their equipment. Bucky, who had remained statue-like until now, finally displayed a hint of humanity as he began to arm himself with weaponry. Time ticked away, and before long, evening descended. As dusk approached, the night quietly enveloped the earth. Even the moon seemed to sense something amiss, hiding itself deeply behind dark clouds, as if reluctant to reveal even a sliver of light. The sky was pitch black, leaving no desire for moon-gazing. At the pinnacle of Cliffside Villa, Levi shook his head in disappointment. It appears rain is imminent. Moon-gazing is out of the question. In truth, he had no intention of moon-gazing. Rather, he had never cultivated such a habit. He preferred these dark, windy nights. As for moonlight, he found little beauty in it. The moon, in its essence, does not truly possess its own luminescence. It merely reflects the sunlight. The reason for her presence on the rooftop is solely the whim of Wonder Woman Diana. The sea breeze dances through the air, tousling the strands of a young girl's hair, revealing her stunning visage, which is tinged with a hint of disappointment. A beautiful person remains beautiful even in anger, and disappointment is no exception. "What troubles you?" Levi inquired, rising to his feet. His straight legs accentuated his tall figure, and his captivating aura was amplified by the night. His voice carried a delightful magnetic quality. "Diana, your emotions seem ask you. Do you long for home?" Levi furrowed his brow, a shadow of unease creeping into his heart. Although his phone indicated that he had summoned a hero with 100 loyalty, human nature is perpetually capricious. He found it difficult to trust the words of a machine, especially considering that Wonder Woman was the first hero he had summoned. The Batman phone, aside from its lottery function, resembled an ordinary mobile device. In fact, it was even less capable than a standard phone, as it couldn't make calls. Thus, he had no means of knowing whether Diana, whom he had summoned, retained any of her former memories. In the DC universe, Wonder Woman, Diana, is a homebody at heart. She is the princess of Themyscira, the illegitimate daughter of Zeus, the king of the Greek gods, and Hippolyta, the queen of the Amazons, possessing divine heritage. Even as she ventured into the human realm and became a superhero, she still cherished the dream of protecting her homeland, Themyscira. If she retained her complete memories, Levi could not guarantee that her longing for home wouldn't lead her to betrayal. After all, Themyscira is indeed an unpredictable factor, a place absent in the Marvel universe. My mother once said that wherever a boss exists, that is my home. Yet I must admit, I do miss Themyscira. Wonder Woman revealed a rare glimpse of her youthful side, but soon her expression regained its resolve and valor. I understand this is a trial for me. Beyond Themyscira, my mother has instructed me to obey the boss's commands. At this, Levi began to comprehend. This so-called loyalty seemed to be the information implanted by her mother. Hippolyta, the 13th queen of the Amazons, represented everything to Wonder Woman. Therefore, her words were evidently akin to a royal decree. Did she inform you of my identity? Levi asked with a subtle smile. I am not an ordinary person, Diana replied, tilting her head, somewhat puzzled by Levi's question. Yet she responded, you are a celestial being who has emerged from our Themyscira, responsible for the earthly trials of the Amazon warriors. Levi was somewhat astonished by this identity. Could it be that there exists a Themyscira in this world? Does that imply a universe where DC and Marvel intertwine? No, that cannot be. If I had not summoned Batman, then evidently Gotham City would not exist, nor would Wayne Manor, would it? Levi contemplated a possibility. With each activation of a DC hero, does this world merge a fragment of the DC universe? This world is in a constant state of flux. Levi arrived at a startling realization. However, this revelation bodes well for him. If warriors from Paradise Island are present, his own prowess will become exceedingly formidable. After all, they are demigods. The Wonder Woman before him is the key to his dominion over Paradise Island. So, are you familiar with the Justice League? Levi inquired softly. Do you remember Superman? The mention of the Justice League and Superman left Diana looking somewhat bewildered, her lovely brow furrowed in confusion as she asked, what is that? Is it a friend of the boss? No, it's nothing. Levi gently shook his head, feeling a sense of relief wash over him, a serene smile gracing his lips. Indeed, Batman's phone proved to be of some utility. At the very least, the heroes summoned were nearly devoid of any prior experience. Their memories were not altered, but remained in their original state. Thus, the current Wonder Woman had just emerged from Paradise Island. This signifies that these heroes are devoid of any unstable factors, ensuring their unwavering loyalty. Moreover, the title of boss feels reminiscent of playing a certain card game. It must be said that the circular glow during Batman's lottery draws bears an uncanny resemblance. However, at this very moment, the two on the rooftop, caught in their intimate exchange, were oblivious to the armed forces composed of dozens of soldiers advancing toward the villa below. The armed helicopter had yet to take off, as its rotors would produce a deafening noise, effectively announcing their intentions to the unsuspecting occupants. Thus, they awaited the ground troops to be in position first. Although Diana possessed extraordinary senses, she was not perpetually on high alert. Moreover, the looming threat was directed at Levi, not her. Any malicious action would certainly alert Diana. But if the threat was not aimed at her, she might not detect it until it manifested into a real danger. Thus, neither of them noticed. Master, the voice of Alfred, the butler, resonated from within the house. The third-generation super soldier serum developed by Howard has been completed, and this time, the side effects are negligible. Oh, it has finally been developed? That is wonderful news, Levi exclaimed. Diana, I have some personal matters to attend to. I leave this place in your capable hands. Levi waved goodbye, and Diana returned a confident smile, declaring, as an Amazonian warrior, I vow to protect your home. Leeway hurriedly arrived at the research room downstairs, where Howard and Lucius appeared quite exhilarated. Oh my goodness, Howard, I never anticipated you could develop such a genetic serum. Lucius was genuinely astonished. Throughout his research journey, he had always focused on augmenting the human body with technology, never considering the activation of human genes to transform the physique. Thus, the advent of the super soldier serum left him in a state of fervent excitement, as if a new world had been unveiled before him. No, this serum is not my achievement. It is your boss's proposal and concept. I merely made some modifications based on his foundation. It was evident that Howard was somewhat pleased with himself, as he felt a sense of pride for having developed an undamaged version of the super soldier serum in such a short span of time. Moreover, he had already produced a test subject. As Li Wei descended, he encountered an exceptionally muscular man standing there, whose physique was even more imposing than that of Captain America, exuding an extraordinary aura of intimidation. Indeed, a max version of Captain America. It seems the effects of this third-generation super soldier serum are quite remarkable, at least in appearance. This muscular man appears to possess greater strength than Captain America. Lee, come take a look. As Li Wei approached, Howard stepped forward, eager to showcase his work, pointing at the remaining 5 vials of super soldier serum displayed on the table. He had initially produced 6 vials, one of which was used for the experiment, leaving 5 behind. Yes, I see. What are the results? Li Wei's gaze shifted towards the muscular man, and Alfred promptly stepped forward to introduce him. Young master, this is the 3rd generation Robin, Tim Drake, who has just been selected from the training camp and has become one of the first test subjects. Young master, Robin Drake respectfully bowed to Li Wei, a stark contrast to the rather delicate figure he was in the original narrative. Now he had undergone a complete transformation. Robin, Batman's best partner and assistant, had seen the 1st and 2nd generations become DC superheroes, and before them stood Tim Drake, the 3rd generation Robin. Orphaned at a young age, he had lived under the patronage of Wayne Enterprises. In the original storyline, he appeared alongside Batman in 1989, perfectly aligning with the timeline. However, the current Drake, after receiving the genetic serum, was significantly more powerful than his original counterpart. In the original narrative, Tim possessed no superpowers. He was merely an exceptional fighter and skilled weapon user, mastering various martial arts, including leopard fist, French kickboxing, judo, capoeira, karate, dragon-style fist, and whip staff, as well as escape and stealth techniques. Furthermore, he possessed genius-level intellect, not only as an outstanding detective, but also as a highly proficient programmer and hacker, with a profound understanding of natural sciences and behavioral sciences, making him exceptionally knowledgeable and literate. Excellent. Levi was quite satisfied with Robin's enhancement, as it essentially provided him with another formidable ally, one even mightier than Captain America. Lucius, craft some suitable weaponry for my new assistant, Levi instructed, then gestured towards the remaining 5 vials of soldier serum on the table. Alfred, please deliver these to the bedroom. I shall join you shortly. Howard paused in astonishment. Levi, are you planning to inject them all? A normal person can withstand at most the equivalent of 1 vial of super soldier serum. That is the limit. Howard offered a well-meaning caution, but Levi merely smiled calmly. My dear Howard, your partner is not an ordinary individual. Suddenly, the situation escalated. With that remark, Levi stepped into the elevator. Alfred carried the remaining 5 vials of super soldier serum upstairs. Howard, still incredulous, looked at Levi as he ascended and turned to Lucas. Oh, my friend, what did I just hear? Dr. Howard, you heard correctly. My boss is indeed not an ordinary man. He is Batman, a being with extraordinary abilities at the pinnacle of human potential. While an average person may find 1 vial of super soldier serum to be their limit, he could likely endure 23. Lucas appeared quite reassured. Good heavens, your boss is truly a madman. I wouldn't dare inject such a wretched substance into myself. I prefer to remain an ordinary man. Howard shrugged. Lucas smiled at him. So, shall we continue our research on the serum, or shall we explore new ventures, such as the arc reactor you mentioned, and the mechanical exoskeleton I proposed? Buddy, you truly understand me. Howard's eyes sparkled with excitement. He felt that this companion was his perfect partner. Their collaborative efficiency had surged by 200%. Meanwhile, Tim, now the 3rd generation Robin, stood guard at the door, as instructed by Alfred. After all, Levi was about to inject the super soldier serum to enhance himself, and should anything go awry, Tim would be the first to notice. Protecting Batman's safety had always been the duty of Robin. Inside the room, Levi held a vial of blue super soldier serum, observing it with eyes full of yearning. This substance could enhance the user's metabolic functions and all bodily capabilities, achieving peak human potential with a 100 brain utilization. Since my body has already reached the pinnacle of humanity, injecting this should undoubtedly allow for a breakthrough. Furthermore, how many vials of super soldier serum could my enhanced body endure? Levi pondered, his hands moving swiftly as he poured the blue 3rd generation, harm-free super soldier serum into a syringe. The 3rd generation, improved by Howard, differs significantly from the 1st generation of Captain America, requiring merely an injection into the body. However, the corresponding enhancement of its effects is gradual, unlike Captain America, whose strength can surge to its limits instantaneously. The injection of this 3rd generation super soldier serum necessitates a slow enhancement process, during which the individual must remain absolutely still, without any movement whatsoever. Otherwise, unforeseen complications may arise, the nature of which even Howard may not be aware. Thus, Levi proceeded with utmost caution. Let's begin. Levi exhaled deeply, casting a glance at the enchanting Wonder Woman outside, who was still seated, admiring the moon. This sight eased his mind considerably. With a swift motion, he plunged the syringe into his arm, and slowly, with his left hand, he began to administer the serum into his body. The syringe contained a total of 5 doses. Yet Levi opted not to inject them all at once. He decided to administer only 1 dose initially, wishing to gauge his body's tolerance before determining how many more doses to inject. Anyone with a modicum of foresight would choose such prudence. However, Levi could not have anticipated that lurking outside were foes unbeknownst to him. At that very moment, a group led by the Winter Soldier had successfully infiltrated beneath the villa. Suddenly, a helicopter took flight. The sound of the whirring rotor blades was thunderous, especially considering that this vicinity was Levi's private domain for a 20-kilometer radius. Thus, the abrupt noise startled Levi, who was in the midst of injecting the super soldier serum, causing him to abruptly lift his head. How could there be a helicopter intruding upon his territory without cause? Undoubtedly, it was an invader. Could I possibly be this unfortunate? As this thought flickered through Levi's mind, he caught sight of 2 bright fireballs soaring towards him from the sky. Missiles. Just as he prepared to withdraw the syringe from his hand, he froze for a moment, instinctively dropping to the ground. Indeed, these Hydra terrorists were ruthless. They had chosen to pave their way with rockets from a distance, intent on ensuring his demise. Although Levi had inherited the physical prowess of Batman, he was still no match for missiles. Thus, he collapsed onto the ground, and in that instant, the entire syringe containing 5 doses of the super soldier serum was injected into his arm. In the face of danger, Levi had completely forgotten about the injection he had just administered. When he finally regained his senses, he found himself in a state of shock. All 5 doses of the super soldier serum had been injected into his arm, and in the next moment, his consciousness began to fade into nothingness. The energy unleashed by the 5 doses was undeniably terrifying. In his ears, he could only hear Wonder Woman, Diana, calling out, "Boss, be careful." A resounding roar echoed through the air, marking the final sound that Levi heard. The 5 doses of the super soldier serum surged through his body, inducing a profound transformation. His consciousness began to blur, yet his physique erupted with an overwhelming wave of energy. Boom! Outside, Rob and Tim, stationed as a guard, felt a suffocating force rush towards him. Fortunately, the next moment brought a cacophony of sound and shock waves that illuminated the night surrounding Wayne Base, as if it were day. Instinctively, Robin darted towards the rooftop, perceiving greater danger outside compared to Levi's inner turmoil. After all, missiles were at stake. Although Tim had not seen them, he was already aware of the thunderous clamor they created. Dozens of missiles surged from 3 directions, relentlessly bombarding the area. The explosive flashes and deafening roars persisted. While under the cover of the missiles, an elite Hydra unit infiltrated the villa. Had the terrain not been so flat, with the cliffs as the only elevation, snipers would likely have already taken their positions. Regrettably, the Barrett rifles they had prepared were rendered ineffective by the landscape. Yet, amidst the chaos, no one noticed that despite the onslaught of 3 helicopters and over 30 missiles, Wayne Base remained unscathed, even untouched. One individual stood as a bulwark against this cataclysmic assault. Clang! The moment Wonder Woman saw the rockets hurtling towards her and Levi, her arms radiated a brilliant divine light. The protective silver bracelets, forged by the fire god Hephaestus from fragments of the god King Zeus's shield, Aegis, could shield the wearer from any ranged attack. When the 2 bracelets clashed, they unleashed formidable guardian power. Of course, the term any ranged attack had its limitations. However, it was evident that these missiles had not yet reached the threshold capable of breaching the bracelet's defenses. With a fierce cry, Diana crossed her arms, unleashing her most powerful maneuver just as the threat loomed. Consequently, the earth trembled with the roar of the missiles, filling the air with sound, illuminating Wayne Base and painting the sky a brilliant yellow. Yet, remarkably, the base itself was untouched. Even the garden remained intact. The entire Malibu area, however, was thrown into turmoil. Help! Countless screams and cries erupted, as people believed they were under siege by a terror attack. Yet, all of this bore no relation to Wayne Base. If one were to observe closely, they would notice a semicircular, translucent energy shield enveloping Diana, casting a protective aura over the entire villa. Not only was Diana unscathed, but the villa itself was also shrouded in this divine radiance. A low hum reverberated in the air as 3 Apache helicopters, which had already launched a majority of their missiles, slowly approached. The pilot's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. What on earth? The missiles they had meticulously prepared had not struck their target at all. Instead, they had detonated mid-air, nearly endangering the pilots themselves. This is absurd. How could this be possible? One pilot, in a state of incredulity, pressed the attack button once more. Whoosh! A missile surged forth, aimed once again at the Wayne base. The pilot roared, recklessly maneuvering the Apache closer to the target, eager to witness whether this missile would meet its mark. Suddenly, a fiery streak of light appeared in his line of sight. What is that? He stared blankly into the sky as the crimson beam magnified before him. A Valkyrie clad in form-fitting armor descended like a deity, wielding a colossal sword. And with a mighty swing, she cleaved toward the missile he had just launched. Oh my God! The pilot was rendered speechless, instinctively clutching his head, unable to fathom the scene unfolding before him. A sword cleaving a missile. Surely he must be dreaming. A mere woman, wielding a cold weapon, was attacking a missile. Was this truly a human being? He could not ponder how a woman could be suspended in mid-air. He could only watch in astonishment as Wonder Woman, brandishing the sword of the god of war, struck down upon the missile shimmering with ethereal light. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, engulfing the sky in a crimson hue. In the wake of the violent shockwave, the pilot was horrified to discover that the warrior who had cleaved the missile emerged utterly unscathed from the explosion. What? She survived that? Oh my God! The pilot felt himself teetering on the brink of madness. He gazed in awe as Wonder Woman, shield in hand, charged toward him through the air, seemingly soaring with grace. He could only watch helplessly, paralyzed by fear at the astonishing sight before him. With a swift motion, a brilliant crimson blade slashed through the air, tearing apart the veil of night as it struck the spinning Apache helicopter with ferocity. Thud! It was as if something collided violently with the helicopter, causing the Apache, which was hovering midair, to swiftly pivot. In an instant, a shocking and massive gash erupted from the aircraft, sending sparks flying and producing a deafening sound. The pilot, rendered speechless, turned around in bewilderment, only to discover that the tail of the helicopter had completely vanished. Behind him loomed an enormous opening, with fierce winds rushing in uncontrollably. The Apache, once thought invincible, had been rent asunder by the woman who had effortlessly sliced through its side. The tail had been severed, cleaved in two by her single strike. The pilot gazed up in a daze at the hovering Wonder Woman, her gaze as cold as that of a corpse. Bang! 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 The rear half of the helicopter, still bearing its tail, plummeted to the ground, its wings screeching against the earth. Next came the front of the helicopter. Was this woman a superhuman? This was the last thought lingering in the pilot's mind as he faced his fate. Indeed, she was no mere superhuman. She was a demigoddess. With a swift motion, having neutralized one Apache, Diana surged towards the other two. She was furious, truly enraged. These individuals had successfully provoked the combative Amazonian warrior, and the outcome was bound to be dire. Ren the Apache, ascend, rise quickly. Do not let her near. My heavens, who on earth is this? The pilots of the remaining Apaches were cursing wildly within their cockpits, their hands moving with urgency as they propelled their helicopter skyward, unleashing every remaining missile at Wonder Woman. I refuse to believe she can withstand our missiles. Both pilots were teetering on the brink of madness. Exercising caution, the Apaches maintained a considerable altitude. Even as over 30 missiles were launched, they refrained from advancing recklessly, keeping a safe distance. This demonstrated the gravity with which they regarded this assassination attempt. Suddenly, a series of dark, ominous aircraft materialized in mid-air, gleaming with an enchanting hue against the night sky. Batwing fighters, caught off guard previously by these individuals. Wayne Enterprises had not yet managed a response. However, Wonder Woman's delay had afforded Lucius the opportunity to commandeer these aircraft. Oh, what in the world is this? The pilot of the Apache felt his pupils constrict as he beheld the imposing Batwing fighters suspended in the air, a look of horror dawning in his eyes. Although they could not ascertain the nature of these formidable machines, they were acutely aware that they represented a powerful weapon indeed. The Apache helicopters were utterly no match for these formidable aircraft. Go! Hurry! The two pilots were in a complete state of panic, not even casting a glance at Wonder Woman as they rapidly ascended into the sky. Can you escape? Lucius's voice echoed from within the villa. Madam, you may descend now. In an instant, Wonder Woman plummeted to the ground, while the wings and front end of the Batplane unfurled black cannons, unleashing streams of deadly fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Countless rounds were directed toward the missiles in mid-air, transforming the sky into a dazzling display akin to fireworks. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous roars reverberated, causing eardrums to tremble. The cannons appeared exceptionally menacing, their power undeniably terrifying. Mushroom clouds blossomed in the air, while below, several targeted missiles surged toward the two fleeing Apaches. Who would have anticipated such formidable aircraft hidden within this base? No, damn it. How could there be so many warplanes in this villa? The two Apache pilots shouted in fury, their eyes already witnessing several brilliant flashes of fire racing toward them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The guided missile struck with astonishing speed, colliding with the two helicopters, and the deafening sound echoed once more through the sky. The fiery tongues of the explosions consumed them, leaving only the steel husks of the helicopters behind. Boom, boom. Following the two blasts, the threat in the skies had been entirely obliterated. In less than a minute, from Wonder Woman slicing through the missile to the Batplane bombing the heavens, only 41 seconds had elapsed. The Hydra terrorists on the ground were evidently unaware that their aerial forces had been completely annihilated. They were still advancing toward Wayne Manor. TSK, Hydra. Lucius smirked, feeling no disturbance within, perhaps even amused. Levi had long anticipated this outcome, but he had scarcely given it a thought, as he regarded Hydra as nothing more than foolish jesters. He had thwarted their grand plans. It would be odd if they did not seek revenge. Nevertheless, their response was indeed unexpected. After all, it took Hydra a full 3 months to retaliate against Levi. One must admit, they possessed remarkable patience. What Levi did not know was that 3 months prior, Winter Soldier and his team had already arrived. However, due to caution, Baron Strucker had instructed them to connect with the remnants of Hydra on American soil to launch a coordinated attack. Yet, Hydra had been nearly uprooted in the United States. Even Baron Strucker himself took over 2 months to re-establish contact with the few remaining Hydra forces. Moreover, the weapons were all supplied by them. 3 Apache helicopters represented nearly their final armored strength. Otherwise, they would not have hesitated to deploy tanks and armored vehicles to eliminate Levi. Yet, even such firepower was utterly decimated by the Batwing, alongside Diana, leaving no trace behind. Esteemed lady, the stage is yours. An aged voice resonated from the depths below. The old butler chuckled softly, a glimmer of excitement flickering across his face. After all, it had been quite some time since he had encountered anything perilous. Now, with dozens of fully armed Hydra agents, he anticipated a modicum of exhilaration. After all, it had been ages since he had engaged in such matters. Understood. Diana nodded gently, her exquisite features momentarily shadowed by irritation. They shall pay dearly. Anyone whose cherished sentiments are tarnished would feel wrath. And she, a battle-hardened Amazon warrior, was no exception. This sudden assassination attempt had soured her mood, prompting her to swiftly annihilate one of the helicopters. It must be said, this fierce woman exhibited remarkable violence. Thus, it was inevitable that someone would bear the consequences. Cries of anguish began to emanate from the rooftop. Meanwhile, Howard Stark and Lucius, seated leisurely with glasses of red wine, observed the surveillance feeds with an air of tranquility. To them, the unfolding events posed no apparent threat. Both were devoted enthusiasts of corgis and, naturally, dared not venture out themselves, yet none could approach them without permission. Without their consent, no one could breach the Batcave. As for entering through the elevator shaft, that was laughable. If it were that simple, the Batcave would not have remained unscathed. With a snap, the lights in the villa were extinguished. An action not instigated by Hydra. Dimming the lights facilitated concealment. They were not as foolish as the criminals depicted on television. The lights were turned off by the old butler. In the darkness, an elderly man clad in a tailcoat stood tall in a corner of the garage, silently brandishing a shotgun. Having served as a butler for so long, many had likely forgotten that he had once been one of the most exceptional operatives of MI6. A one-sided massacre ensued. Clatter! The fully armed Hydra agents advanced swiftly towards Wayne Manor, the cacophony of their movements echoing as their gear collided. The greater the noise, the more it affirmed their thorough preparation. Flashlights affixed to their firearms intermittently swept across the villa's corners as they searched tirelessly in groups of 10, divided into 6 teams, leaving no nook unexamined. Their objective was clear: to eliminate every possible living soul within the villa, leaving none behind. Bang! A sudden, thunderous gunshot shattered the tranquility of the night, swiftly followed by a relentless barrage of gunfire. A group of 10, somewhat unwieldy within the confines of a villa, nonetheless maximized their safety. Even if a few perished, the remaining members could still execute a comprehensive search and assault without leaving any blind spots. However, within less than 2 minutes, the skirmish concluded and the gunfire ceased. Outside, a squad of Hydra agents abruptly looked up, disbelief etched on their faces. Had they truly dispatched their adversaries so swiftly? Yet, they pressed on, continuing their search for survivors, regrettably finding none, only the deceased. The expansive garage, akin to a parking lot, echoed with the haunting wails of car alarms, while 10 fully armed terrorists lay sprawled across the ground. Indeed, they were their own. With a sudden rush, the newly arrived Hydra agents raised their weapons, but tragically, they were a moment too late. The powerful shotgun roared like a beast, unleashing a torrent of armor-piercing rounds that instantaneously pierced their skulls. The gruesome spectacle of brain matter splattering was far more vivid than a mere punch shattering a watermelon. The shotgun rapidly harvested the lives of the enemies, resembling a reaper of the dead, never requiring a follow-up shot. Each shot found its mark, with bullet holes and blood splattered across vehicles and walls. Beside the mound of corpses stood an elderly man, tall and resolute, cradling a shotgun. A cigar dangled from his lips, emitting swirling smoke as he meticulously wiped the blood from his hands with a white cloth. The ground was soaked in crimson, a testament to how this elder had eliminated 2 squads of Hydra elite terrorists within mere minutes. With a swift motion, the old butler reloaded his shotgun, cracking his neck before ascending the stairs of the 8-story villa that housed the Leviathan base. The subterranean levels included a research facility on the 3rd floor, a parking garage on the 2nd, and various entertainment amenities on the 1st. The ground floor hosted reception rooms and guest accommodations, while the 2nd floor contained quarters for both the host and guests. The 4th and 5th floors were reserved for Levi's private domain. The Hydra terrorists had been overly confident, scattered across the 1st floor, believing this to be a strategic advantage. In ordinary circumstances, such dispersal would indeed facilitate a more efficient search, ensuring that Levi would not escape. Moreover, although the villa is expansive, it is relatively so. A group of 10 can maximize the safety of their search. The beam of the flashlight continuously illuminates every nook and cranny, leaving no potential hiding place overlooked. However, what fills them with despair is the realization that entrance into the villa is utterly impossible, save for the parking lot. The remaining floors are beyond their reach. They cannot even shatter the reflective glass on the exterior, and what awaits them instead is a relentless barrage of bullets and a woman whose madness is beyond comprehension. With swift precision, Diana slashes her way from the 5th floor down to the 3rd, leaving dozens of Hydra agents lifeless beneath her blade. They must endure the wrath of this Amazonian warrior. In her eyes, this is a desecration. Thus, they must perish. With a swift strike, Diana eliminates the Hydra agents on the 3rd floor and advances towards the 2nd. A gunshot echoes, a hunting rifle has sounded, and the old butler has once again opened the gates to slaughter on the lower level. Leave the 1st floor to me. The newly appointed Robin Tim Drake stands before the entrance, his imposing stature exuding an aura of invincibility. In one hand, he wields a Gatling M134 minigun, the massive and heavy weapon slung over his shoulder, while in the other, he brandishes a Desert Eagle. The stark contrast between these 2 firearms gives him an uncanny resemblance to a reanimated Terminator. The Gatling M134, the very weapon wielded by the legendary Terminator, boasts an astounding firing rate of 6,000 rounds per minute, earning it the moniker of the God of Fire, unrivaled in its ferocity. The barrels appear intimidating, resembling those of a cannon, as 6 movable gun tracks emit a spine-chilling roar. As countless bullets rain down, the colossal Gatling barrel unleashes torrents of flame. Die, you bastards! Tim bellows, sweeping his weapon across the oncoming Hydra combatants, instantly reducing them to mere puddles of flesh. Just as one of them attempts to evade, he spots a small bullet whizzing through the flames, an unavoidable threat. Oh shit, that guy's a handgun. Multitasking with ease, Tim continues to unleash a hail of fire from the Gatling gun while simultaneously taking careful aim with the Desert Eagle. Bang! The bullet finds its mark, piercing the forehead of one armed assailant and obliterating his brain. In an instant, blood and brain matter erupt from the back of his head, splattering onto his comrades nearby as his lifeless body collapses. Though the recoil of the Desert Eagle has often been criticized, its power is universally acknowledged. In other words, once one can master the recoil, it becomes one of the most formidable weapons in existence. Certainly, Tim's primary reason for wielding the Desert Eagle is its striking appearance. Paired with the Gatling gun, it becomes the quintessential weapon for a combat enthusiast like him. After all, his strength has now surpassed that of Captain America and the Winter Soldier. The minions, how dare they seek revenge with such feeble attempts? Rob and Tim, grinning maniacally, unleashed a relentless barrage from his Gatling gun towards the entrance. The ground was strewn with remnants of flesh and several corpses, victims of the Desert Eagle's lethal precision. What to do? A handful of Hydra elites from Europe, lurking outside the estate, could hardly suppress their apprehension. It was utterly terrifying. They had just witnessed the Batmobile obliterate 3 of their copters into mere dust. The numerous Hydra operatives that stormed him were now lying lifeless. With a few hundred remaining, gathering even 50 seemed a daunting task. Let us retreat, one of the Hydra's subordinates suggested, fear evident in his voice. Without a moment's hesitation, the leader drew his pistol and executed him on the spot. Is there anyone else who wishes to retreat? He bellowed, causing everyone in Hydra to instinctively shrink back. They certainly did not want to meet their demise. Charge in. I will provide cover, and Winter Soldier, it is your turn. The leader commanded a figure clad in black behind him. Upon hearing that the Winter Soldier was to be deployed, the Hydra elites felt a surge of determination. Let us storm in. Ant-Man, Red Wing, you handle that old man. The Winter Soldier directed towards the large figure on the first floor. The leader's pupils constricted as he observed Wonder Woman, slaying foes on the second floor, and he felt a pang of uncertainty. The rest of you, focus your attacks on that woman. We must eliminate her. Damn it. He cursed silently, a hint of fear creeping into his expression. That woman was formidable. Alone, she had already dispatched 4 floors of their personnel. Was she even human? Let us resolve this swiftly. After we clear the first floor and the basement, we will converge on that woman. Attack. The leader signaled with a wave of his hand, and the remaining Hydra elites surged towards the Wayne estate with even greater ferocity than before. Their roles were clearly defined. Those charging in did not hastily aim at Wonder Woman, but feigned an assault on Tim, providing cover for the Winter Soldier. Meanwhile, the leader and his subordinates targeted the elderly butler. Rat-tat-tat. The Hydra elites were not mere bluster at the moment the leader fired. A barrage of rifles unleashed a hail of bullets towards Tim. The flames of battle erupted once more. Moreover, other members of Hydra were converging towards Tim. 9 rifles, divided into 2 groups, relentlessly fired upon Tim's entire body. Bang, bang, bang. The debris from the wall was sent flying, and the dense array of bullet holes was enough to instill a sense of dread. 9 individuals, 9 rifles. The 2 sides coordinated seamlessly, with one half reloading while the other unleashed a barrage, then switching roles to continue their assault. There was no need for bravado. They simply aimed to eliminate Tim using the most reliable method. They had studied the intelligence reports, while they did not recognize this burly man. His formidable physique suggested that in close combat, none could rival him. Thus, they sought to suppress him with their firepower, believing he would be unable to raise his head. At least, that was their conviction. However, to their astonishment, in an instant, Tim hurled his Gatling gun forcefully towards one group of Hydra operatives. Boom! The heavy Gatling gun struck one of the Hydra members. Meanwhile, Robin executed a swift roll, evading a volley of gunfire with remarkable agility. Bang! Bang! The bullets from his Desert Eagle were unrelenting, striking the heads of 2 terrorists with precision. 2 headshots. No one anticipated that the man standing at the door, like a towering fortress, possessed such nimble agility. Even more astonishing was his instinctive reaction, nearly completing in the blink of an eye. Ha! Another Hydra terrorist's head burst like a watermelon, though due to his mask. Blood did not spurt forth in a gruesome spray, but instead trickled steadily onto the ground. In that moment, they finally realized this hulking figure was not as they had imagined. He was far more agile than an ordinary person and exceptionally intelligent. He was no longer behind the wall they had been firing at. Yet, Tim did not grant them the opportunity to turn around and redirect their weapons. Previously, they had had him in their sights, and simply pulling the trigger was enough to keep him suppressed. After all, he was but flesh and blood, lacking the protective attire of Robin's uniform, and thus not impervious to bullets. Hence, he had to maneuver behind them, and now that he had done so, they would never have the chance to fire again. Bang, bang, bang. The rhythmic and continuous sound of gunfire erupted, and mere seconds later, none of the 10 Hydra elite operatives remained standing. 10 bullets, none wasted, all striking their foreheads with deadly accuracy. The magazines of the 2 Desert Eagles were entirely expended. However, as Robin fired the last 4 bullets, he sensed something was amiss. Ding, ding, ding. All the bullets were intercepted by a silver arm. Clang, clang, clang. The bullets from Tim's Desert Eagle struck a metallic arm, leaving not a single mark. With a whoosh, the metallic arm slowly descended, revealing a distinctive mask and a cascade of ethereal long hair. Tim paused, clearly taken aback by the presence of such a formidable opponent among this group. With a roar that echoed like a beast, the individual with the silver arm, despite wielding a grenade launcher, cast it aside and lunged directly at Tim. The Winter Soldier, the most potent weapon of Hydra, had finally made his entrance. Robin versus the Winter Soldier. The Winter Soldier, whose true identity is Bucky Barnes, was Captain America's closest ally during World War II. However, in the twilight of the war, he fell into the sea alongside the captain and was encased in ice. Unlike Captain America, who was rescued, Hydra discovered and revived him, replacing his severed arm with a mechanical one and brainwashing him into a loyal agent of Hydra, becoming the Winter Soldier. Since then, Bucky has carried out various assassination missions for the nefarious organization across the globe. Yet, this was his first mission for Hydra in a long time. It was evident that Hydra's brainwashing was alarmingly effective, to the point where he no longer relied on firearms, opting instead for close combat. If a fight is what you seek, then I shall oblige. Robin Tim turned his head, facing the shorter opponent before him. After receiving the 3rd-generation Super Soldier Serum, Tim had yet to engage in a true battle. He was aware of his newfound strength, but yearned to discover its true potential. Observing that no enemies remained, Tim beckoned the Winter Soldier. Come, let us spar. Without uttering a word, the Winter Soldier, his eyes aflame with intensity, launched a kick aimed at Tim's chest. Whoosh! A gust of wind seemed to swirl in the air, and the force behind the Winter Soldier's strike was formidable. Initially dismissing this opponent as merely skilled, Tim quickly shed his underestimation. This adversary possessed considerable power. With agility, Tim swiftly sidestepped the Winter Soldier's kick, which then collided forcefully with the wall behind him. Crack! The sturdy concrete wall at Wayne Manor's entrance instantly bore a gaping hole. The surrounding structure began to fracture ominously. One opportunity. Tim's eyes sparkled as he noticed the Winter Soldier's foot caught in the wall. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a punch aimed squarely at the Winter Soldier's head. The Winter Soldier cast a mocking glance at Tim as he prepared to strike. With a mere lift of his silver left arm, he met Tim's punch. Thud! Tim felt as if he had struck a formidable iron plate. A violent recoil caused his pupils to constrict involuntarily. The metallic arm was astonishingly powerful. With a swift motion, the Winter Soldier detached his foot from the wall and twisted his head, revealing a cruel smile directed at Tim. In the next instant, he moved. Bang! 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 The two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, yet Tim grew increasingly alarmed. The masked figure before him resembled a ferocious beast. Even with his enhanced physique from the Super Soldier Serum, Tim found himself evenly matched in strength. He managed to gain a slight edge, but the difference was scarcely noticeable, effectively countered by the Winter Soldier's metallic arm. Could it be that this fellow had also been injected with the Super Soldier Serum? Tim's suspicions were indeed correct. The Winter Soldier had been subjected to Hydra's serum, endowing him with tremendous explosive power and endurance. Given this revelation, Tim decided against a direct confrontation. After all, he had a weapon at his disposal. With a swift motion, a tactical dagger appeared in his left hand. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, aiming to slit the Winter Soldier's throat in a bid for a decisive strike. If brute force would not suffice, then victory must be attained through weaponry. Clang! Any ordinary individual would likely evade Tim's sudden assault, but the Winter Soldier was far from ordinary. He extended his mechanical left hand, blocking the attack with a look of utter disdain in his eyes. The dagger scraped against the metal arm, producing a sharp sound and even emitting sparks. Yet the Winter Soldier remained unscathed. His steel arm, infused with adamantium alloy, was as resilient as vibranium. Thus, a mere dagger posed no threat to him whatsoever. Bang! Another clash of power ensued. Tim staggered back 2 steps while Bucky retreated 3. Although Tim had the upper hand in strength, the Winter Soldier's mechanical arm effectively compensated for the disparity. In fact, Tim found himself at a disadvantage. Both combatants were now fired up. Once more, Tim roared as he charged at the Winter Soldier again. Although Bucky's mind was somewhat impaired, he was not so foolish as to allow Tim an easy hit. The two grappled once more. Bang! Tim delivered a solid kick to the inner thigh of the Winter Soldier. Yet, it was slightly miscalculated. Had it been more precise, the impact would have been greater. Nevertheless, the Winter Soldier's physical prowess was extraordinary. Even with Tim's full-force kick, he merely swayed slightly, while his mechanical arm came crashing down upon Tim's shoulder. Bang! In this exchange, a kick was met with a punch, and the Winter Soldier maintained the advantage. Tim's expression shifted as the mechanical arm's force nearly penetrated his reinforced shoulder. Yet, his opponent remained unfazed, even regaining composure to strike his own head once more. Naturally, Tim would not remain passive. His extensive combat experience informed him that engaging in close quarters with someone whose strength vastly exceeded his own was a perilous endeavor. Otherwise, he would be the one to suffer in a battle of sheer force. He needed to leverage his agility and speed to disrupt and ambush the adversary. Thus, when Robin's powerful kick against the Winter Soldier proved ineffective, he swiftly assessed the situation and leaned back, using his body to evade. In that split second, the Winter Soldier's metallic arm swung toward him with lethal intent. Whoosh! It narrowly missed Tim's face. Yet, the confrontation was not over. Levi swiftly kicked the Winter Soldier again, propelling himself out of the range of his attack. This maneuver succeeded, landing a hit between the Winter Soldier's legs. Ugh! The Winter Soldier's expression contorted unnaturally, at best. He was a brute relying solely on raw strength, compounded by his brainwashing, rendering him incapable of strategy. How could he possibly contend with Tim, who was well-versed in hundreds of martial arts techniques? Hope surged within Tim as he realized his efforts were effective. Just as he prepared to charge at Bucky again, Bucky suddenly rolled away. Boom! A fiery red longsword descended from above, striking the very ground where Bucky had just stood. Wonder Woman had arrived. Crack! The ground split open, creating a massive fissure. Had the Winter Soldier not dodged swiftly, that strike would have cleaved him in two. Swish! Wonder Woman deftly sheathed her sword, landing gracefully on the ground, her gaze fixed intently on the Winter Soldier, who had just regained his footing. The dynamics shifted to a 2-against-1 scenario. Not only was Bucky no match for the combined might of Wonder Woman and Tim, but even Diana alone could easily overpower the Winter Soldier. The Winter Soldier let out a frustrated roar, yet Tim merely shook his head slightly. It was only now that he comprehended the formidable strength of the young woman accompanying his master. A single strike had split the ground in two. What tremendous force that required. Leave it to me, the girl called to Tim, brandishing her shield in one hand and her sword in the other, preparing to charge at Bucky. Diana, stand down. A languid voice echoed from the 4th floor, reaching the ears of everyone present. Master, boss, Tim and Diana exclaimed in unison, their faces lighting up as they turned to the figure standing on the 4th floor, Levi. Having injected himself with 5 vials of the Super Soldier Serum, Levi had finally awakened. Levi gently nodded, stretching his body in an attempt to acclimate to the overwhelming power bestowed upon him by the 5 doses of Super Soldier Serum, which had nearly pushed his physique to its limits. Fortunately, this serum bore no adverse effects, and Levi's body was sufficiently robust. Under such formidable transformation, he persevered, yielding gratifying results. Levi felt an immense, almost savage energy coursing through him, a force capable of shattering stone and gold alike. He sensed that, even before a mountain, he could obliterate it with a single punch, creating a cavernous breach. Indeed, such was his strength. This was the monstrous physique resulting from the 5 doses of super soldier serum. Just the right opportunity for this brainwashed individual to witness my might. In a flash, Levi leaped from the 4th floor without a moment's hesitation. The ground resonated with a deafening thud, causing Diana and Tim to stare in astonishment. Utterly unprepared for Levi's audacious descent and the commotion it created, the earth itself trembled beneath him. Then, with a crack, the very spot where Levi landed shattered into countless fragments, rapidly splintering at a visible pace. Tim swallowed hard, a sense of despondency creeping over him. Why was the young master so powerful, despite both having received the super soldier serum? Was his dosage perhaps a counterfeit? Tim gazed skyward, mired in existential doubt. While a flicker of astonishment crossed Diana's features, her face alight with fierce determination. It seemed that the stronger Levi became, the more exhilarated she felt. Next, it was time for me to take charge. Levi's entire being suddenly emanated a sound akin to popping beans as he extended his arms, his body feeling as if it had fully unfurled. An intensely powerful aura radiated from him in an instant. Boom! The force swept away the flora surrounding Wayne's base, causing Bucky's pupils to constrict in response. Just as he prepared to launch an attack against Levi, he involuntarily took a step back. In his eyes, a deep-seated apprehension emerged. The figure that had materialized before him exuded an aura of terrifying power, surpassing even that of the woman. Young master, how formidable! Tim pressed his lips together, his expression bitter, while Diana's interest in Levi burgeoned. She had never imagined that this seemingly nonchalant boss could unleash such overwhelming strength when angered. You may have had your fun, but I have yet to begin. Levi addressed Tim and Diana, though he was reluctant to take the spotlight at this juncture. However, there was no alternative. Unlocking the hero required the essence of a hero. Before him stood the Winter Soldier, a true superhero within the Marvel Universe. To acquire that heroic power, one must personally subdue their opponent, leaving Levi no choice but to descend. Kneel or submit to me. Levi gazed at the Winter Soldier before him, who appeared somewhat apprehensive, and spoke softly. The Winter Soldier, however, roared like a beast, and in an instant, propelled himself forward, his silver arm delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Levi. The force of his mechanical arm reached its zenith in that fleeting moment. During his earlier confrontation with Tim, Bucky had refrained from utilizing the enhanced strength of his mechanical limb. This arm was his greatest asset, capable of amplifying his entire physical power 6-fold in an instant. With a thunderous sound, Bucky's mightiest punch surged toward Levi, tearing through the air as if it were completely shattered, creating an absolute vacuum in its wake. A hoarse voice escaped Bucky's lips as his fist approached, seemingly destined to strike Levi's chest. Yet Levi merely smiled, thinking, this fellow must be jesting. Right now, I'm even afraid of myself. Boom! The overwhelming force of the punch collided with Levi's chest, producing a deep, resonant sound. However, contrary to expectations, Levi was not sent flying. His body remained steadfast, a smile still gracing his lips, as if Bucky's punch had merely tickled him. Bucky was momentarily taken aback, clearly unable to comprehend how such a powerful blow had seemingly no effect. Not even a crease appeared on Levi's attire. Boss! Diana exclaimed in astonishment from the side, utterly surprised that Levi had not dodged, but rather taken the blow directly. Young master! Tim gasped, equally shocked, pondering why Levi had not evaded. Because it didn't hurt at all. Levi smiled faintly, observing Bucky's expression hardening. The mightiest punch from Bucky's mechanical arm had struck him as if against a solid iron wall, the immense recoil distorting Bucky's face. Though his arm was metallic, his flesh still existed, and the sharp pain surged through his mind. It had been a long time since he had felt pain. But now Bucky experienced a bone-deep, excruciating ache. He cried out, his demeanor becoming somewhat frantic. Impossible! How can this person's chest be harder than steel? The punch I threw, and I'm the one who feels the pain. Bucky's features contorted as the sensation of his own punch reverberated in his mind, giving rise to a flicker of fear. This individual was someone he could not hope to contend with. Retreat. A single word flashed in Bucky's mind as he pushed off the ground, preparing to withdraw. Yet, it was evident that his opponent would not afford him the opportunity to escape. Why strike me only to flee? Levi gazed at Bucky's feet, remarking nonchalantly, Since you have struck me, Allow me the courtesy of returning the favor. Do you seem dissatisfied? In a flash, before Bucky could react, Levi, standing motionless, unleashed a swift blow. His hand shot forward with remarkable speed, delivering a succinct yet powerful punch. A fleeting shadow darted from Diana's line of sight, while Tim failed to perceive Levi's action altogether. It was astonishingly rapid, a simple punch, direct and forceful. The atmosphere erupted with a sound akin to muffled thunder, as if the very air surrounding Wayne Manor had been momentarily siphoned away. With a resounding crack, a sonic boom echoed in the ears of those present, surging towards Bucky, whose face was etched with profound terror. No! Bucky emitted a primal scream. Despite being a test subject, his instinctual fear of death remained intact. Instinctively, he crossed his arms to shield his chest. His silver mechanical arm shimmered ominously in the darkness. Bang! Levi's fist connected solidly with the metallic appendage. Subsequently, Bucky was propelled backward like a cannonball. Crack! Crack! The steel arm, forged from adamantium by Hydra for the Winter Soldier, emitted a series of shattering sounds. Bang! 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 Countless flowers, trees, and shrubs were obliterated by Bucky's body as it careened through them, ultimately crashing into a thick wall, creating a large indentation. Tim and Diana stood in awe, witnessing the spectacle. Levi's punch had seemingly lacked force, yet the creature with the metallic arm had been sent flying. Remarkably, it appeared that the arm had been damaged as well. My heavens! Tim swallowed hard, unable to fathom the sheer power of Levi's recent strike. He was acutely aware of the strength of that metallic arm, having just engaged in combat with it. Yet now, it had been fractured by his master's effortless blow. Tim felt an overwhelming sense of disparity in strength. He had never anticipated that his master had attained such formidable prowess, placing him in an entirely different realm. The Winter Soldier was no exception, unable to withstand even a fraction of Levi's force. He was utterly vulnerable. Levi shook his head, hands nestled in his pockets, as if the punch he had just delivered had not originated from him at all. A fraction of strength. Tim's face twitched once more, contemplating the implications of such a modest fraction. What horrors must exist within the full measure of his power? Diana was increasingly intrigued by her boss. Meanwhile, Levi strode towards Bucky, whom he had just sent flying, feeling a profound satisfaction with his newfound strength. It was astonishing, far surpassing his initial expectations. He had thought his power would be merely 5 times that of Captain America, but it seemed he had undergone a monumental transformation. A single punch, fueled by the 6-fold super soldier serum, had inflicted no harm upon his body whatsoever. This gene modification was undeniably triumphant. His physique now resembled that of a metal alloy. His strength was sufficient to shatter even adamantium, a metal renowned for its indestructibility. This adamantium, after all, constituted Wolverine's skeleton, a composite formed from extraterrestrial meteorite elements intermingled with carbon alloy, making it one of the hardest known metals on Earth, rivaling vibranium. Remarkably, even under temperatures soaring to 500,000 degrees, it showed no signs of melting. Yet, even such formidable material had succumbed to Levi's might. While Winter Soldier's mechanical arm was not a solid piece of adamantium, it still contained a significant amount, rendering it quite fearsome. Given his current abilities, Levi mused that defeating 10 Captain Americas would pose no challenge. He chuckled as he observed Bucky, embedded in the wall he had just struck, struggling to free himself, but firmly ensnared within the structure. Though Winter Soldier was indeed powerful, that strength was relative. To an ordinary individual, he was immensely formidable, yet his capabilities had their limits. If Diana were to engage Winter Soldier, she could undoubtedly obliterate him with a single punch, as they belonged to vastly different tiers of strength. In comparison to the Levi who had not yet injected the super soldier serum days prior, Winter Soldier's physical prowess was superior. However, when juxtaposed with Levi, who had now undergone the serum transformation, Winter Soldier appeared somewhat lacking. Levi's overall physical attributes were now several times greater than those of his opponent. The reason Levi refrained from simply obliterating Winter Soldier with a single blow, engaging him in a test of brute strength, was not due to any deficiency in power, but rather his inclination to achieve maximum benefit with minimal expenditure. "Are you feeling defiant?" Levi remarked with keen interest at the sight of Bucky embedded in the wall, whose injuries were relatively minor. Most of Levi's punch had been absorbed by Bucky's mechanical arm. At the cost of a shattered limb, he had preserved his life, a testament to human instinct. As Winter Soldier struggled, the wall trembled precariously. Ultimately, with a resounding crack, he exerted himself forcefully and freed himself from the wall once more. "What? Do you still wish to fight me?" Witnessing the Winter Soldier's expression of reluctance and his shattered mechanical arm, Levi's face betrayed a hint of compassion. How tragic it is that he must still fulfill the Hydra's mandate, even in such a dire state. With a swift motion, the Winter Soldier indeed sprang into action. The cost of Hydra's brainwashing was his unwavering resolve not to kill Levi. "Shall I indulge you in a little more play?" Levi mused. This time, he would rely solely on skill, eschewing his extraordinary powers to earn the Winter Soldier's respect. Having just injected the serum, Levi sought to familiarize himself with the enhancements. He had merely scratched the surface of his newfound strength and now wished to test his overall physical capabilities. As the Winter Soldier's fist, glinting with a metallic sheen, hurtled towards him at an astonishing speed, it sliced through the air with a piercing whistle. For anyone else, the blow would likely have been fatal before they even registered its approach. Yet Levi was no ordinary individual. "How feeble you are," he taunted. The augmentation from 5 super soldier serums had heightened Levi's reflexes to a superhuman level. Thus, at the very moment of impact, he deftly pivoted, his body shifting just enough to evade the blow. The forceful punch whooshed past him, and seizing the opportunity, Levi lunged forward, extending his palm to strike the Winter Soldier's torso. The speed of his reaction was astonishing, almost instantaneous. The sound of fabric tearing echoed as, despite the Winter Soldier's efforts to evade, a crimson line appeared across his abdomen. Though the wound might not be deep, it was sufficient to hinder his combat efficacy. He may have been impervious to pain, but he knew the necessity of preventing the injury from worsening. If left unchecked, he could bleed out without Levi needing to deliver a fatal blow. Thus, he remained on guard, anticipating Levi's attempts to target his injury. In truth, while the abdominal wound inflicted no immediate pain, blood continued to flow unrelentingly. The Winter Soldier appeared impervious to the sensations of corporeal suffering, his expression as frigid as ever, devoid of emotion. Yet, with stubborn resolve, he unleashed a punch aimed squarely at Levi's face. This time, however, Levi did not flinch. With a resounding thud, his palm met the Winter Soldier's right fist, the two forces colliding with tremendous impact. The Winter Soldier had held an unwavering confidence in his strength, certain that no ordinary being could withstand it. Yet, even as he maintained his stoic demeanor despite his injury, a sudden shift crossed his features. He felt the telltale crack of his own finger bones. The sharp sound illuminated a harsh reality for the Winter Soldier. His fingers had broken. A figure renowned for his might, who had always relied on overpowering his foes, was finally shaken to his core. In a remarkable display of strength, Levi was able to shatter the bones of his opponent with merely the palm of his hand, a feat that underscored the extraordinary power he possessed, transcending the limits of humanity. However, it is essential to recognize that the forces at play are reciprocal. The fact that Levi could fracture his adversary's bones without sustaining any injury himself attests to the superior strength of his own bones, which are evidently more resilient than those of Bucky. "Your bones are quite fragile," Levi remarked with a smile, revealing a severed digit, a testament to his overwhelming force. To be precise, it was not merely strength, but rather an exertion of pressure that accomplished this. Under normal circumstances, a person would contemplate retreat at this juncture, for when brute strength fails, skill may also fall short. Thus, aside from a desperate fight to the death, the only remaining option would be to flee. However, for the Winter Soldier, such considerations held no significance. He was devoid of independent thought, merely a puppet under external control. Even in combat, he relied solely on brute force, never contemplating the nuances of technique or the dynamics of advantage and disadvantage. His singular focus was to fulfill his mission, to eliminate Levi. Consequently, he would not entertain any distractions until his objective was achieved. Though his right hand bore the fracture of his knuckles, it was of little consequence. He still possessed his left hand. This arm, constructed of a metal alloy, was impervious to bullets and left no mark, its density far surpassing that of bone. If he had the capability, Levi could attempt to break his left arm as well. Despite the outer metal being cracked by the foe before him, the inner alloy remained intact. Without the slightest hesitation, the Winter Soldier did not retreat, but instead unleashed a powerful punch with his left arm aimed squarely at Levi. The speed of his attack was astonishing, bordering on impossible to counter. There was no need for elaborate techniques. Sheer force would suffice. Yet, Levi too required no intricate maneuvers to counter this assault. While the Winter Soldier's strength may not have equaled his own, the metallic arm possessed sufficient hardness to pose a threat. Should they engage in a direct contest of power, Levi, unyielding, would not emerge unscathed. It was akin to striking a metal wall. A powerful punch could result in bruised skin or even fractured bones for the attacker. Yet the wall would remain impervious to pain. Levi paid no heed to the magnitude of the Winter Soldier's punch. Instead, he widened his stance and lowered his body, allowing the fist to narrowly miss him. In that fleeting moment, as the fist passed by, Levi swiftly raised his arm, delivering a precise and forceful elbow strike to the Winter Soldier's midsection. This was the essence of technique. A resounding thud echoed as the Winter Soldier, unable to comprehend Levi's swift movement, was met with sudden darkness and an intense pain radiating from his waist. Regardless of how much one fortifies the body, it is impossible for every part to possess equal strength in its defenses. Certain areas, such as the lower body, the eyes, and the vulnerable sides, will remain inherently weak. A powerful strike momentarily disoriented the Winter Soldier, causing a resounding hum in his mind, akin to a ringing in the ears. The confusion of his brain led to a lack of coordination in his limbs, resulting in a sudden loss of balance, and he crashed heavily to the ground, producing a dull thud. "Continue," Levi exclaimed with delight, beckoning the Winter Soldier with a gesture. Although this foe was feeble, he proved to be an excellent opponent for Levi to familiarize himself with his own capabilities. After all, a typical person would have long succumbed to despair under such circumstances. However, the Winter Soldier before him was a brainwashed monstrosity. Thus he merely shook his head and rose from the ground. The Winter Soldier's physique, unlike that of an ordinary human, allowed him to recover swiftly. Nevertheless, Levi was determined to give him no respite. With a resounding thud, as the Winter Soldier braced himself on the ground, Levi delivered a ruthless kick to his side. The reason for not launching a direct attack was to prevent the Winter Soldier from using his hands to block the assault. In such a case, this slight advantage would be rendered meaningless. As anticipated, the Winter Soldier instinctively attempted to push himself up with his hands, leaving his body completely defenseless and exposed before Levi. Thud, thud, thud. The same vulnerable area was struck repeatedly, and one can only imagine the frustration building within the Winter Soldier. Before he could regain his footing, a sharp pain surged through his waist, and he was sent flying, crashing brutally against the wall. This time, he could not muster the strength to rise again, as it seemed his lower limbs had failed him. "You truly are weak," Levi remarked, wiping his hands as he turned to the astonished Tim and Diana. "Well then, the battle is over. Shall we check on our pitiful adversary?" As Levi dragged the Winter Soldier, who resembled a lifeless dog, into the underground parking lot that had been reduced to ruins, the old butler Alfred Pennyworth had already concluded his own skirmish. This latest retaliatory operation by Hydra had ended in complete annihilation. Meanwhile, the adversaries remained intact. Wayne Manor, aside from a few vehicles in the underground parking area and the surrounding flora that had suffered collateral damage, stood otherwise unscathed. Indeed, a resounding victory. 3 Apache helicopters were obliterated, and over 50 terrorists were dispatched. As for the so-called elite suicide squad, they had truly met their demise. The old butler had sustained injuries. Although he had once been the most exceptional agent in MI6, age had caught up with him. During the confrontation with over 30 terrorists, it was evident that he was struggling against the tide of time. Thus, a bullet struck his arm. It was the work of the leader of Hydra. But the adversary met a grim fate, having been blasted to pieces by the old butler no less than 10 times. This could be seen as a release of the old man's pent-up fury. Fortunately, it was a through-and-through wound, sparing the bone from injury. There is no need for surgical extraction of bullet fragments, nor any cause for grave concern regarding life-threatening dangers. Moreover, a visit to the hospital was unnecessary. However, age has its toll. While his vigor may remain undiminished, his physical faculties have evidently waned. Thus, the recovery process may demand twice the time, if not more, compared to others. It seems a dose of super soldier serum will be required for the old gentleman. Levi observed Alfred, while the elder, cigar in mouth, exuded an air of authority that belied his years. Clearly, he was not overly troubled by this gunshot wound. After all, he had weathered countless storms of bullets in his day. Alas, one must pity the flowers and plants tended to by the old butler outside the estate. The surroundings were utterly transformed, with walls obliterated beyond recognition. The walls bore the scars of gunfire, and one wall had been devastated to a significant extent. Yes, it was the Winter Soldier's doing. In stark contrast, the villa's exterior, encased in seamless tempered glass, remained unscathed. No one would dare stand in front of the glass, for that would be far too conspicuous. Hence, no one would idly engage in shooting at the glass. Apache had contemplated a dramatic entry through a shattered window, for it would have looked quite impressive. However, regrettably, before he could approach the villa, Diana had cleaved him in two. As for the occasional stray bullet, not a single mark was left on the tempered glass. Therefore, the damage incurred was quite minimal, so inconsequential that, for the affluent Levi, it felt akin to losing a few coins. Nevertheless, Levi remained exceedingly irate. He was truly furious. To him, Hydra was akin to a swarm of ants, a mere nuisance unworthy of his concern, especially when compared to the looming threats of Ultron and Thanos. Yet this band of insects dared to provoke him. Moreover, at a time when he was in the midst of receiving his super soldier serum, this was indeed a grave matter. Had his body not been sufficiently robust, he could have found himself in dire straits. 5 vials of super soldier serum. What a significant implication. Thus, Levi's anger was profound, and the consequences dire. From this day forth, Hydra need not exist in this world. He had placed this organization on his list of targets for annihilation. He was well aware of Hydra's headquarters in Europe. It was to be eradicated. He would tidy up the estate and depart in a couple of days. Levi, with a face like thunder, declared, and then gestured, "Let us go upstairs and meet those responsible for the cleanup. Their efficiency is appalling. I have already concluded my business, and only now do they arrive." Levi felt a deep disappointment toward the American police. However, he was evidently unaware that from the moment Hydra launched its invasion on Wayne Manor to its conclusion, merely 10 minutes had elapsed. Yes, just 10 minutes, and this group had been completely annihilated. The police finally arrived, albeit belatedly. After all, the commotion at Wayne Manor was indeed quite spectacular, with missiles and helicopters involved. Moreover, the surrounding area, extending 20 kilometers, belonged entirely to Wayne Manor, with no other structures obstructing the view, rendering this display of fireworks exceptionally dazzling. Half of New York City's populace bore witness to it. It is worth mentioning that in America, the affluent enjoy protections that seem almost inscribed into the very fabric of justice. Thus, affluent neighborhoods typically have dedicated police stations. These officers essentially serve as the private security for the wealthy residents. Any suspicious individual entering the vicinity of these estates is subject to interrogation and may even be detained. These officers are far from the wasteful figures found elsewhere, as they are elite personnel summoned from various locations. When all is calm, they act as the public guardians for the affluent, forming the first line of defense. However, once an incident occurs within the wealthy enclave, these officers spring into action, armed with an array of rifles and handguns, fully equipped to respond to the situation. Their mandate is to ensure that taxpayers' money is not squandered. Yet, of course, they prove to be rather ineffective in this instance. For instance, dozens of armed assailants, along with 3 armed helicopters, infiltrated the affluent area without detection. After all, this was a meticulously orchestrated plan devised by Hydra over the course of nearly 6 months. If the police had managed to uncover it, they would have been quite incompetent in their duties. Nevertheless, even as law enforcement was compelled to breach private territory for the safety of the wealthy. Upon reaching the exterior of the villa, they collectively formed a blockade, hesitant to act recklessly. At that moment, the sounds of gunfire had ceased within the manor. Thus, it was unwise to proceed hastily. The cessation of gunfire typically indicates one of 2 possibilities. Either one party has been completely eliminated or the other. The officers leaned toward the belief that the wealthy inhabitants had likely perished. Such occurrences were, in their experience, all too commonplace. On the other side, due to the destruction of the old S.H.I.E.L.D. Strategic Scientific Reserve headquarters in New York, a new headquarters was still under construction. The reorganized director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury, was currently residing in the Los Angeles branch. At that moment, upon receiving news from Levi about the attack on Wayne Manor, Nick Fury hastily gathered his team and, utilizing several Batwing aircraft generously provided by Levi, was en route to Malibu. It could be said that Levi single-handedly tugged at the heartstrings of millions. The police awaited the arrival of negotiation specialists, as they surmised the affluent individual was either deceased or apprehended, necessitating a negotiator to initiate communication from a distance. It was not until they perceived movement in the villa's elevator that they realized the situation had shifted. It was Levi, accompanied by Tim, Diana, and others. Emerging from the premises, "You are dismissed." The police chief, a shrewd individual, promptly shouted towards the rear, concerned that one of the younger officers might inadvertently discharge their weapon, potentially provoking the kidnappers to execute the hostage, a scenario that had occurred on several occasions before. As for how they could ascertain that the hostage was still alive, it was quite simple. The terrorists, willing to negotiate, must possess leverage. What leverage? Who else but the wealthy elite? However, in the next moment, they were taken aback to see an elegant Asian gentleman emerge from the elevator, although they occasionally struggled to distinguish the features of Asian individuals. They certainly remembered the affluent distinctly. The United States, a nation often characterized by its exclusivity, is paradoxically composed of a myriad of immigrants from around the globe. Yet, in reality, this country categorizes its populace into two groups: Caucasians and people of color. Such distinctions are common knowledge for the ordinary citizen. Another classification exists, that of the wealthy versus the rest. If one possesses sufficient wealth, their ethnicity becomes inconsequential. If it mattered, it would signify a lack of affluence. Mr. Lee, somewhat tongue-tied, the chief gazed incredulously at the approaching Li Wei. Being astute himself, he dashed forward from the convoy, risking being caught in a hail of bullets from the terrorists, his face brimming with excitement and joy. "Thank heavens, you're alive." The police chief was nearly brought to tears. Had he not noticed the disdainful expression on Li Wei's face, he might have embraced him. In this society, one must possess the ability to act. "What are you doing?" Li Wei cast a disdainful glance at him, his face betraying his utter contempt. "You arrived just in time. Come inside and clean up." "What?" The police chief was taken aback. "Now that you've made it out alive, there's no need to put yourself at risk again. Those terrorists, lacking discernment, assumed you were Asian and released you. Leave the rest to us." The police chief's reasoning was quite typical, as Caucasians generally held a dismissive view of people of color, whether black or Asian. Thus, he presumed that the terrorists regarded Li Wei as an Asian, and therefore a servant, which explained their decision to release him to relay information to the police. Meanwhile, the unfortunate old butler was likely mistaken for the master of the house. The corpulent police chief could not help but mourn for him silently for a moment. Yet, the next instant, he found Li Wei gazing at him as if he were a fool. "You are dismissed." "You imbecile." "Huh?" The police chief was momentarily stunned. "Must I repeat myself?" With a cold smirk, Li Wei turned to a detective behind him and said, "Everyone, come in." As Li Wei led the skeptical officers into Wayne Manor, nearly all of them involuntarily swallowed hard. The floor was strewn with the remnants of terrorists and corpses. Blood splattered everywhere. It was akin to a hell on earth, and fortunately, these officers were seasoned veterans, having witnessed such atrocities before. Nevertheless, they still felt their stomachs churn. The scene was utterly shocking. They had never encountered such a gruesome and terrifying sight. Each floor was littered with at least 30 bodies. Moreover, they had not forgotten that outside lay the wreckage of 3 Apache helicopters, still smoldering. One of the helicopters had been utterly severed, its front and rear sections lying in opposite directions, cleaved apart by an extraordinarily sharp object. How on earth could this have been accomplished? Questions raced through each officer's mind, and now they were filled with nothing but inquiries. Which ruthless terrorist possessed such formidable firepower? Furthermore, the true mastermind was none other than the owner of the house. Over 100 individuals had been present. The officers were acutely aware of who resided within these walls. Aside from the homeowner, Li Wei, and his young girlfriend, Diana, there were only 3 feeble elderly men, of whom Tim and the others were still oblivious. One was an old butler, hardly a figure to rely upon in battle. The other 2 were the renowned chief scientist of Wayne Enterprises and the notorious Howard Stark. Neither could be counted on for assistance. As for Diana, being a woman, they instinctively dismissed her as well. Thus, did it not imply that all these individuals had been slain by none other than Li Wei himself? Oh my heavens! Gulp! The sound of someone swallowing echoed loudly in the silent villa. All eyes were fixed on Li Wei, their legs trembling slightly. The affluent man before them had become synonymous with a butcher in their minds. Clear this out, Li Wei commanded, gesturing imperiously to the officers behind him. Remove everything from the manor and tear down those walls. They are all too unsightly. Sir, the dismissed police chief, still eager to please, approached Li Wei and murmured, some items remain intact and should also be removed. Li Wei cast a casual glance at him. These items are stained with blood. They are too filthy. You know I detest the scent of blood. Likewise, the walls must go. Have new ones installed by tomorrow. Of course, if you wish to keep any, they are yours. Li Wei shot the police chief a sidelong glance. The chief, with a smile as bright as chrysanthemums, contorted his aged face in response. You jest, sir. While the officers are undoubtedly commendable, the police chief may not necessarily be a worthy leader. Often, the officers execute their duties under the guidance of specialized personnel rather than the chief, who is more adept at political maneuvering than actual command. Consequently, expectations for this ineffectual chief to make a meaningful contribution are exceedingly low. Though he verbally dismisses the situation, one cannot ascertain his true thoughts. While these items may serve as evidence, the sheer volume renders a few insignificant. Do not be deceived by their appearance as mere flora. Their monetary value is indeed substantial. The police chief observed numerous pristine green plants, which, if placed in his own home, would undoubtedly bring him a sense of delight. Each plant could be worth tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of dollars. Such waste is truly lamentable. The life of the affluent is one of extravagance. The chief mused quietly, yet his hands moved swiftly alongside his subordinates, aiding in the removal of the deceased from Wayne Manor. Assigning this task to them was most fitting, as it lay within their expertise. After all, they excelled at handling death. The police exhibited remarkable efficiency, swiftly transporting dozens of corpses, followed by the collection of firearms and ammunition, as well as the necessary documentation of shell casings. Despite the throng of officers coming and going, emptying the vast estate would not be accomplished in haste. It was anticipated they would be occupied until noon the following day. This was achieved by expediting numerous procedures to avoid disturbing Levi's rest. Without Levi's cooperation, they would be unable to secure the investigation of the manor. However, it was currently uninhabitable, necessitating a temporary stay at a hotel. Levi suddenly furrowed his brow, glanced at the police chief, and then strode purposefully towards the elevator. After you, he said. The police chief, being no fool, wore a knowing smile as he watched Levi depart. Once Levi entered the elevator, all the officers instinctively stepped aside. It was not that they were unwilling to stand beside him. Rather, they felt intimidated. Even now, they could sense the lethal aura emanating from this wealthy individual. He had single-handedly vanquished hundreds of heavily armed terrorists capable of assaulting police stations. Such ferocity was truly formidable. Could he be a mutant? One officer whispered to a colleague. The surrounding officers nodded in agreement. For how could a mere human possess such brutality? Unless, of course, he were Captain America. Yet, how could Captain America be of Asian descent? Regardless of whether he is a mutant, he is primarily a wealthy individual. The police chief, having overheard their conversation, patted the shoulder of the officer and remarked with subtle significance. Mutants are no longer a secret in this world. Since the assassination of President Kennedy by a mutant over 2 decades ago, the existence of mutants has become widely known. However, as the police chief stated, the foremost characteristic is wealth. As long as one is affluent, their identity becomes inconsequential. In other words, no matter who you are, without money, nothing holds value. Lee, are you all right? Li Wei descended to the Batcave on the 3rd basement level, where Nick Fury, visibly excited, rushed forward, followed by dozens of fully armed S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Several stealth bat fighters were stationed behind them. However, the limited space of the bat fighters could not accommodate so many individuals. Clearly, Nick Fury had brought them along in a tight squeeze, likely fearing that a smaller contingent would jeopardize Li Wei's safety. It must be said, he was quite thoughtful. Do I look like someone in trouble? Li Wei shrugged nonchalantly, adding, by the way, I captured the Winter Soldier. He must have been brainwashed by Hydra. Take him back and see if you can purge the conditioning from his mind. Understood. Nick Fury, though clearly perplexed, nodded in agreement. Although he did not fully comprehend Li Wei's words, he felt no hindrance in affirming them. The Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes, had been frozen in ice after a mission with Captain America decades ago. He was later extracted by Hydra and transformed into the Winter Soldier. Current technology was still insufficient, lacking an abundance of surveillance equipment, which allowed Hydra to deploy the Winter Soldier for assassination missions, always executing them flawlessly and eliminating every witness. Thus, while SHIELD was aware of this individual, they remained oblivious to the true identity of the Winter Soldier. Howard, observing from the sidelines, was even more astonished than Nick Fury. He pondered whether he should also inject himself with the Super Soldier Serum. However, reconsidering, he thought it imprudent given his wealth. Why take such risks? Perhaps he should instead create a suit of armor. Something akin to Li Wei's Batman outfit would be quite impressive. The more he contemplated, the more feasible it seemed. It needed to be bulletproof and ideally possess additional functionalities, such as flight. In that case, he realized, his nuclear reactor and Lucius's mechanical exoskeleton must be expedited into production. Li Wei could never have anticipated that his confrontation would prompt Howard Stark to hastily prepare for the creation of the Iron Man suit. Indeed, even in the grand halls of academia, such a notion would have seemed unfathomable. However, mere knowledge alone cannot prepare Howard for the profound shock that awaits him before he takes action. Those who have never experienced true power will never grasp this reality. Yet Howard feels an insatiable itch within. Levi's Batman base captivates him, and coupled with Levi's explosive display of strength, Howard is consumed by a whirlwind of envy and resentment. As a fellow man of wealth, he cannot fathom such a vast disparity. No, I too must grow stronger. The competitive spirit within old Howard rises uncontrollably, compelling him to outshine Levi. Come, Lucius, we shall enter. Howard called to Lucius, who appeared somewhat bewildered and nodded in confusion, utterly unaware of Howard's intentions. Was he supposed to take a few days off after being rattled, seeking out a few women to indulge himself? Lucius eagerly anticipated such escapades. After all, he was a man, as one might understand. Yet this insufferable fellow was now rushing downstairs. Had he forgotten his promise to arrange 2 women for him? Lucius was internally conflicted. Although he cherished his research, he also had an affinity for women. Observing Lucius reluctantly following Howard down the stairs, Levi thought nothing of it, assuming these 2 corgi enthusiasts were merely tinkering with yet another invention. For the power of intellect is boundless. By the way, Nick, Levi turned to Nick Fury beside him and said pensively, in a few days, arrange for some SHIELD agents to accompany me to Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe? Nick was momentarily taken aback, but Levi merely nodded. Yes, this marks SHIELD's first mission to completely eradicate Hydra. Startled, Nick was taken aback by Levi's declaration. If they could eliminate Hydra, why had it not been done until now? Do you have any objections? Levi shot him a glance, prompting Nick to hastily shake his head. No, just let me know the time and place. Whether we act together or separately, I will inform you in advance. Just be prepared. With that, Levi departed.